Good morning, friends, and our your host. When you are ready and roll call is over, kindly inform me.
Thanks, sir.
Good morning. My name is Ram Kumar, and I'm going to take market approach to value today. Now, the easiest method, user friendly, so there won't be any complications. I hope so. Somebody can unmute and tell me whether your attendance is taken or not. It's 9:30. Yes, Rajbaji.
So attendance is done actually only 4 to 5 members are still needs
Right,
to
right,
be
right.
added.
Wait,
But
wait, wait. Okay, okay.
you can
We'll
you can
wait for
start the
another
sessions.
5 minutes.
Actually, I think it takes time to add.
Hmm,
Okay.
better, yes. So that we
Oh,
can finish in time, right? Because the other faculty otherwise he has to wait. So
mhm.
better we start at the right time so that those who are missing, I feel very bad because we are given time in advance. 9:15 or 9 o'clock is the login time. Okay. So we'll start with the market approach. So as you know, our syllabus contains three approaches: market approach, ink approach, and cost approach. So among this, market approach is most useful for you as a practical value as well as study point of view. Because it's very easy to score. Uh, then second thing, you might have heard that our syllabus is revised with effect from which date? July 1st. Okay, it is revised. Instead of 2 case studies, there are 3 case studies now from July. So you have 2-3 months ahead to clear this exam. Because I think the third weightages is, I mean, more or less, 1 mark there, 1 mark here, they reduced and they converted everything into the case studies, the additional case study, third one. So either they are planning, tougher question. It feels so because case studies, your multiple choice questions are reducing. So case studies, we have to give more importance in future. This one. Before that, I don't know. See, before that, you try to clear this. So enough time is there. After MEP class, you take at least 20 to 25 days of further studies and write the exam this month itself, April. Everybody can score a good mark, I'm sure, if they dedicatedly work for 2-3 hours day per day. Okay. So let's see the. I will share my presentation. It's only a guideline. I will explain to you how to proceed further in practical life as IBB examination is concerned. So, shall we start the presentation? If you have any doubt, you ask me now. During the session, if you have any doubt, kindly write it, unmute the microphone and you can ask me, or you can go for what do you call it? Last chat box. Also, you can ask your questions. Okay. I think you don't have any questions at all in this chapter. Okay. So let us see. So I'm going to start by sharing my presentation of market approach. So, but notice the last sentence. It is human tendency to compare and select. This is the basic thing. When you go to a shop for a vegetable shop sale, you will compare the price for the next shop also, as well as sometimes you will compare the fruit. Suppose you want apples or oranges. You will compare their vitamin content. Some healthy, conscious people, they will compare whether vitamin C or A is better for me. So you will compare that one also. Similarly, properties has got also some characteristics, parameters when we select. When we buy a property or evaluate a property, we will compare it with the other properties. This is market approach. It's a comparison of, in similar locality, similar characteristics, almost. You won't get exactly same characteristics or exactly similar property. Because as I usually say, every property is unique like human beings. So you have to adjust the values of the comparable property. You give certain weightages to the property, comparable property, and accordingly you can arrive the value of your subject valuation property. For example, your property is in the main road and your comparables maybe in a byline 300 meters away from main road. So the value changes because main road access is very important. No, accessibility is an important factor, and main road with more than 21 feet main road, if you have or a PW road or even in NH or state highway, you'll get better value. So you give some weightages to the comparable property. See, instead of suppose the comparable property that depends solely dependent on you, your experience, your judgment. There is no hard and fast rule that you have to give 10% more to the subject property or 25%. It's up to you. So there are numerous parameters similar to location of road, size of the plot. Why size of the plot is important? Because you cannot sell a plot, larger plot, you cannot compare with a smaller plot. Because smaller plot fetches always high value than the large plot. So this is the principle behind it. So size you have to compare, then shape you can compare. See, the other plot is irregular in shape and your plot is rectangular, you'll get more value. So every parameters you add some percentage. Suppose yours is irregular plot, the other one is regular plot. So you add, instead of adding, you have to deduct a particular percentage. This percentage ranges from 5 to 15%, 5%, 10%, 15%. Or there is a ranking system also. You can adopt any method. Ranking system like 5, 3, 2. Excellent is 5, 3, 2, like that. But it is individualistic, actually speaking, but reasonable also. It should be in experienced persons of engineers. So you know how much percent I can give. This is totally up to you. But the only thing is you cannot enhance the value or undervalue a property which will be questioned by the authorities. If you undervalue also, there is a problem. If you overvalue it, there must be a problem, especially when you are dealing with high value properties. However, in when you take comparables, actually speculative price or real price may be very high, crores, 1 crore per unit. I use the word unit because it can be hectare or cent or quota or ground, whatever. So in India, we are using different units in various states. So you can you cannot give that much high value. Try to keep it in your mind henceforth, because all the reports are going to be peer view, or even enforcement directorate has uh, giving opportunities to valuers, or they are empaneling the valuers for such transactions. So if the valuer finds that, the other valuer finds that it is very high, then there may be a problem. You have to face the court. But you have to justify. If you justify properly, the court won't say anything. If you are in a position to justify it. So without justification of values you are certifying, your report is zero value. That is the principle. So each and every component. Here, as far as immovable properties are concerned, land and building is concerned, you have two components. What are they? What are the main two components we are valuing? Arun Kumarji, can you tell me the two components?
Tangible and intangible.
No, sir, that is your very high thinking. Very good. But basically, that is land and building. Two components, land component and as well as building component. Tangible and intangible, of course, it will come later stage. That is for business valuations. Now we start with basics of valuations, and we reach in certain in Inca approach method and all. You will learn tangible and intangible assets, how to value tangible, how to value intangible, all those things. That will be detailed in income approach. Generally, in market approach, we don't consider goodwill or patency or anything. We are only bothered about characters. That is why we are saying it is very easy to use. You are comparing only the parameters which are existing, characteristics of the land. So the nearby land or within 1 kilometer, you can take comparison. Why we are see now how to get the comparable properties, that is another question arises, that I will detail it later. So in any case, parallel economy factor is there. So how to get a realistic value is our task, only task in market approach. Because as you know, we register deeds in stamp duty value or circle rate, whatever you call it. But market value may be higher than that in any case. Sometimes lower than that also in some area of metro cities and all. So you have to reach a reasonable and when a valuation report is submitted, the man who reads it should feel that you are confident. How to prepare a valuation report is another topic in your syllabus. I'll give you a few tips. See, wherever possible, you can add. It should first of all look attractive. Then second thing is you can have annexes or appendix, whatever. So you can justify if suppose the column is not there for a banking purpose or a financial institution purpose, you can add additional page for justification purpose. These are the properties which I have taken for comparison, and hence I have given certain weightages to the land characteristics or building character. See, sometimes you have to find land value only by comparable method, and cost of building construction and replacement value minus depreciation, etc. That is cost approach, that you can do it. At the same time, suppose it's an apartment, you will get similar apartment with the almost same square feet, or even the square feet differs. Don't worry, you can, and suppose your subject property has got 1000 square feet and you are comparing it with 1500. Suppose one bedroom is more in that one, you can add some weightages, percentage. So or deduct, sorry, because yours is 1000 only, so you deduct accordingly. Similarly, even land and building. Land means here what? In a flat apartment, it means UDS, undivided share of the land. That you will see in cost approach, detailing how to find out UDS and all, FSI, etc. So in market approach here, we are doing in this exercise, we will see. See, you may not agree with me, some examples. I want that one because it may vary in your perception. According to my perception and my area of working, this may be okay. In your area, you have to select parameters and weightages according to your perspective. This is the most important one. Okay, let's start. So before starting, I'll explain one more thing. Whenever you start learning, you will have that your syllabus with you. Okay, the syllabus, without syllabus, you cannot understand or you cannot follow the topic. So thoroughly study the syllabus, what they are expecting from us. So in IBBA question papers, there may be so many questions in MCQs which are not asked directly, indirect questions. Or even some questions has got no answer at all. So leave those questions. My request, I always says, don't invite negative marks, otherwise you'll pass. Most of the people are attempting 85 questions and getting 59 marks. So you can imagine what is the effect of a negative mark. So without negative marks also, you can get, if you answer 65 to 70 questions properly, you will easily get through the examination. This is what my experience says. So let us see the syllabus. This contains 7 marks, IBBA syllabus. So our class also, I think in that case, 3.5 hours, no? 30 is there. Okay. Anyway, let us see. Types of market. What are the types of market? Don't worry. It's very simple. Buyer's market, seller's market, and stable market. Only 3 types of market. We'll see the bell curve very easily. You can find out what is types of market and how it behaves, the graphical representation. Okay. That is called types of market. Then market survey, data collection, and sources of sales transaction. So this is the most important thing. Market survey, data collection, and sources of transaction. From where you will get this source? So you have to make inquiries, investigation. A good valuer is a good investigator. A good valuer is a good engineer. A good valuer is a good writer also. A good valuer is a, what do you call it? You see, this profession has got all the hybrid type of profession. You should be good in economics. So market survey, you have to find out. That means you have to find out the by investigation. That is the first step. But the problem of investigation is, as per IVSC, we are all following Indian valuation, not international valuation code. So they won't allow you to write in my prudent inquiry in locality, I got this value. That is something like, we say hearsay. If somebody has told something, we wrote it. Don't take it such casual wordings in IBS reporting. Even in company valuations, any valuation. Hearsay is not allowable. So what IBSC says, you have to write at least 3 references. That means when you inquire somebody, maybe document writer or a vendor or a broker or a local, take his address, telephone number. You have to mention that. But the problem then comes, who will give you the phone number and address without having any benefit for him? He will think that ordinary, even me also, why should I go for this, for for a bank valuation or any valuation? Why should I go for this kind of risk of facing court? So nobody will give you. He will call as a witness. So nobody is going to give you. Three people. So in that case, then what is the okay? You can write that first. You justify like this. I have gone through the advertisements, government transactions, land acquisition. These are all in white money. So you can find such transaction. First, you try for that one. Even banks, they will auction price. You can see in the newspapers, there is so many auctions for this area with the building. The auction reserve price is this much. So from which you can get an idea of market price. Because in auction, but yeah, it is not fully dependable. Bank will deduct for so many other things also. Generally, it is more than plus 25%. 75% is reserve price, 70 or 75% of market value. So reserve price got its own what you call restriction to use. But government transactions are good examples for market values. Now you failed in that. We didn't get a good government transaction. Then what you will do? You go for advertisements. If it is an apartment, it is very easy because per unit per one flat, they will advertise the composite rate is. They won't use the word composite rate. It includes UDS of land plus building. So it includes 3,500 or 5,000 per square feet. Might have heard it. Seen such advertisements everywhere. So you can take it. Here, now as per RARA rule, they will sell it in what? Super build-up area or build-up area or carpet area? You can say that.
Carpet area.
Exactly. May I know your name?
Bharat.
Bharat, okay. Right. It is sold in carpet area. What is carpet area? We are excluding external walls, common
Including
area, shaft, staircase, everything you will have to exclude.
internal
Except
walls.
internal walls included. Even electrical shaft or plumbing shaft is there, you have to exclude it in carpet area. So a kind of usable area so that the common layman can understand how much usable area is available. Is super built-up area, in case of super built-up area, suppose you are getting 1,000 square feet flat, you measure it. You will the carpet area will be 600. That is the net area you can use. So this it's like misleading. You can say you are a proud owner of 1,000 square feet, but actually you are using 600 square feet only because all the other common area is added together and proportionally divided. to each and every flat. So that is the number one. So these are the methods. Then you can go to real estate portals. You will get so many real estate portals are there, 99acres.com, magic.com, or whatever, local home, findhome.com, anything available. So there is some sale offers. Actually, it's not that scientific, even though we have to resort some kind of, market comparables. So you can find, see, when you advertisement for suppose 10 lakh percent or 10 lakh per quota, one quota is equal to 1 by 720 square feet. So 10 lakhs, suppose. Definitely you will negotiate with him. So he will give generally 5 to 10% discount. Negotiation. It will be in everybody's mind. There will be a negotiation factor. So 1 lakh or 1.5 lakh they may reduce. So you apply that negotiation factor so that you will get some idea. Okay. So investigation means thorough investigation. This is the main job of a valuer. Then report writing, of course, there is some methods how to write a report that you will learn in subsequent classes. While report writing, but you should give more importance to the second bullet, market survey. Without physical, you cannot engage your assistant to get an exact market price. See, here I would like to tell you one more fact. That is, everything is there in market. Whatever information you need, if you keenly look into it, because market is supreme. It is called why. That is why we call market is supreme. Because every data is there. Thousands of transactions has been already made. Thousands or even lakhs or crores in so many years, so many decades. So market knows how to behave. Whenever you start loving market, market will give you everything. Not only in the market approach, sometimes capitalization method is used. No, you may be knowing in Inca approach some idea. You need rate of return. What is the rate of return of a residential building? What is the rate of return of a commercial building? It's all different. So only by market survey only you can get it. Everything is there already existing. So you have to look into King. So this is a very interesting profession. Actually, we have so many roles to play. And for investigation, you should be very diplomatic. You have to play a major role, like as an innocent buyer or whatever. So you have to get final goal is to reach your what is the price after all in that area. That we are converting into value market present. We are certifying present market value. Remember that even in Inca approach, suppose in future you are getting some amount, but you are certifying present value. So you have to convert that future benefits to the present value. Everywhere it is, you are considered only the date of inspection and date of valuation as same. The particular day you are going to visit the site. That is the criteria. Okay. So let's see the third point. Now after this, you don't have much time to, you need not have much time to go through the other slides. That's why I'm explaining each and every point in your IBBA syllabus. Now comparison of sale instances, factors of comparison and weightages for adjustment in values. We already mentioned it. We will give certain weightages to comparison sale instances. It is called comparable sale instances. Okay. Then we should know what is hedonic model. Don't worry to hear these new words. Hedonic model was actually now it is outdated. Consider only 4 parameters, only 4. Now hundreds of parameters are there. But in older time, it is only 4. P is a function of STLA. P is a function of STLA means uh, the value is a function of size, time factor, age, or something, location. Okay, only 4 parameters are taken. That is called hedonic model. Whereas adjustment grid model under sale comparison has got a new open a new avenue for not a avenue a technique for values. So your as you know the property value will be more accurate because we are using 10 or 15. Maximum 15 is enough. 10 is okay, 12 is okay, even 9 is okay. You take 9 parameters like location, size, shape, topography. If you are interested, you write SBC, soil bearing capacity, leveled or unleveled. Because level land, right, for construction will get more market value. So these kind of so many parameters are there. I think it is 98 or 100. Pollution. Then stigma factors are there. What is stigma? Who can say? What is a stigma factor? Very easy. Stigma means unknown fear. Then what? Then you can imagine now. Unknown fear. Okay. I will give you 2 examples. One is funeral places. If the property is situated near a funeral places, then some people are afraid of not some people, all, because not because of afraid, because maybe it is crowded, and sometimes in our rituals also people don't like to see those things. After all, death is painful. Okay, so near a cemetery or a funeral ground, the property value will get reduced. Then another stigma is what? Pollution, polluted land. Once there was a polluting industry, suppose the owner might have changed the whole soil. He dumped new soil. He took out all the soil 1 meter or 1.5 meter depth, as per the rules, as per what geologists say or forensic or whatever call it. Toxicity is until the toxicity is 0. So he might have removed all these things and filled up with the red earth, good earth. So what happens? Even though he has spent some money, huge money, to remove the earth and refilling it. But people will think what? See, I have so many options. As a buyer, why should I take risk by buying a earlier polluted land? That is also a stigma. So there are, I told you, 2 stigmas. Whatever I am telling is an MCQ for you. Suppose it comes to me, please take care. Without MCQ, I won't say anything. These are all questions asked already in question papers. So please kindly note the points. Then don't ask me, give me some more MCQs. There is no MCQ with me. It is only, this some whatever available I will give you, but whatever in our topic I can say. It may come as a MCQ. Okay. Finally, we will see some MCQ we will share. See, repeated question or latest one. We'll see. Now the next bullet is land characteristics and its effect on land values. That also we explained. Certain land characteristics affect the value. Like marshy land, dry land, wetland, or even level land, as I told you, topographical features, SBC features, soil bearing capacity features. These are all land characteristics that will affect the value. Rocky land, some places are full of rocks. You cannot construct anything. You can, but the expense is more. Then comes hypothetical plotting scheme for value of large size. Then comes hypothetical plotting. There are two methods. One is you are plotting for a housing colony or residential colony, say, for example. The other one is belting method, which is generally used, in my exam question paper, it has appeared, passed in 2017-18, this exam. So, my question paper contains this hypothetical belting method. The easiest one, belting method, that we'll see one example with example. Okay. Then residual technique and other developments. Actually, development methods means this residual method is also known as development method or ad hoc method, because here we are assuming something, that is already the plot is developed. Then we will find the land value, reverse process. Because in companies, as per Companies Act, suppose you need to value a place where you are not familiar with. Most probably you are not familiar. You won't get an assignment in your locality. Chances are very less. So in that particular case of CRP process, that is insolvency or the resolution process, you have to find out the fair value. So no other method is available. You can go for this. But you should read IVSC, International Valuation Codes, thoroughly, because if you are going for any kind of these methods, residual or other method, it's a slight deviation. They will use the word, the valuer shall use, not must. If the word must is there, you must use that word, particular thing. Whereas the word shall is there. Okay, you have to follow that one. But in practical cases, you may not be able to follow that particular approach or basis of value, whatever be the condition. So there is the alternate route that you have to specify. Okay. So while you are reading IVSC standards, you must take care. Must, shall, and may. It may used. Means you can use it. That no issues, no deviation is there. Nothing is there. But when you use shall, you have to explain that. Why I use this. Okay. So then comes the last. In short time, what I am trying to say is residual technique and development methods are same. It comes under the same topic. But slightly different method. Like, residual technique, you may find value with market comparables if it is actually honored by somebody, or hypothetical method is there. So you can get market comparables in some cases. Otherwise, development method means you have to develop the property. You can use all three methods: market approach, income approach, and cost approach. It's a very interesting one that will be taught in separate CEP, continuous education program. Okay, after you register, then we have so many other topics which are not covered in IBA, but we cannot go in detail because of time constraints, and they seldom ask such questions. But after registration, see, any successful profession, you have to be very professional. You should be updated. That is why we conduct CEPs, continuous education program. You have to attend minimum 12, I think so. 12, 12 into 3, 48. So 48, either for, I think 48 hours in 3 years, or 48 divided by 3, how much? 16. 16 hours in a year. Okay. So you have to dedicate 16 hours per year, but it is good because so many illustrations, so many examples for other methods, new ideas, everything after the registration. So without knowing these things, don't venture any valuation. Without the knowledge, don't take it, because nowadays the stringent punishment and stringent penalty clauses are there. So without knowing the proper knowledge of valuation, a particular method or particular assignment, you can reject that one. In initial stage, you slowly learn it. First of all, we will learn. I don't know whether how many of you are valuers of banks or financial institutions. Even there, the problem has started. As you know, in recent case in PNB, Punjab National Bank, in Chennai, one valuer is imprisoned for 3 years, 3.5 years, rigorous imprisonment. So court wants, see, what all method he may be using, but he was not in a position to justify it. Now, in some cases, identification of the property is wrong. So be careful. Don't go and do some valuation for without assistance from the client, and make sure the revenue records that the boundaries are right. Usually, in what apartments, how their boundaries are marked, property of or a flat of some Sharmaji, the opposite flat belongs to this guy, the other flat, okay, fine. We are not aware whether Sharmaji is not is the owns that, or this man, maybe it is closed. So this has happened. That is why I'm telling you. A fellow has given an assignment valuer to value the apartment of 204 in particular flat. Okay, apartment flat. 204 was the number. Just opposite to him, his friend resides. It is 208. They interchange the nameplates, number plates. So without any much consideration, he show, oh, this is number 204. Come inside. We'll go inside. Have a coffee. This fellow, poor valuer, entered, and he has seen 4 bedrooms, washrooms, everything. So he made the he has asked him, okay, who is the next door? Sir, that is written the same fellow. Okay. So value convinced. Convinced means misconception. So what he did is he has valued for the wrong flat. The other flat is only having 2 bedrooms. And now he faces the wrath of court. So it is that this profession is not like other profession. What profession has got medical negligence, of course. It's a kind of negligence from our part. So be careful while identify the property. Okay. So valuation of joint venture development property. This is also very easy. I will demonstrate if I get time. Joint venture means there will be a promoter and there will be a landowner. And landowner will offer the property to the builder or developer or promoter, whatever word you use. So his job is over. Then the other things he has to do, who the builder. He will construct a 10 floor. So before entering into a joint venture agreement, they should know each other how much profit belongs to whom, how much percentage of profit belongs to the owner, all those things. Only two things. So that division, you remember that PL, that is promoter is to landowner. They won't specify that promoter has got 20% and landowner has got 80%. That is universally accepted principle that 20 is to 80 means 20% goes to developer and landowner will get the rest, or 75% to the builder. But that seldom comes because land value is very high compared to why apartment culture comes under, it is in India at least only in urbanized places. In urban area, land value is very much high. So generally, owner will be the percentage of owner will be higher, even though he is not doing anything. But there is a crux of the problem is not that. He will offer 10 flats for you, owner, to the owner, and 5 flats for you. So the the agreement should contain that owner should sell it and give me the money, because you don't have that management of a builder, purchasing or marketing and etc. etc. So I don't accept such things. Better to get by cash or amount. Otherwise, no, because owners are going for joint venture. Why? They don't have to spend money in land. So they will also be a bit strict. So half cash, half flats, something like that.
Sir, it is 2080 built up area.
Mhm.
20 is to 80 of the built up area.
Can you repeat that?
20 is to 80 of the built up area.
That I'll come to you. Okay, that we will demonstration. You are asking about joint venture
Yes, yes.
profit. How to divide the profit?
Yes, yes.
20/80 means if you have profit of 100 rupees, 20 rupees goes to P, promoter. 80 rupees goes to landowner, L.
Okay, okay.
For short form, I'm telling you PL. Remember that always PL. Because they won't write promoter is to landowner is equal to 20 is to 80. They will simply write 20 is to 80. Then the valuer's job is what? To understand this. First one is promoters, second one is landowners. Okay, so tip only. So valuation of joint ventures development property. Okay, there is simple calculations are there. If time allows, we will do those
Sir,
illustrations.
I have one question.
Yes.
Hello,
Go ahead, sir.
sir. In this case, will invest or for developing only the promoter will invest, sir.
Landowner has got invested his land already given, very
Only
expensive
land.
one. I told you. No? Ah, land has got so much. It's a high value land. Generally, apartment comes where very developed area or semi-developed area. In my village, there is no apartments. So village maybe my land cost 2 lakhs, whereas in semi-urban area or urbanized area or urban area, it may get 20 lakhs or even uh, 1 C for land. There only the flat culture is there. So that is why generally land price is more. They are not constructing where the demand is not there. So here, if I construct or somebody is constructing a flat, no takers, no sir. That means builders are not interested to construct here in my village, right? Or my city or my locality. It depends on the demand. No, it has to be sold. So generally, it is well received by a semi-urbanized area and urbanized area. Okay, so that the land value is small. Where the land value is small. Okay. So Vijay, I hope you got my point.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay, no doubt. Any doubt, you can ask me. Still, you have something in your mind. Tell me. I feel so.
No, sir.
Still. No, okay. If you are happy, okay. I'm also okay. Fine. Let's go to the syllabus is over. So we took almost 1.5 hours for 1 hour for syllabus. Okay. See, in the syllabus, I have covered the topic. Now we will see go very easily, relaxedly for the other slides. Okay. This is the schematic diagram of three approaches. So we know it, valuation of a business or asset. Whether it is business or an asset has three type of valuation approaches. One is cost approach, the other one is market approach. The third one is actually it is called Inca approach, but generally it is used by securities and financial people. Because you have to learn discounted cash flow at any cost. Because our syllabus is not detailing this discounting cash flow. We are all done CEPs, special classes for discount cash flow to learn it. Once you are learn it, then you can do it yourself. Otherwise, you have to depend on some other people. So try to learn discounted cash flow in Inca approach. The other two is very easy. You can learn fast because it's your subject. Cost approach. Cost approach means it's a summation method. That is land component you will find out by market approach. Then building component will find out by cost approach. Here you have to remember one more thing. You cannot write, I told you, value should be justified. How you are going to justify the building component value? Per square feet this much. How you will decide? Anybody? Try it. Try your idea. Let me hear your idea first. How you are going to justify in a report? This is my building components unit price. It is per square feet price. How you are going to arrange it?
CPWD.
Very good. Who says?
Pallav.
Thank you, Pallavi. I want that particular word only. Either CPWD or PWD or LSGD, they have some rates.
Uh, Plinth area rates or
Plinth
there
area,
are
Plinth area rates are there.
or DSR.
Yeah, DSR and CPW rates, okay, Delhi circle rates. So, in Delhi circle rate, you have to multiply with what? Cost index. Every year they are publishing cost index, not CPWD rates. So, particular cost index you have to multiply to adjust the value of inflation and etc. Increase in the materials. In with respect to CPW rate 2021, in my area it is 1.46. That is from PW rate you multiply 1.46. Then the issue comes, when you multiply it with the cost index also, you will get very high value. Very high value. Maybe for 4,000 per square feet, they are using square meter, okay? 40,000 square meter per unit. भाग जाएगा. So what he will do? CPW rate is for high quality, high specification, very high specification. So for a tiled roof, how can you apply it? There are 2-3 rates are there. Load bearing buildings. Load bearing building means we use rubble, no, for foundation. That is load bearing. We are using frame structures, RCC. There is another rate. So you have to reduce your rate to your local level. For that you can take specification. In PWD, they have specified Jaguar type of what you call tap fittings or electrical fittings, and here it is used inferior. So -10. You put see, our aim is to get what a price comparable to your locality or the place where we are going to do the valuation. Generally, now we know a residential house, simple residential house cost after this increase in price 1,800, 2,000 per square feet, right? So approximately you have to reach somewhere there, or banks will give you some guidelines. That is not advisable. Actually, we are all the associations and institutes are writing on it because they are saying 25,000 for some building, 20 for tier 2 building, 20,000 for these are tier 2 cities and all. Not applicable. Why? We are valuers. We have to decide how they can decide it. This should be our attitude. Bank is nothing to do to dictate us or financial institutions. This is our job to find out the value of the property and unit value of the building. Whereas they say some guidelines are provided. Recently I received. How can we do that? It is stupidity. Because they are saying that in following cities, the rate is this much. How did you get that? Maybe more, maybe less. 2,500 per square feet. They cannot dictate this. It is wrong. Of course, there may be some engineers, but we are better engineers than. An engineer will not do such things. That they will leave to the other fellow engineer who is doing the job. He knows the work. You are the last word of unit rates. How can they dictate it? So I never use that one. I have got wrath of banks also. Maybe I told you, depan me, no problem for me. Because I have helped them a lot since I am always, whenever possible. If they call, I will go and do the job assignment. But we cannot go on, they dictate something and you do the job. Nothing doing. I will dictate mine. This is valuation. See, can you dictate him a bad manager about banking system? No, you are not eligible for banking. You don't know anything about banking. Similarly, I told them, you don't know this subject. So we have to do that. Yeah, Vijay, I'm telling you the justification only, Vijayji. So you justify it by CPWD method and arrive at proper deduct the specification for inferior specifications, quality, then local availability of materials. All those things to be taken into consideration and you arrive at a reasonable price in your area. Or you go for a detailed estimation method, what you are doing in engineering, BOQ, but it is a cumbersome process. You won't be get paid for that kind of job. So that's why we are using plinth area method. It is in one step finished. If you are going for estimation method, detailed estimation method, you cannot do more than one valuation a day. Even not one valuation. See, you cannot do in any case. Don't do more valuation in a day if you get a chance. Should be submitted timely. You should, proper timing should be there. You have to involve in that particular assignment. So maximum you can do 2-3 assignments in a day. Then if you have an infrastructure, good office, then also you have to be very careful because you are empaneled, you're not your associate. So you have to visit the site, you have to write the report. They can just help you for typing or entering some data, all those things. Other things you have to do yourself. Don't sublet your valuation assignments. Okay. So this, let us go fast now. Now every method or approach, there is a economic principle. It's an MCQ. Three approaches are there. All the three depends on this economical principle. So market approach is principle of price equilibrium. Whereas cost approach is called principle of substitution. That explanation is there. I don't want to spend time on it. Principle of substitution. Better you by heart it. And Inca approach is the principle of anticipation of benefits. That's why I told you, in Inca approach, you are getting a value of future value because of anticipation of future benefits. So that we are converting into present value. That is principle of anticipation of benefits. These three principles you have to by heart for each and every method. Most probably one of them will be an MCQ. Principle of price equilibrium, principle of substitution, and principle of anticipation of benefits. Okay. So what is market approach? We already explained. It's a method of asset based on selling price of similar assets. So we are comparing with the similar assets, selling price of the similar assets. The second bullet says, valuers adopt this method when the property is non-income fetching marketable properties. So what happens if it is fetching income? Tell me. This is for non-income fetching. They say market approach. So suppose it is income fetching, which method do you use? These are all MCQ. Simple. Inca approach. Okay. Now, owner-occupied bungalows or houses, apartments, offices, factories, etc. Why we included factories for non-income? Because you are not valuing the factory. Okay, if they need the valuation of that property, you can do the cost approach and market comparison method. But actually, what you produce is going to be the income fetching. Okay, your production may be some car, automobile car. The huge difference will be there. Because the production cost is high, profit is high, so the property value is high, not land and building. It is not thing in front of it. So in factories, you can do that particular land and building. Generally, I will tell you, these industries are located in a very remote places where land value is very less. So what you are getting is land plus building. But financial institutions prefer that one only from us. Why? When it is going to an NPA, non-performing asset, or the borrower failed to pay, is a defaulter, then in that case, what bank will get? Only the factory and the building. They are not going to produce the car. They don't have that facilities. So, or banks or financial institutions. So, generally, in banks and financial institutions, you have to value the property of land and building. Whereas in company valuation, sometimes they will ask, generally that RP will do that. I hope so. Resolution professional or liquidation professional. He knows this method. So how many cars, what is their auditor report, how much is the profit. Everything is done by CS, no? Chartered accountants or company secretaries, accountants. So they know it. They knows it. So they will calculate. But if you study this, you can also do it. That is a plus point. If you are familiar with this, it will add your fees, professional fee. Okay. Anyway, let's go to the last one. When appraising real estate, adjustments must be made for factors such as square footage, unit, age, location of building, and its amenities. This is for flats. These adjustments are made. As I explained to you, age of the building. Because age of the building, why we are taking age of the building? Age of the building means how many years it is constructed. After construction, how many years it is used, or from the occupancy certificate to this day. That is called age. To get the physical wear and tear, there is so many methods you can find out in cost approach. Depreciation value. To depreciate, that means don't confuse in the question paper what is depreciation value and what is depreciated value. I will give an explanation. See, your plinth area rate is available. Plinth area is available. You multiply it. What you will get? Replacement cost. It is called replacement cost. That is the actual cost you have to bear. Now comes the age. So according to age, it will depreciate. So that depreciation value you will find out. There is a formula for that. SLM method, linear method, written down value method, declining balance method. So many methods are there, but usually we use the first one, straight line method. SLM means straight line method. It's a simple formula, age divided by life into 100 minus salvage value. Life, what is life? Age you know now. What is life? Life of a building. Like human beings, we have a limit, no? If you are healthy and you don't have any sugar, BP, cholesterol, you may go up to 85, 80, like an RCC building. If you are, suppose you have got some issues with your health, maximum maybe 60, 55 to 60. That is for load bearing. You will have a life. That's all. So life is for load bearing, we take randomly 55 to 60. And for RCC structures, we have to take 75 to 80. Engineers design for these structures and for that particular age, taking into account of how long it will last. So that's all for this one. Okay. I hope you are understanding what I'm saying. If any doubt, you can unmute and ask me. Now, what is advantages and disadvantages of this method? Market approach. What is advantage? It is user friendly. Very easy to find out. No formula, nothing. In income approach, you have to learn, I think, 6 formula importantly. And you have to apply that. Learning equations, formula is easy. But Where to apply it, that is the most difficult part. So that you will see in income approach. So that's why here there is no formula. And in cost approach, you have got so many depreciation method. There is formula also. So that is not that complicated formula. You can apply directly. But comparing to all these two, the other two methods, this is user friendly. No formula at all. Or no complication, no complicated calculations. Simple arithmetic. Add percentage of comparable property. Add or deduct or add. That's all. So it is called user friendly. It uses supposed to use actual data. That is why in developed countries it is okay. Some developed countries where parallel economy is very less, black money is very less. This actual data is, you will get it. You can do even in desktop, you will get it. Some Google applications are there in developed countries where all the properties are surrounding properties sold for this much price in the year of 2015 or 2016 or 2018, whatever the year. So that you will get actual data. Okay. It is relatively simple. Yes, agreed. No doubt. It does not rely on explicit forecast. What is forecast? Tell me, what is weather forecast? You are forecasting the weather, right? Similarly, you are forecasting the profit. In which method? Inca approach. That is why we are using discounted cash flow method. You are forecasting next year's profit, like that. Then you are going to convert all these things to present value. So conversion is, there is a formula. So you use that formula, that is two formula like a single rate formula and dual rate formula. You learn it, don't worry about it. So it does not rely on explicit forecast. Sometimes this forecast will fail also. Why? Give me an example. COVID positive. See, many companies has predicted for next year this much, next year profit percentage. But when a pandemic like this comes, 2-3 years, all the forecast failed. Still we are facing. So in that case, income approach fails. Discounted cash flow fails. You got my point? That is called forecast. Here there is no forecast at all in market approach. Okay, in future this much is being the value of the property. It is not there. So we are in an advantageous position there. Now let us see what is disadvantages. The market approach excels in situation where abundant data is available. So you have got plenty of data. Then you can take similar properties and do the job on comparable transactions. When the data is not available, alternative approaches may be required. Then there is no data is available. What you are going to compare then? If no comparison is there, you will be in trouble in market approach. Yeah. Reliability of transaction data is questionable. Okay. As I said, reliability. Reliability factor is very important because some advertisement says it is 5 lakh, or some people maybe speculative 5 lakh. You believe it and you write it. Maybe instead of 5 lakh, if they get 3 lakh, it is luck for them. So In Indian condition, reliability is an issue. We have started mapping of lands and all. Market value is going to be fixed. The best method is to prepare a values data bank by ourselves. That is, if you are doing a valuation, you enter it into a particular computer. I mean, we are going to prepare one. So in that area, this is the market value. So how many values are there? How many valuations are being done? So they can enter all this market value, so that when another valuer comes, he won't be in trouble. He can straight away, refer this data bank, values data bank. It is called that values data bank. Okay, that we are looking out for it and try to now itself you can write your own notebook wherever you are going to valuation. The range values something between 2 lakh and 2.25 lakhs, something like that. So that in future, I think it may happen. We will have a values data bank, so that everybody, any valuer can use it. Okay. Now let us see factors affecting market value. So, as we know, it's an economic concept. Valuation is an economic concept. I will say valuation is a hybrid subject. It includes economics, mainly engineering, science, everything is there. So, economic factors, micro and macro level. I don't know whether you have gone through this in your syllabus. MEP class is over or not, I don't know. So, micro means local level, macro means national level. GDP, inflation, etc. macro. Population migration, nuclear family, or all those things comes under micro. Okay, so economic factors could be of micro level, that is local aspects, or macro level, micro and macro. Micro economic factors include factors such as local population. See, if local population density is more, your demand will be more. Nowadays, nuclear family started, nuclear families are there. In our period, we are all living together. Uncle, aunties, father, mother, everybody. But here in this case, nuclear family, everybody lives separately, and accordingly, the real estate value or real estate demand is also increased. Local population, employment opportunities. Of course, why Bangalore? Cities like Bangalore has got or Mumbai, because more employment opportunities are there. So the people migrate to these places. So that is employment opportunities, changes in services, trade, commerce, per capita income at district, city, state level. So there is demand, of course. Agreed. But if you don't have money, you cannot purchase it. So per capita income is also an important factor. Not only demand, you have to have the purchasing power also. So these things, okay, paying capacity of local residents, trend of city growth and expansion, etc. Now, what is macro economics factors would include factors such as domestic saving, fixed capital formation in construction and real estate sector, flow of capital investment in bank, fixed deposit or shares, debentures, government security, etc. These are all airline. Yep. These are the factors mainly affecting economic factors. It's a continuation of economic factors. Demand and supply of the properties, I told you already. Income fetching capacity of the property. That also some people invest. If you are investing in a flat, you might have heard this. Okay, I invested for this flat 1 crore rupees. In value sense, it is not an investment because he is living there, self-occupied. MCQ. Self-occupied properties are not investment properties. Investment property should generate profit or income. This is the difference. Then third bullet, state central government policies of land development. Really, of course, that is actually legal factor. State government policy. Your building bylaws, zoning, or what do you call it, height restriction. These are all government policies. Then economic and taxation policies of government. It's also effective. Income and wages, wage level restriction, trends for saving, and paying capacity of people in the locality. Here I would like to add one more point. CQ may come. Say trends for saving. Some people save more, some people save less. It's a basic principle. So it is called propensity of saving. What is propensity of saving? You have a salary of 30,000 rupees per month, suppose, and you spend 20,000. Then your propensity of saving is 10,000 divided by 30,000. Because you are saving only 10,000. So 1/3, that is 33%, 33.333%. Okay. That is called propensity. No, take a note on it. Propensity of saving. Please take a note on it. There is nowhere else you can see this wording. Propensity of saving. With the example you can write. Salary 30%. Expense 20,000. So propensity of saving is 1,000 divided by 30,000 multiplied by 100 if you want. If it is in decimal places, 0.3333, or if it is in percentage, 33.33%. Okay. Then money market situation. Cyclic boom and recession period in real estate. It is always cyclic. There is boom period and recession period. Boom period.
With the propensity of saving once more.
Again.
Propensity of saving once more. The formula.
With example or what?
Yes.
I'll give you example.
No, repeat the previous formula you said.
Yeah. There is savings divided by total salary or total income multiplied by 100. Here the income is 30,000. Saving is 10,000 because your expenditure is 20,000 already gone. So 10,000 divided by 30,000 into 100 is your propensity of saving.
Okay, thank you.
Right. So that's all. Then cyclic boom. Yeah, it is always cyclic. Boom period and recession period. Keen valuer, keenful, he should watch what period we are going through. Even though we are not familiar with these kind of things, now onwards, we should see at least the third page or last page of all newspapers has got financial market news. And just go through it. Some words you will get, Google it, study it, especially in share market. Those who are in share market, they are well versed with it. So, but for others, you have to learn from newspapers. You will get new words, Google it, you will understand the meaning, and accordingly you can arrange your study, okay, in that one. Especially in this cycle of boom and recession, sometimes bubble. What is bubble? It looks like a boom, but at any time it can burst. Can anybody in my generation remember this in India? In America, it has happened. In India, anybody in my age group, say around 60. Maybe knowing Harshad Mehta guys. Harshad Mehta. He has created an artificial boom in the market. He is under arrest now. I think it is in 2001. Yes, somewhere near that day. So that is called a bubble. It's an artificial creation of, it can burst at any time. So there is boom, recession, boom, so many wordings are there. You can go through it. A very interesting topic in economics. Okay. Expected rental yields and return on investment in real estate. So rental yields means, if it is you are getting pretty good rent, your demand will be more for such properties. That's all. Then maintainability of high rental, etc. So actually, this maintainability of high rentals, whether it is possible or not, in future it may come down. We don't know. And after all, Rent Control Act is always keep it in your mind. What is Rent Control Act? In Rent Control Act, there are three aspects. One is, it is difficult to evict the tenant. If you are not giving it a license or anything, you are making a rental agreement and you are using a word per month rent per month, then you are in trouble. Because you cannot evict that particular man if he goes to court. Because of the fact that it is basic need, roti, kapda or makan. So court will always be lenient to tenants. So court will say, okay, you pay the standard rent. It is called standard rent. It is 1/10 of market rent or 1/100th of a market rent. If you are now getting 20,000, from that day onwards, he has to pay only 200 rupees. That is called standard rent. You might have seen some commercial buildings in your area still paying 500, 600 rupees per month. They are occupied for long back ago because court fixed the price when the owner tries to vacate him. So there is some what you call interesting fact about rental agreement. I always feel like to laugh, whenever I say rent, because I will tell you one more thing. Suppose you say you are an owner. You say that this structure is not good. It is old. And you get a certificate from a structural engineer. 2-3 structural engineers. It will collapse. Okay. Court will. What is your idea to avoid this present rental bill? Because rent is low. But the tragedy is the court will say, okay, you can do it. You can reconstruct. But you have to pay bear the cost of these people. You arrange accommodation or pay the bill. And after construction, give these people the first preference. So these kind of things are there in control. Okay. I think the Rent Control Act will come under laws of real estate. You will learn this more. Then after economic factors which is affecting the value, then we will see physical and technical factors. So what are the physical factors in marketable comparable markets?
One small question regarding the earlier example. Sir, you just said
Tell me, sir.
you should not use rent per month. Then what is the terminology we should use for that?
License fee.
License fee.
License fee, yeah, license fee does not come under tenancy. This is only you are giving permission to use your premises.
License
and it is
fee per
renewable
month
for
should I
11
say?
months. License fee, you just write license fee per month you can write. And heading you should write lease agreement, license agreement. Don't use any other word, rental agreement or anything. License agreement. It is a license to use the premises. At any time you can enter. Now I will tell you one more thing. If a theft is happened in your licensed property, the licensee cannot go to the police station and file the FIR. Only the owner has got the power. So now you are clear. What is the power of owner in a licensed property? And whereas in rent, he can directly go.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Now, land characteristics: size, shape, plot area, frontage, vista. What is vista? Kind of elevation, unobstructed elevation. You can say unobstructed elevation. So that is vista. That also you can take into account of the building. Frontage of the building. Width of the plot. Suppose you have a narrow plot. Depth is high. Depth means interior part, inside from the road. That is called narrow plot, Suppose it is you have got a 12-meter width and 30-meter depth. Will you buy it? What you will do with that? After setback, how much you will get to construct? So such plot fetches very low value, width of the plot. Width of the plot is very crucial. Suppose 50-meter width with a depth of 30 meters, say. Then the frontage will be very nice. Then you can construct a good aesthetic commercial building if you want. So the market value will be very high in such plot, 50 by 30. So it depends on the width of the plot. So land category width also is a main. Then orientation. Some advertisement you might have seen. It is east looking or west looking or north looking. Depends on Vastus. You believe in Vastu, especially in India. Now the trend changes to Feng Shui. What is Feng Shui? Feng Shui compliance. So that is different one, Chinese one. This recently imported that concept. That is some kind of things you are placing inside the room for peace of mind, wealth, etc., etc. That is Feng Shui. As well as Vastu compliances on those who are believing, they can go for it. Especially those who are believing in Vastu compliance, they will pay high price for such buildings. Okay, orientation, soil type, topography, accessibility, even Vastu compliance you can write. Okay. Then infrastructure facilities. That also now so many factors. You see, you can think anything. Good network of road. If the road network, if it is main road, you have got a good road network. If communication facilities are there, good drinking water is there, drainage system is there, municipal drainage system is there, uninterrupted power supply is there. These are all enhance the value of the property. So these characteristics you can compare. Then prominence and placement. That is called location. Main road property, byline property, dead end road, remote area location. These are all prominence and placement. That is, in short, you can say location of the property. But I will tell you, location is the prime factor in any case. Very important weightage. Okay. Now we will see functional aspect. Optimum use of inner space with the minimum waste of lobby space, good painting, planning, design of room placement, good circulation movements. These are all engineers that knows it. Movements of occupants, adequate light, ventilation, all rooms, high quality value, modern habitation style. These are all known to you, right? So, utility point of view. This utility and the word utility which we use in valuation is different. This is architectural planning utilities, but generally utility means the satisfaction a commodity given to you. The satisfaction derived from the service or a good or service or a property. That particular word satisfaction is more important. And whereas here from the planning stage itself, you have to plan the utility, position of TV, furniture. Sometimes we have seen a TV set is a very good TV set, high priced, is placed on the drawing room. You are sitting there, but you cannot see anything there because of the reflection from the back window light. You cannot see anything. So that kind of planning an engineer should know. Then furniture size. Suppose dining room. There should be enough space for serving the plates, no? So distance between two chairs. These kind of things an engineer, before planning a room, an engineer should know it. That is also utility point of view. Okay. Then amenities. Next one. Amenities is, in residential flats, you might have seen swimming pools, jogging tracks, garden, lift, security system, intercom system, car parking, health club, children's play area, etc., etc. These are all enhance the value of market. So if you find this thing, suppose you are comparing a flat, two flats, subject flat. I mean, by subject flat means the flat you are going to value. So it is called subject flat for to short form. So subject flat has got a swimming pool. There they don't have. Can add something. Weightage, percentage. Okay. That's why I'm telling you, so many parameters are there now. Children's play area, open space, park. Some villas has got park, open space. So that will also good for children to play, etc. Okay. Then environmental aspects. What is good if it is a good environment? Okay. Whether it is noise and smoke pollution level. If it is high, your property will fetch low value. If it is near a cinema hall or railway track, every time you are, even in night, you can hear the sound of trains and horning, noise pollution, heavy. But one plus point is after you stay such place for I mean, 1 month or so, you will adjust with that. Because my property, ancestral property is near a railway track. In earlier days, I cannot sleep. Now, if I won't hear the noise, I will feel bad. That is the situation. So it depends on. Okay, anyway, noise pollution is a this thing. So then smoke pollution, sea or lake frontage. Yeah, if you are a good, suppose your balcony opens to a sea, think of it. What a beautiful sight in the morning. A balcony opens to a seashore. So the view, it also matters. Then industries or airport, yes. Industry is polluting. Industry is there, you cannot live there. That's such places, industry area. Then airport, heavy sound of Boeing. You even the earth will, shake some if at midnight. Because heavy even now Concorde is stopped. Concorde flights were in max of 2 max, 2 max or 3 max, I don't know. That is supersonic. 1 Mach means 80 kilometer per second sound. Speed of the sound. I mean, so 1 Mach. That is 2 Mach means double. So there will be heavy noise if a Concorde lands or take off. Even Boeing also. So near the airport also it's an issue. Climatic conditions, hot, humid, cool, dry climate. India has got all these climates. Then comes natural calamity, frequent flood. It's a dangerous thing. Frequent earthquake, dangerous thing. Their property value will be less. In India, there are places where frequent floods are there. Frequent earthquakes are there. Cyclone hazards, tsunami prone areas. Tsunami, yes, of course, we are hearing in the recent times only. We never thought such a thing is there. That is earthquake in the sea. It creates tsunami. 8th floor building height. Waves will come. So tsunami affected area will fetch lower value. This century we have witnessed it, India. Right? Soil conditions, rocky soil, that is the soil conditions I told you SBC. Rocky soil, hard muram, black cotton soil, reclaimed soil, filled up ground, all these aspects you can write and give due weightage. Okay. Still you don't understand what is weightage, how you are going to. It's a tabular form. Don't worry. I'll show you. You make a table, serial number, subject property, comparable property, parameter, weightage, finished. Parameter means these all these are parameters. Whatever I told you, 8 to 12 parameters you can write in a typical report. Provided you know the market value of the comparable. These are physical or technical factors, and I will tell you, you have to remember this. Because from anywhere the question can come, whether it is physical or factor or economic factor. Such question can be expected. Now the land, the above one is land one. Now building also, you have RCC frame, whether it is RCC frame, steel frame, load bearing structure. These are all building characteristics. Expected future life, age of structure, deterioration in present condition, specification of building, that is civil electrification and plumbing. That is where you can justify your value also. Because electrification, they are giving 15% for CPWD, total cost of the building. 15%. Plumbing also. So again, if you add that one, apart from cost index, and this one also, you will get very, very high value. Okay. So take care of it. Aesthetic and workmanship. Aesthetic is yes. Good looking flats, nice elevation, interior aesthetics, interior design. These kind of things, the value will be more. And workmanship also. Good workmanship. Then intelligent building and green building concepts. These are all not recent. Date is maybe recent. Before you arrive at your home, you can control everything. On the light, on the AC. These are all open the garage. These are all intelligent buildings. Intelligent amenities are also there. If in the your refrigerator, if the milk is finished, it will automatically send the message to this supermarket. When you arrive there, he will be there with 2 bottles of milk. Okay, ma'am, milk. So these are the intelligent artificial intelligence. Okay. Nowadays we are going for that. We are approaching it. And green building concepts. It is widely used now. The awareness is more. Why? Environmental awareness is more now. Can you tell me the reason? Very funny reason, very recent reason. Recently, why people are more aware of environment and self-cleaning, cleaning with sanitizer, cleaning with, we know now almost all the Indians learned how to clean your hands, okay? Because of this pandemic, COVID has a positive effect on our culture. You start using washing your hands frequently, mask, so that viral fever, nothing is there now. Leave COVID, just leave it is as it is. Other diseases, where is there? In the COVID period, did you ever see a specialty hospital full for pediatric department or nephrology department or heart attack, cardiology department? Otherwise, we will daily basis we are hearing within 1 week you have to take an operation, anti-plagy. Otherwise, you will not live. Where is those people now? So something is rotten somewhere. Anyway, I'm not going into the details. So technology change in lifestyle. Okay, maintenance and repairability. These are all physical building characteristics. If it is minor, you can neglect. Some cracks, surface cracks. Minor, you can give 0%. If it is major, you can give structural crack or foundation failure. Okay. Now comes social factors. So we have covered economic factors, physical or technical factors. Now we will cover social factors. So here it comes first locality. Now there is the customs in India, no? There is middle class, upper middle class, elite class, religious groups, caste based. So it is a diversity. So here in poor class area, and upper super rich person won't buy a property, right? Yes. Middle class, posh class, Malabar Hills, Pace Garden. Pace Garden or Poise Garden? Anybody from Tamil Nadu here? Where Jayalalitha was living, Rajinikanth is the Poise Garden, I think. Malabar Hills in Maharashtra, where Chief Minister's residence is there. It's a very posh area. So such localities. Then comes neighborhood. Well developed, less developed, slum-like, cremation ground, dumping ground, nuisance due to community hall, cinema, school on adjoining property. Some people don't like much noise. Even school. Morning you can hear the all the assembly things. There will be some newspaper reading sometimes in heavy, very loudly. So some people may feel it's an unwanted things. Okay, so that is the. Then comes civic amenities. So if your property is near a super specialty hospital, suppose 50 meters from, you will get very high value hospitals like colleges, primary schools, anything. These are all civic amenities. Malls, cinema, community hall, hospital, railway station, bus stand, garden, park, whatever. These are all civic amenities. This is also you can include in the comparison. In both, okay, whether it is in land or building anything. Means of communication, if it is easy, okay. Railway station, road drives. So if in airport, you try to locate using Google, where is the railway station? Which is the nearest railway station? How many kilometers? Write it down. Or if you know the water transportation is there, or even road transportation, which road, NH or SH or municipal road. All these or hospitals, you can write the distance from the subject property. It is only 500 meters. Hospital, college, 1 kilometer circumference. There are 2 colleges. You can write it if it is there. So your valuation report should be exhaustive. The man who reads should feel that he is at the site. So that is why I am telling, whatever you are observed and whatever you are seen in the investigation, you can write it. Then desktop also you can do some Google searches, Google map, and write down the points which your worship places are. Famous temple of this one is there. Those kind of things you can mention. These are all justifying your value. Okay, even with the distance 1.6, you can approximately measure the distance also in Google. Measure it. Okay. So civic amenities, you must mention the report with the distance. Okay. Then comes population, density in area and population growth, congestion, as I told you, we already seen it, population. Then prestige aspect, prestigious building, near a prestigious building. Prominent location, renowned personality like film stars, celebrities, sports person. Some people say, yes, once Sachin Tendulkar was lived there. Even if the market value of the property is 100 rupees, he is ready to pay 500 rupees because he is a fan of Sachin Tendulkar. Suppose he is happened to get a flat near Shah Rukh Khan, he will pay anything. So these are prestige factors. Vicinity of celebrities. Celebrities like sports star, film stars, champions, famous industrialist. Yeah, I am living near Reliance owner Anil Ambani or Tata. They say anything. So these kind of things, in short, enhance the value. Okay. Political factor. That is linguistic and religious communal unrest. See, people won't prefer the places where unrest is. That means unrest. Unrest means, see, every time there is lockdown and there are hartals, bandh. So it depends. Political factor. Racial habitation. Parsi colony, racial. It's a racial. Parsi colony, Mohammedan colony, Hindu colony, Catholic colony, Brahmin Wada, Mahar Wada. These are all actually called closed market. Open market, anybody can buy and sell. But in this case, where racial habits are there, habitation is there, only that particular community can buy. So that is called racial habitation. Maybe they won't allow non-veg people in some apartments. Only vegetarian people will be admitted. That kind of, this is called closed market. Just remember it. Huh? It's an MCQ. What is the example for a closed market? So closed market means this racial habitation is the best example. Then religious factors. Proximity to temple. Those who believe in temple, going temple every day, evening and morning. If there is a good temple nearby, you will give a good value for that. Then Mohammedan locality, Hindu colony, this or no. Proximity to temple, church, mosque, place of worship. In short, place of worship also fetches more value in India. Then personal factors, sentimental considerations. What is that sentimental consideration? Sometimes it may be 200 years ago, it is your ancestral property. Then you come to know that, yes, this is okay, fine, I want to buy that one. I want to live there. In that case, your sentiment works out. That is called sentimental factor. Then comes beliefs in Vastu principles, as I said, explained, or Feng Shui norms. Feng Shui. No, liking for specification neighborhood, speculation these are all personal factors. Then stigma aspects. I think that one also explained. Haunted house. What is haunted house? You can see haunted. I have seen a haunted house in my place. Nobody is buying. It is good plot, very huge building, but with plants, bushes, creepers. Nobody is there to buy it. Okay? That is called haunted house. They believe some spirits are. Dislike for Vyagramukhi or junction plot. What is Vyagramukhi plot? Anybody can say in Vastu there is Vyagramukhi plot. So nobody believes in Vastu here. Okay, anyway, whether you believe it or not, Vyagramukhi plot means a trapezoidal type of plot. Narrow width, it goes, width is more in the rear side only. Front side it is less. So that is called Vyagramukhi plots. Vice versa, it is good. Width is more and rear side is less. It is called, I don't remember the name. Same name is there like Vyagramukhi. It is called some other name. Okay, fine. Or junction plot. Fear due to past history of cyclone, tsunami, flood, earthquake. That is also fear. So that aspect is will be looked into. Then case history of murder and suicide or suicide. Some places nobody will wait. One murder is taken place or suicide is taken place. So these are all simple things which we are reading in newspapers. This will affect market value of the property. In short, I want to say that only. Previous use of land for Kabristan or ceremonial ground, cremation ground, etc. Okay, these are all social factors. Our concern is what? The question will come, whether it is economic, physical, or social, or legal, etc. Okay, so if one of these point comes, you can write social factor. That means you have to learn all these factors. Okay, that I will share with you this slide. Okay, presentation. Then comes legal factors. See, I will give you a thumb rule now. Whenever the word legal comes in a property, the property value will be less. Always. So, because legal aspects, that is covenants, liens, exchange, what you call, all legal restrictive covenants are there. If any covenant, encumbrance is there. These are all legal terms. So the market value will be less, generally speaking. Let us see what are the social legislation like Rent Control Act 1948. Okay. As I told you, if Rent Control Act, it's a legal term. That is a social legislation that will affect the market price. Land Reform legislation with the Urban Sealing Act. There is Urban Sealing Act is there. Right? So that also will affect. Ecological restriction like coastal regulation. What is coastal regulation? Who can say? Engineers, those who are familiar with the coastal regulation, please tell me what is Coastal Regulation Act? Okay, fine.
Sir,
That means
recently I visited a resort in Kundapur. So there I
okay.
seen one signboard mentioning this heading, coastal regulation from Government of India.
Very
It was
good.
mentioned like from the bay 200 meter, we cannot build any residential or any kind of a building.
Fantastic, fantastic. Yes, that is called social. Now it is reduced to 50 meter again. Anyway, 200 meters. You can build with the sustainable materials. Sometimes they won't allow concrete buildings in 50 meters. Okay, that is called Coastal Regulation Act. Who can build a house there? One exception is there.
Fishermen?
Exactly.
Fishermen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Exactly. Very good. Only fishermen folks, because that is their livelihood. Sadly, very good, sir.
No, but the construction should be concrete one or normal one.
Normal,
Thermal
normal.
material.
Bamboos and like coconut leaf, they're making some roof and all. Permanent structure is not allowed.
Yeah,
Sometimes, in rare cases, of course, they will build with fishermen folks can build. Otherwise,
because
they won't allow.
yes, yes, because it's prone for floods and all,
Yeah,
flood
yeah, yeah.
erosion and all maybe.
And of course, the idea is not only with the floods to save our cost because people are reclaiming, reclamation of sea backwaters are started. So we have to, in you might have heard in Kochi there are 4 flats are demolished. Live telecast was there.
Yeah,
Luxury
but I think
buildings.
only two, sir.
4,
Four
4 flats. Yes. So they by controlled explosion, like in European
intrusion,
cities.
intrusion.
Yeah, yeah. Have you seen it? It was very interesting to see, really, and interesting to note that now they can construct the. The rule is changed. What is the use? They could have given some poor people and let them live. Now in the same place you can construct. That is 4 luxury flat means not a joke. Okay, anyway, everywhere it is going to happen. Anyway, but Kerala said the first one is in Kerala, I think, by Coastal Regulation Act. And we are identified more construction also. I don't know whether when we are going to demolish it. So many constructions are violated Coastal Regulation Act. They are mapping it and they are finding in, I think Kochi itself there is more than 150 structures now already identified. Let us see what will happen. Okay, anyway, ecological restriction like Coastal Regulation Act, Transfer of Property Act with lease provisions, conveyance under lease or conveyance deed. What is conveyance? You can say, what is conveyance? That is, in some sale deed, they will put a condition. Okay, let's go fast. That is, you cannot do that, you cannot do this like that. You cannot construct, you cannot remove the statue there. There may be some statues. You cannot touch the statue. These are all convenience. So, conditions. So, in such property, market value will be less, of course. Then, Indian Easement Act licenses, that is the right of way, etc. Civil Procedure Code for claim for damage. If suppose something is existing, then market value will be. It's a legal factor. It will affect the cost of the, price of the, no, value of the, don't use price and cost. Only you use value, okay? Value of the property. Laws governing building construction like development control rules, building bylaws, town planning, zoning regulation. These are will affect this thing. Even our building bylaws. If you have 100 units, you cannot construct in the 100 units. You may be able to construct maximum 55 or 60% of your land area. Other you have to leave as it is. Okay, open space, setbacks, etc. So FSI norms, floor space index norms, open space regulation, height rules, user restriction. Height restriction rules near airport area. Okay, we have already seen. Safety distance rule from high tension lines. That is, you know it. For high tension towers, it should be kept horizontally and vertically certain distances. So railway tracks, yes, 30 meters from the center of the railway track is Actually, that property belongs to railways. So there are so many buildings, of course, but problem is when an additional railway track comes, the demolition cost will go to the owner. They will bring railways are very strict. And now, once notice is served, then they have to obey it. Not only the bulldozer will come, the expense of the demolition will be owned by owner. That is their condition, railways. Okay. If they are building a construction in railway property, that is 30 meters from the railway track. It is there. Then height restrictions, safety distance rules from high tension lines, railway tracks, water courses, and nalas, etc. Okay, these are all legal factors. Now we'll see some basic formula, business valuation. This is a simple example I am going to give you. Here, it is a business. We are using, for time being, only one parameter. Only one parameter. See, market value is equal to price divided by parameter of comparable into parameter of the subject property. Here, price is the parameter. That is price multiple of guiding company. Guiding company means comparable. It can be median, average, or more than one property. It assumes that the type ratio is comparing firms asset. One example I will show you. It will be clear by that example. Simple illustration, but very effective. Suppose we need to assess the value of a business, say an automobile shop. Comparable price and annual revenue is available. So, comparable price of what? He sold it, the comparable property. With even though he is getting an annual revenue, but it is not sufficient for him. He says, I don't know. So, we know the selling price as well as annual revenue, that is net income. So sale price of the comparable is 1.5C. So he sold for 1.5C, that particular business, for an annual revenue of 4C. He is getting 4C from that annual revenue, even though he sold this property. Maybe some reasons are there. Annual revenue of the subject property, instead of 4C, he is getting 6C. So value of the subject property is equal to price by annual revenue into annual revenue of the subject property. So annual revenue, here annual revenue is taken as parameters. 1.5 C is the annual revenue, that is price, divided by 4C is the subject value. No, annual revenue, 1.5 sold value, 4C annual revenue, multiplied by our annual revenue, that is 6C. So it will get 2.25. So you can sell it by 2.25C instead of, the first one, how much he got? 1.5C only. In that case, same automobile, more or less same similar property, automobile shop in the vicinity. So you will get, in that case, 2.25C. But it's a comparison. You are comparing an automobile shop which is already sold with an annual revenue of this much. So you have to find out the subject property's annual revenue, and that you can get it. The owner will tell you, this is my annual revenue. This is so please advise me the my selling price. So you will investigate and you find that this comparable 1.5C somebody has sold with an annual revenue of 4C. Now you ask your owner, how much is your annual revenue? 6C. Okay, it's very simple. 4C sold for 1.5C, then the 6C property should get 2.25C. This is the formula. Clear? This is what written here. Pricing multiple of guiding company, and it assumes the type ratio is comparing firms and asset same across the similar firms. Similar firms. Okay, automobile share. Here it is automobile. I hope this is clear. Excuse me, I'll come back within an hour. Okay. Meantime, okay, just this slide be here. Just 5 minutes, I'll come back. Don't go off. Okay. So sorry for the interruption. That's a guest. Okay. So these are the factors affecting value. Suggest a revision. Uh, Here the furniture and fixtures is not that important. Okay, in some cases, most of the cases. Otherwise, other things, neighborhood size and area, orientation, construction quality, specification, material, aesthetic, age, maintenance, market, shopping distance, railway station, school, workplace, this, etc. We'll see some solved problems. Okay, comparable transaction. This is how you have to make it. It's a simple one. Okay, it's for an apartment. So serial number one, serial number. It is not serial number actually. You can write description there. Description of property, subject property, comparable property, and percentage of weightage. So 4 columns only. This I will change to. It's not serial number. Okay, I cannot change it because I inserted it. Okay, fine. So read it as description. So first one, area of the flat, subject property, that is you are going to evaluate, is 100 square meter, and compare property has got 90 square meter. So to me it is not much. So I neglected, I give 0, only 10 square meter difference. If you feel that you are missing something badly in that particular flat, comparable flat, even a toilet room, guest toilet room, you can add something. Okay, it depends on you. In my case, there is nothing. There is no common toilet, nothing is there. Even our work area is not there. No difference, only a smaller unit by 10 square meters. So I put it negligible. So unit price, that is what we want to work out for the subject property. Whereas in comparable property, it has given, we know it, 25,000 per square meter. So that means 2,500, 2,550 or something like that. So square feet, if we convert it. So in CPWD, it is always in square meters. We are engineers try to use square meters. So we know the price of the comparable property. Let it be there. Now we are going to add or subtract. Okay. Location in a street near byline. This location of our subject property, whereas the other one is main road. So you have to deduct minus 10%. If you want to deduct minus 15%, yes, Mr. Sai Krishna, you want to tell me something? So if it is in a main road, you put minus 10 or minus 15. It's up to you for the distance. Okay. Then comes age. It's a simple demonstration only. 30 years. The other one is 15 years. So 30 years is subject property. So the depreciation will be more. So I put again negative mark, minus 10%. Then year of sale, that is today only we will consider. For value, it is present value. Whereas that is 1 year ago. So the time factor is there, inflation is there. So here I took 1% inflation per month or less than 1%. So plus 10% I added. Previous year, that is because the other one is sold in previous year. So I prefer to give a plus 10% for time factor. It is called time factor. Now I took only this much. Okay, for demonstration purpose only. This is how you have to do. Other parameters also you can write and give weightages. Same like it is all 10%. You can have 5%, 15%, something. It's up to you. So overall decrease is minus 10. You can add it. You see, plus 10, minus 10, minus 10. So minus 10 is the overall. So the equated rated subject property is equal to, you have to deduct 10% from the comparable property. Deduct 10% means 90%. That is 0.9. So 0.9 into 25,000. That will give you 22,500. So our property value, unit value is 22,500. Our property is 100 square meter, multiply by it, 100. So you will get 22 lakhs 50,000. So present, you can certify present value as 22 lakhs 50,000. It is simple. Okay, this is one. I think one more comparable is there. So we'll go. This is types of market topics. Types of market. We can just it's a literature. You can read it. See, very simple. Market is, as I told you, market is supreme. Buyer's market means supply exceeds demand. So if supply exceeds demand means more supply. So demand will be less. So the buyer can negotiate with the various suppliers. So that is called buyer's market. Buyer is entitled to negotiation or anything, price negotiation. So that is buyer's market. Whereas in seller's market, what happens? No, low supply. No, low supply of the properties. So there's a monopoly factor will come. So buyers has to, they don't have any other choice other than buying it. So that is called seller's market. Now stable market. This word is actually confuse us. Stable market, we will think that everything will be okay. No transaction will take place in a stable market. Why? That is human psychology. Because in certain a market with low trading volume that can be absorbed a large sale without a major change in price. Market with low trading. Got my point? Low trading that can absorb a large scale without a major change in price. In certain situations, the market demand as well as equal supply also exist. But due to various reasons, purchasers stop purchasing or defer the purchase price. Defer means postpone. Deferred payment. This word is used in valuation. Deferred. You are postponing it. Why? Artificial stoppage of demand in the market prevails. That because of the fact that this psychological factor, expectation of people about likely fall in price of real estate. People expect there will be a fall in price in near future and also results in stable market condition. Prices do not fall nor rise, but remain stable after years after years. So there will be no change in prices in such market. And no transaction will also take place because of this expectation. So material transaction, no material transaction take place in a stable market. This is the important point. Because the word stable means, okay, everybody is, it's a positive word. You're all stable. Okay, fine. But here, no material, last sentence is important. No material transaction take place in the market, in a stable market. Fine? Finished. These are the three markets. Now we'll go to types of real estate market. That is open market. As I told you, one is open market. Anybody can participate. Anybody can buy. But in closed market, because of that customs, religious factors, other factors, it is closed. Or you are a vegetarian, or you are a non-veg vegetarian. They won't allow you to buy the market. That is called closed market. In open market, group or buyers or group of sellers are present, each one competing with other to buy or sell, where ample substitute to properties are also available for sale or purchase. Monopoly aspect is not present in such market. Monopoly, what is monopoly? Only one or two, people. Yeah, I know Mr. Bharat is almost going to say. Okay, that is monopoly market. So there is no monopoly market in an open this thing. Whereas in closed market, all types of buyers are not allowed, permitted. Only special buyers are allowed. Like I said earlier, Parsi colony, Mohammedan colony, Hindu colony, Brahmins colony. This is Agrahara houses I have shown there. It is typical one in South India. Here, it is row houses. And they are all well off. They are in States, Canada, UK. But these Brahmins, they like this their ancestors to stay their property whenever they come, get a chance. So government of my state declared it as a heritage property. Because there is no setback rules, no bylaws, because it exists from 100 years or 150 years. So it is called a heritage property. Only thing is, when it collapses, then finished. You have to reconstruct it with government regulations, bylaws. This is a typical, it is called Agrahara houses in our place. I don't know similar wordings in your place. So I think South Indians are more using this Agrahara houses, the word. I'm not sure about other words. Okay, so the idea is clear, no? This is a closed market. Nobody other than Brahmins can go there and buy this purchase. They won't allow. That's a closed market. So let's go to the next one. Can you say what is this session's timing? Anybody? So that I can accordingly arrange. 9 o'clock to?
9:30 to
Up to 1 o'clock.
Yes.
So we started early. We started at 9 o'clock, no?
But
1:30
subject
is
started at
9
9:30.
hours.
9:30 to 13 hours.
What is your lunch time? 1:30 to 2:30?
1 to 2.
So I have to stop by 1 o'clock?
As per schedule.
Because there is a confusion in mail. Okay, it's okay. You have plenty of time, 1 hour. Precious 1 hour. Okay, this is also known as market approach, relative valuation. The relative means you are comparing, relative valuation. This is another word for market approach. In this approach, value is determined by comparing the subject company or asset with other companies or assets in the same industry of same size and or within the same region based on common variable such as earnings, sales, cash flows. Compared to the income approach that incorporates company's specific estimates to arrive the firm's intrinsic value, this intrinsic value comes under income approach. The market approach relies on relative valuation to arrive the value of the business. So we have seen it. It's only by comparison based upon how similar assets are priced in the market. So here intrinsic value in income approach is current price plus strike price. Current price of the property. What is current price you will calculate? In finance, strike price means an opinion is a fixed price at which the owner of the option can buy or sell the underlying security or commodity. Suppose valuer has issued a valuation report of 50 lakhs, but the owner is ready to sell it by 40 lakhs. So intrinsic value will be 10 lakhs. So don't go deep into it. We'll see. It is an income approach more. It is this curve also. You just remember this curve. This is called supply demand curve. Quantity is numbers, price is there. So the graph will be something like this. This is demand graph. This is supply graph. So there will be an equilibrium point. This is where the most quantity of in thousand numbers will be quantity in 1,000 or 100, whatever you want. Okay, that is around between 6 and 700, 600 and 700. See this point. So this much quantity in this much price. This comes around 200, between somewhere 160 or 170. Okay, so this is price equilibrium, and the probable question will be whether it is a convex or concave curve. You must write convex curve. Okay, this is no, sorry, it is concave curve. So demand and supply. Okay, this is the typical curve. They will show no any study material. But as far as I am concerned, more important is next curve. Okay, bell curve. It is called bell curve. That will give a more precise idea about how the buyers and sellers and price is related. Okay, this you can learn it by yourself. It's an easy one. So this is the explanation of what we have drawn there. Don't give much. You can learn it. Okay. In real estate market, it takes time for supply to meet the increased demand. This is one of the important point. In real estate market, in any other market, suppose in automobile, if your demand is there, you can increase the supply within 1 week or 1 month. But in real estate, it cannot be done like that because construction time is long. So whenever you have demand, there may not be enough supply. So because of it is long term, no, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year time you require to construct a flat. Then non-transferability of real estate is one of the factors contributing to this phenomenon of restricted supply. This non-transferability is confusing word actually. Transferability means you can transfer through a sale deed, through a conveyance deed, through a gift deed. You can transfer the property. But here it is used in the sense that you cannot take your flat to another place, because I will tell you, if I have some demand here, I mean no demand here for my property, in just 5 kilometers away there is heavy demand. I cannot transfer it. It is immovable property. Here in that sense, they are written no transferability of real estate. It is fixity of the property or immovability of the property. Okay. Value should determine if it is boom period or slack period. That's why I told you sometimes you have to make a note like this. It is a slack period, so I consider these factors, etc. Okay. Then value should also study the recurring trends of recession. As I told you, the recession is cyclic. So you have to be what do you call, not thorough. Even though you are not thorough with it, you should know some basic factors like slack, recession, boom, etc. Okay. This is what I meant by bell curve. See, you have to remember this bell curve, then only I can go to the next slide. I will explain. In x-axis, there is numbers of buyers and sellers or sellers. X-axis is both. Okay. In y-axis, it is price. So A, B, C. A, B, C. This is called buyer's curve, and D, E, F. This is called seller's curve. There is a union in the FC, this portion inside, and a point G is the point. This is price. So D is the highest price. Nobody will buy for this price. Buyer won't buy because this is seller's curve. Vice versa also. Seller is ready to pay buyer. You will get a good concept now. Buyer is ready to spend A. But seller cannot go beyond this F. Slightly okay. But this is too much low. So sellers will be in loss. Whereas here point D is also like that. Price is very high for buyer. They won't go anywhere near there. So these ABC, D, E, F, and G. You by heart this figure, then we will go to the next slide. Okay, this is called a bell curve. So bias curve, let us see. Remember A, point A. Price with minimum number of buyers. B, price with maximum number of buyers. That is the peak of that curve. C is the price with minimum number of buyers. Again, it comes to the B level. B and C is in the x-axis. So, price with minimum number of buyers. Transaction does not take place because price is considered high. Even C, the price is considered high. Okay. Now let us go to seller's curve. D is the minimum number of sellers. D, the price is very high. E is the maximum number of sellers. That is midpoint. Transaction may or may not take place. Similarly, the buyer seller also that point no B. Transaction may or may not, because slight difference is there. From minimum they can negotiate, you know. That is why may or may not. E is the maximum number. You want to go back to the curve? Anybody want? Anybody want to see the curve again? Bell curve? Because don't confuse D, E, F. D, E, F for sellers, A, B, C for buyers. Okay. Similarly, F is the minimum number of sellers. Price is considered low. F, that F portion. Now, F to C, that union portion. Price range at which most transaction take place. That union portion is the price transaction, material transaction or property transaction will take place. Most of them. And the point G is called ideal price. You can imagine now. Now you are thorough with the bell curve. Point G is the ideal price, average price. That is highest price offered by a buyer. In G, this is the highest price a buyer can offer and seller can accept. That is the ideal point at which transaction takes place. In real estate, price depends on needs of the buyer. Yes, buyer has to buy it. It is his need. But at the same time, he should have buying capacity also. I also mentioned that one earlier. Without their fund, they cannot buy it. Okay. So these two are important points. Now market survey data collection sources. Okay, these are, forget about this schematic. Water schematic diagram I showed. It is just from Google image. Nothing else. Don't give much importance to these diagrams and all. Okay. Whatever I have written, okay, fine. Sources of sale instance you will get from registrar office, but you won't get in time. You have to write in RTI, right to information. That will take 1 month. Your client won't wait for 1 month. So registrar office, if you go directly, they won't give you. You know the reason. Okay. Then local inquiry. You can make local inquiry, of course. Then advertisements, as I said, in newspapers. Then land acquisition cases, that is by government. Then auction sales by bank. This is also mentioned. Website, that is real estate websites. There is advertisements. Then you can go to property shows of, especially for apartments. There will be property shows in some area. They will compete each other. They will give you free brochure. Get it and keep it with you. Because in brochure they will clearly mention what are the amenities, what are the particularities of this business and the rate. The other brochure will show their amenities, their price. So the comparison can be done easily. For apartments, this is the plus point. Property shows. You can directly approach a builder. I want to purchase your flat, give me your brochure. They will immediately give you. But the only thing is they will follow. So these are the important factors to follow. Auction sales. Then website, property shows, and values data bank. Finally, I mentioned it, values data farm, data bank, which is to be prepared. Okay. These are the sources of sale instance. For comparison method, these are the sources. Now, sources of determination of area of plot. Now, you have to see in very large extent, you cannot make a survey. Even though some recently, very senior valuer says that surveying is our responsibility in company valuations. Then you have to quote for digital survey expense also. Okay. Otherwise, you will get from government records. It may be true or not true. Whenever it becomes a liquidation process, if you find that it is less, it is your responsibility to justify. So better engage a surveyor. Title deeds. Of course, from title deeds, you will get area of the plot. It is mentioned with boundaries and all. Last schedule A. Any deed you see, the last page. Village is there, taluk is there, district is there, area is there, survey number is there. So you can get these things from title deeds. Then sanction plans. That is more, I think, reliable because it is prepared by engineers and they won't take risk. They will make a survey. Engineers anyway, they will make a survey of the plot. They will measure the sides and that can be more, I think, in my opinion, more reliable. Sanction plans. Then comes survey. That is digital survey or whatever survey. As I told you, the valuer should engage a land surveyor. Okay. Then only you will get area of the plot. Now, here I would like to remind you, as far as possible, don't use the word area. Extent of the land, extent of the plot. Same meaning, area, extent, but valuers use the word extent, E-S-T-E-N-T, extent of the plot. Now, from where you will get built-up area and carpet area? Either from purchase document or from the society has got some residential association societies. They have all these details. Then of course sanction plan, site survey. Nothing work out, you have to measure carpet area by yourself. Laser meters are available now. If you want, I will show you laser meter. It comes around 8,000 rupees. You need not have a tape at all. Just measure it by laser length. Within 10 or 15 minutes, you can get the carpet area. Okay. It is called laser meter. You can Google it. In your city, it may be available. Otherwise, go to the Amazon, get it one. So basically, we value as Asimov property value should keep 3-4 things in your hand while visiting a site. One is 30-meter shape, tape, 30 meter, big one. In case this daytime, it is difficult to get the reading in the laser tape, laser equipment. So in that case, you have to take some sample distance to verify. Then you have to keep a 3-meter tape or 4-meter tape, small one. These are all for measure purpose, small distance measuring and all. Then you should keep a laser meter. Then you should keep a water bottle, towel, tissue paper, whatever you want. Whatever in your hand. These are the basic tools for a valuer. Then you have to download geotag photographs. Please remember this. Geotag photo, it's not simple photography because you have to take photos. If it is geotag photograph means there will be longitude and latitude. That particular longitude and latitude will be nowhere in the globe except in this place. So that will come automatically there. Then date of visit will be printed. Time will be printed. Go to Google Chrome. No, Google Play. Then you can download it, a suitable one. That is called geotag. Okay, fine. Keep it with you. It will help you. Then comparison of sale instance factors, comparison weightage for adjustment will same thing. We are going to compare something else. Okay. A sales comparison approach method is real estate industry that compares property. These are all same thing which we have already seen. Same thing is more or less evidence should be provided to strengthen the claims. These are all I told you, evidence, proof, justify the value. That's all. Okay. Then one more thing I would like to say. Similarity of property may be deceptive. That means, okay, you selected 2 comparables or 1 comparable or 2 or 3, whatever. Similar properties. But this similarity may be deceptive. It may not be right because from the outside it's okay. For close examination, you may find some difficult settling of foundation or something else inside, interior. This will be lead you so many other, deduction from comparable property also. So, valuer must go thoroughly investigate to find differences of attributes. The attributes we have shown, no, so many other attributes. So, in order to use that one, you have to thoroughly inspect between even similar looking properties. Value should not immediately jump into conclusion. Don't jump into conclusion. This is happening because we are so happy whenever we get a similar property. Oh my God, I got a similar property and let me finish this report. But that may cause you, penalty. So better don't immediately jump into the conclusion. Case must be thoroughly studied by asking for time. If you want, you can ask more time to the institution or client, and you can consider opinion about valuation should be given. Okay. Then end users of the report should ask for reasons for giving valuation, and valuer should support and prove his valuation by giving, demonstrating, supporting evidences. We have seen this. So you have to give supporting evidence from the documents from SRO or documents from advertisement or document. All these things you have to attach with your report. From where you got this? If you are not approaching, it's a problem. You need not keep a copy then, because if it goes to the court, you are signing all the pages. Valuation report. So you can ask them, give me your valuation report, my valuation report. Give me. So that you can remember. Otherwise, how many valuations you are doing? You are going to keep all the advertisements, all the government records, all the data. It's impossible. So better always attach with the original copy. So if at all in a court case, you can ask. You have all the rights to ask your report. Show me my report, so that you can see what are the attachments, how you justified. Then only you can answer. Okay. That's all. Then we will see what is hedonic model. Okay. And adjustment grid model. Adjustment grid model is very interesting. I am adopting this method in valuations mainly, or other values also. Okay. Hedonic model is, as I told you, there are only 4 variables. This is called hedonic model. Most popular model comparison technique. Most popular in that era. P is a function of, F is function of STL. P is a function of, just by heart it, STL, where P, price of the property in the market. So that is what you want. Function of, that is weightages is given to S, size or covered area of the premises, size of the plot, extent of the plot. T, time factor. Yes, we have seen 10 months or 1 year I have given plus 10%. So time factor at which asset is traded in the market. Then L is location of the property. And age, A is age of the physical condition of the property. So in short, you can say that the previous example shows hedonic pricing model only. I have given size, I have given time factor, I have given location factor, I have given age factor also. 30 years and 15 years. Do you remember? So that is a hedonic price model method. Now we'll go to here. Only 4 factors are of the subject properties taken into account. Sale instances should be given, the genuine and compressive. The comparable should be similar to the subject property. This is a common sentence. It's a similar property you have to compare. Now these are the internal and physical characteristics: land, size, frontage, depth, shape, orientation, building, layout, design, planning, construction, specification, floor area, age. These are all we have seen it. Okay. Now adjustment grid model. This is very good to learn. Okay, sale instance similar to subject property is selected. 4 to 5 attributes are selected. Here it is written 4 to 5. Better to go for higher, more than 8 to 10, 10 to 12, something like that. Each aspect employs a ranking system. Here it is, they are using a ranking system. 5 for excellent, 3 for moderate, 3 mark for poor, etc. That is called ranking system. But I'm not using it. I always go for percentage. It is more flexible. See, a ranking system comes like this. First rank, 5 mark. Best quality. Rank 3, medium quality. Rank 1, poor quality. So this comes under hedonic model only. If sale list is flat or best specification rank 5, this, okay, you can imagine now how to rank it. Okay. If you want, you can go by this method, no issues. Now, how they are ranking in location? If CV communities are close by, hospitals, schools, etc., you will get 5, rank 5. Then if amenities are at moderate distance, I don't know by what is meant by moderate distance, okay, 500 meters. You can give 3 mark. The rank number 1 rank, if amenities are far off, more than 1 kilometer. Most of the amenities are more than 1 kilometer. Most of them. You cannot see a specialty hospital and a railway station and a supermarket, everything in 1 kilometer. So that's why I always feel this method is not give an accurate, so as far as I am concerned. But you have to learn this. If you are comfortable, you go ahead. Size factor. Rank 5 if flat apartment area is 75 square meters. So smaller unit. That is affordable. Anytime you can sell it. Rank 3 if flat area is 75 to 150. I don't know who decided this. To be very frank with you. Rank 3 flat area is 75 to 150 meters. Rank 1 if flat is 150 square meter and above. Then age factor. Rank 5 building less than 10 years. Less than 10 years, okay, fine. You can give 5 mark. Building having 10 to 30. Rank 3. Rank 1 building having 30 years or more. See, here the depreciation is considered. But I will tell you one thing. You cannot say that 10 or 15 years with a good maintenance can give a rank 1 or 3. It is well maintained and no cracks, newly painted, renovation is doing well. So you can give accordingly the rank also. There is no hard and fast rule in valuation. I'll tell you, there is no hard and fast rule in valuation. Okay, so that's all. Specification factor, rank 5 deluxe specification, it is called deluxe. Rank 3 standard specification. Rank 1 poor specification. There could be more factors attribute. Okay, so we'll go to the next one. Land characteristics and symmetric on values. I don't think it is required. You can go through it. Same thing I have explained every time. So these things, okay. So it is overlap actually. Encumbrance, size, shape, climate. Encumbrance means if it is mortgaged or another people are living there. These are all encumbrance. Natural force topography, everything is there except TDR that you learn in land acquisition. Transfer of development rights. If time allows, I will give a class on it. Hypothetical plotting scheme. This is more scientific and rational method of valuing plots. As I told you, they will divide the plot either in housing colony or something like that, or actually this belting method can be used with suppose width is 50 meters and depth is 600 meters. You can use belting. Belting means stage. Once first stage, first you have, then second, then third. It increases actually. Okay. So let us, I think this is only for practical purpose. Forget it, I'll share with you. And belting method, when the applied when the valuation of very large plot is required, comparable data of small plots are available. Why this has given? So first belt you can give for smaller plots rate in a roadside. Then accordingly you can reduce. Question, how much reduce? The question answer, I mean, that will be there in the question paper. Don't worry. Okay. For second belt, how much and all. Value of plot decreases with distance from the road. So value of the plot first stage, second stage is less, third stage is lesser or least. Okay. 3 stages are enough. Front land may be more accessible to civic amenities. That is front land. That is why we are giving full value for front land. So please go through this question. We have time for this. This is the subject plot. Where is road? That is the road. We are dividing it first plot, second plot, third plot. And depth of the plot is 600 meters comparing to 200 meters of width. Then first portion in question paper it has given 50 meters. Second portion, question paper again gives 200 meters. Third portion, remaining area, remaining length. So 600 minus 200 minus 50, 350 meters. This is how the question you can see in the question paper. MCQs, okay, not here. Then property value. So smaller plot will get 600 rupees. So you give first portion as 600 rupees. Then second property will fetch 40% less than first property. In MCQ you can see that. So 40% less than means 60% price of the first plot. Then the third plot will fetch half the price of second plot. So 50% of second plot. This is the most simplest question you can expect in a case study. Okay. Now let's go to question number 1. What is the value of first portion from roadside if the plot is considered as 50 meters in depth, assuming the basic rate? So basic rate is 600 per square meter. You have 500 meters width is there. How much is the depth? 50 meter, 200 meter, no, width is 200 meters, depth is, this 200 is same throughout, okay. 50 meters is the depth. So you can multiply 50 into 200. That is the area multiplied by the rate will give you first plot rate. Any doubt you can ask? Okay. Any doubt? Can I go to the second question?
Okay.
Okay. So option A, 60 lakhs. Okay. Then second plot. What is the value of second portion from roadside if the plot is considered as 200 meters in depth? Depth also for 200. It is already 200. It's fixed. Rate consider 40% less than first one. So let's go to solution. Very easy. Size of second plot 200 into 200. That much is the extent of the land. 40,000 square meter. Unit rate 40% less than first floor. So 0.6 into 600. 60% now. Then the value. So that you will get 360. So multiply by it. 40,000 area multiplied by unit area, unit rate. You got 1.44 C. You got 2 marks again. Okay. Now we'll go to the third question. What is the value of third portion from the roadside if the plot is considered as first of the plot? Rate consider 50% less than second one. Same thing, same procedure. Total depth, we know 600. First and second will be 200 plus 15 gone. The remaining is 350. Okay. Depth of third plot, 350. So area of the third portion, 350 into 200. So that will give you 770,000 square meter. Unit rate is 50% of second plot. Read the question carefully, please. Don't take first plot. It is second plot. So 360, half of 360. 50% means half of 360. That is, that will give you 180. So multiply by 180. Area multiplied by 180 will give you the third plot. So that will be 1.26. Okay. Now logical conclusion is will be what is the we need value to evaluate the total value. So add all together. That's all. Question number: what is the value of entire land? So first portion you know, second portion you know, third portion you know. Add all together, you will get 3.3 crores rupees. Option is there, D. Clear? How simple it is. See, don't you cannot expect a simpler question than this. A simple arithmetics, simple calculations. Now there is another question. That is not. Sometimes it comes. Which method of valuation is to be accepted in case of huge plot area to be valued? Here it is plotting scheme method is given. So you can write plotting scheme method. Sales comparison is not applicable. Net present value, that is from income approach, not applicable. Transfer of development right, nothing is there. So plotting scheme method. So you got 5 into 2, 10 marks. Okay. Now we'll go to the other method. If the comparable is not available. So this is called residual technique. It is same as development method, indirect comparison method, indirect comparison, or abstractive method. Any name you call it. Okay. There is a minor difference between residual method and development method. Minor. When sales transaction of undeveloped properties of similar nature are available for comparison, development method based on market approach shall be adopted. This is a separate topic which you will learn afterwards. That is, here we are using only market approach, direct method. Whereas in residual technique, you will use all the methods. But properties which are very complex, the residual method is followed. Very complex properties, because similarity is not there. Similar property is not available. So what you will do? You will go to residual method. Suppose a shopping mall with a very grand design. You won't get a comparable. So in that case, you will go to some other method. Residual method. Residual method is a hybrid method. It uses market approach, cost approach, income approach, anything. Okay. So that is the minor difference. For timing, it's enough for you. Now this example will give you some idea. What is this residual value after all? Because you are in a different territory, unknown territory. So you don't know about nothing about land. So you need to find the land value. That is this procedure. Appraisal of amount which is available to pay for land for an economic activity after making allowance for expenses and profit. This is the method, surplus. Surplus. So when a property has a scope of development residual, see, total cost you calculate. That is S. Total, all land, building, profit, architect fee, engineer's fee, everything is included. You will get a value S minus D. That is cost of development. That means these fees are everything is the profit, developer's profit, everything is included. No, that is cost of development. Sorry, it is cost of development without profit. Then P represents profit. Profit to the developer. So here I am going to give you an example. S is sale proceeds, 50 lakhs. Suppose it is 50 lakhs. Cost of development is only 15 lakhs. And he has taken a profit of 10 lakhs. So surplus is how much? 50 minus 15 minus 10. That is 25 lakhs. From where this surplus has come? Can anybody say? It's a question. From where this 25 lakhs? It is whose profit? No, it is not profit. Already it considered. This surplus comes from where? 25 lakhs. This is called residual value. It's a residue. Residual means balance. This 25 lakhs balance comes after calculating all these things. What is that? Think. You have to think critically. You will get the answer, I know. Mr. Vijay, Mr. Pallav, Mr. Bharat, those three people are answering. That's why I'm telling I want to call all of you. Any idea? Simple question, yeah. Huh? Arun Kumar says no idea. Okay, Arun Kumar also I know him. I think we. Huh?
Yes, I have no idea.
Sir, think again.
Well, value of a land is a surplus.
Yes. Again you scored. That is the value of land. Can you switch on, Mr. Bharat?
Sir,
Just want to see you. Switch on your
I just
video.
answered.
Huh? Can you switch on your video, Mr. Bharat?
Yes, yes.
So you are all prepared for IBB exam, huh? That's why you are giving all the answers. Anyway, very good. I hope everybody can achieve this standard. What Mr. Bharat is saying. So please go through all the topics now itself. Start studying. He is updated and I'm very happy. He has given all the answers correctly. So I'm not telling, see, don't think that I'm making a, I don't know Bharat actually, Mr. Bharat. I don't know anybody of you. But from the feedback, I can understand that the way answers coming, how much preparation he might have done. Or how much logically he is thinking. See, sales proceeds you have got. You are selling a thing with the cost of development, but for building, with profit for building. You are deducting everything. Then what excess? Think like that. That excess comes from where? The land part, land component. Clear? I hope, Mr. Vijay, it is clear?
Sir.
Okay. Anyway, this is another method. I think it's enough for you for market approach syllabus. Okay. This is some explanation. Rather than a market transaction, this method looks property as value of the owner. So it is not actually, see, from comparable method, you are getting a market value. Whereas in this case, this is the point of view of an owner because he knows how much he spent for developing the property. Cost of construction, profit, how much other fellow has taken. So it is the point of view of the owner. This 23, whatever, 25 lakhs we got. Okay.
Sir,
When
I
there is
have
no established market for, ask me.
one thing, sir. Sir, how he got this sale price, sir? On what basis they fix this sale price?
There are two aspects, two methods. One is actual, one is hypothetical. You can either assume a hypothetical case, that is, you are going to develop it and you are going to sell it. The other one is actual case, owner occupied. So owner should have this thing, no? But unfortunately, you don't have market value. You don't have guideline values everywhere there. Stamp duty, your deed, everything is there. But how to calculate the market value? He knows that I have sold this property for 50 lakhs. And he says that with the bills of the builder, he has spent about 25 lakhs and taken a profit of 10 lakhs. Or some percentage they may give in the question paper, 10% or 15%. So these things are known by the owner. You are getting only that much. Then you have to find out the land value. What might be the land value he has taken for market values? See, this is market value. Of course, the owner has got a sale deed. He is only having that much knowledge. Okay, stamp duty value is this much. I don't know the value of the market, that landed property. Land property. See, sorry, land property and landed property is different term in valuation. Land property means only land. Landed property means land plus structure. Structures are building embedded, structure embedded in the earth. With a few exceptions, growing grass, timber, all those things, okay? Because why growing timber is not considered? Because once it is matured, teak wood, suppose, you will take it away for building construction or furniture construction. So that is not considered as a immovable property. Similarly, grass. After some time in villages, I know they will cut the grass and feed to the some cattle and all. So these with some exceptions, all others are immovable properties. So land, Vijayji.
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
So this is your. I don't want to call your name. Okay, Vijayji. This is the method. You are getting land value. Now it is clear or not? You should say no. You have some doubt, you know. See, such doubts should be clear now and now itself. It is better always. Okay, anyway, I hope I cannot hear you. So Vijayji, you are also convinced.
Sir, I have one concern.
Tell me.
Pertaining to agricultural lands, when we are evaluating agricultural land or a farmland, should we consider trees and all?
See, so far, I will tell you, this is a area where we are not yet ventured. As per Companies Act, it is only land and building. So any land you can value as per IBBA, Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, because there is no deviations. But before that, agricultural land, rubber plantations, tea plantations, extractive minerals like coal or clay, agricultural land, these are all not under our purview. But now onwards, you can do that one if you pass the IBB exam. But you need sometimes expert advice of some people who are related to agricultural land. So, as per IBBA, you are entitled to attach the expert opinion. So, for agricultural land, you better go to an agricultural valuer. He will do it beautifully for you. So, why should you take risk? In the beginning, don't take risk. You learn the subject from an agricultural valuer. Once you are done, you know it. So, as per IBBI, you can do that in your, but you have to attach the expert opinion. That you have to give the expert opinions designation also, or his small biodata. Like small biodata is HOD, head of the department of the agricultural university. This thing, something related to, and he is approved valuer in agricultural sector. So you can attach that. In the beginning, don't value yourself. We will be in trouble. Maybe. So as far as IBBA is clarification, you can do it. But at the same time, IBBA has given a choice. You can attach an expert opinion. So you quote accordingly. You have to pay to the expert opinion. Right?
Okay. For rubber plants, and what are the examples? Like
rubber plantation, tea, coffee plantations, agricultural land, mining or extractive minerals, like coal mines in Uttarakhand and all. There got so many coal mines are there. Then quarries, huge quarries. You can't do that, but only thing is you need a geologist, because how much deep this is available, how much economically extracted, because if the depth is more, after a certain depth you cannot take away the metal, because aggregate. So why? It is not economically feasible in the market. So these kind of things, a geologist is the best person. He knows. Quartz. Similarly, clay, brick field. But fortunately, if you are getting a good class in CEP, you can do brick fields and fisheries. Fisheries also comes under this one, because fisheries, land and building, yes, of course. Whatever not machine, plant and machinery, or shares and debentures, all those things, everything comes under you. Land and building has more scope rather than any other asset class. That is why more people, civil engineers, are joining in this sessions and become IBBA valuer. And I request at the same time, you can try to apply in income tax department also. Then only you can do the capital gain. Because capital gain, it is included in our syllabus, but you should be a 34 AB value under Income Tax Act. That is CBDT, Central Board of Direct Taxes. So that is called 34AB values. There are two entities now. Probably in future there won't be any confusion, but now as such, for doing capital gain, for doing cost of construction for income tax department, statute department, I'm telling out, not for others. You need 34AB because capital gain is a very lucrative field for valuers. You know, I hope you understand. So, because it is like that, how to calculate, most of them are not aware of, see, I will tell you an example. There is a recent amendment. You have to take value based on 2001 because that is the base year. If a property is sold in 1984, what you will do? Only a valuer can say. So this particular area and cost of construction under this one, IT department, because they want to know, Enforcement Directorate is appointing you, or PML Act, Prevention of Money Laundering Act, or Black Money Act 2009. They are going to empanel you. So you have to, suppose you have a building in a main road, center of the main road, not side of the main road, center of the main road, you constructed this. I have hypothetical case I am telling. You can value it. You can not value it. You can calculate the cost of construction. Why? Income tax concern is what? Source of income. From where you get this money? That is what they want to know. Bylaws, forget about bylaws and all. This is a safer place. So you need not go for that is whether it is to be demolished or whatever. That is concern of the local authorities. IT department is for what? Income tax department. They want to know all the transactions, huge transactions, huge value, high property value. They want to know the price of cost of construction or undervalued or overvalued. So Enforcement Directorate is taking now 34AB values as values of under 70 sections number 77. Then PML value, that is also attractive. Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Then another one has come recently, CARP, that is called, what is that? Enemy Properties Act. Those who are bhag gaya na, in war mein, 1972, I think, 71, 72 war. So their property is still with us. So that has to be valued. So there are so many avenues in front of you now. These are all under Companies Act comes, except capital gain and cost of construction for income tax purpose. Cost of construction for any other purpose you can do. But cost of CBDT, when it comes income tax department, you should have an income tax registered value. That's all. All others you can do it. Am I clear?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
So further clarification I can give you. You can take now my WhatsApp number. Or time is over. Okay. Joint venture property. This is the example which I have given. Then some what is that? Again and again same topic comes. Okay. Okay. Thank you. MCQ. Time is over here. If I get half an hour, I would have finished it. But you can do that joint venture yourself, and any doubt you can ask me. Only doubt will come, what is UDS, what is FSI, what is common percent area, what is the common area, all those things. This is a simple one. Here it is, okay, I reduce the questions to a joint venture only. So the other portion cost approach, they will cover it. So joint venture is in your syllabus, you see. Let us go through this. I think I have up to 1:30 we have time. I will give 10 minutes more. Let me finish this one. Data, excellent extent of plot is 1000 square feet. Market rate of the plot is 900. Guideline rate is 1200. Is it required? No. In IBBA question paper, some data are not required. They want to know whether you will use it somewhere by mistake or by knowingly. So please avoid unnecessary data from your records. Okay. These are the data. Construction cost 250. So you know the plot price, you know the construction cost, then the promoter's profit, everything you know. FSI also you know. At that particular price, it is 1.5. So let's, how you are going to, only in the land component, you have to divide it by FSI. Why? So it is 900 is the land rate. Just divide it by FSI. Because in residential plot, all the UDS you add together, you will get total extent. So FSI land component is for individual flats is 1.5. You have to divide by 1.5. So land component here is 6,000. Then building component 250. That is construction cost. So land and building how much? 600 for land, 250 for building. Both together 8,500. Now you can easily find out PL. I told you first promoters, then landowners. Promoters 250 divided by total 850 into 100, 29%. Landlord percentage, this is the simplest one, 600 divided by 850 into 100, 71%. So joint venture ratio is, can write PL, promoters 29:71. Clear? Only you need clarification in the land rate. Just remember now, for time being, it is land rate divided by FSI. Don't write directly take 9,000. You will go wrong. It is 600 only. That is why FSI is given there. And promoter's profit is given there. You don't need in this question. Because let him take, you are also getting flat, he is also getting flats. So profit is none of your headache, landowner's headache. So we are not taking promoter's profit 15% there. Okay. So that is the concept of joint venture. I think this is clear. You can go. I will try to explain this if I get a chance. Okay. Now some MCQs are there. Sales transaction records cannot be fully relied upon because wrong representation, undervaluation, overvaluation, parallel economy. Tell me fast. This, why we are not taking sale consideration as a label one?
Parallel economy.
Exactly, sir. Parallel economy. The weightages adopted in the sale transaction may change locality to locality, be constant everywhere, change from purpose to purpose, change from time to time. So the question is, the weightages adopted in sale transaction may change from locality to locality. Okay. The answer is locality because locality is the prime factor. Adjustment grid model mainly for flats, restaurants, cinema theatre, agricultural land. It is for flats. Return frontage is also known as tandem plot, intermittent plot, corner plot, middle plot. What is return frontage? Suppose there is a main road. There is a parallel municipal road here, L shape. Okay. Your
Corner.
plot is in the corner. Yeah, this is called corner plot. It's an advantage. You can enter through this, exit through this one. So it's a very good advantage. If it's a corner plot, you can give 10% weightage. Okay. More weightage. You understand my concept? Okay. I mean, well, I have to say so. When total unavailability of sale instances are there, the method useful to find the land value is unknown. Total unavailability of sale instances.
Residual.
No availability of sale instance of land. Which one you will use?
D.
Profit method, sale comparison, land and building, residual method. Which one you use?
D.
For D, correct. Residual method. So there you will use residual because land value is not known. Very good. So these are the MCQs. It is, see, almost we have covered these things. So you may be in doubt of the last question, Mosul land. Mosul land means in the British era they used that except metro cities, all are Mosul land. That's all. That's all. But answer anyway, it is not comes under this one. Okay. Belting method cannot be used applied for agricultural land. The answer. Okay. Don't use it for agricultural land. Thank you very much and see you. I think my time is over.
Sir, please share us PPTs, even the last.
Definitely, I shared all the
Yeah.
PPTs with you so far. For AR IOV host, I will share it. He will share it to you because
Okay.
okay. So I'm not in your group. Otherwise, I would have been. So this is my first page, and if you want, you can take down my number. Any doubt in any valuation subject, you can. Not that I am an expert. I will tell you. If I don't know, I will ask some my mentors, and I will come come with an answer. That's all. I'm not an expert in all subject or anything. So try to pass the exam within 1 month. Take hard work. 2-3 dedicated hours is enough, and maybe 1 hour is enough for people like Bharat sir and all. So anyway, you have to
No.
take time.
This whole
See,
concept is new for us actually. So we
yeah,
have to
then
know
you
the
have to
subject.
take, yeah, don't take chance. If at all you want to take a chance, pay 150 rupees and consider it as a mock test. Because you have to be adjusted with that kind of atmosphere, no? So don't get
Yes.
disheartened. People are taking 6 or 7 chances to pass this exam. So first time you failed, okay, I leave it. No, you have spent so much money for effort, everything, time. So don't leave it. It is easy for you. Then maximum the second or third chance you will pass. Other things you know consider as your mock test. Apart from that, you have some mock test in our website also. You can apply, try for it, and I always recommend. I don't know because in our period, metro cities like Chennai, Mumbai has got centers physical. So I have written my examination in Mumbai, SEBI, you know that building. So there I booked 2 slots together. My logic was if one paper is tough, the other paper randomly selected by computers, no? So maybe some easiness. And the first test I will consider as mock test. So that's how I prepared. So I prepared, the second chance only I passed also. That also I tell you. The first slot I didn't get full mark, pass mark. Then I second this one very easy for me. Very easy in the sense I felt like I am in heaven because first 10 choices come. I never go for negative marks. First 10 question, I'm just ticking. Then I thought, see, this is so easy. Then I go to the last question, case study. Case study is this one, hypothetical method of belting method. So I almost understood that within 1 hour I will pass this exam. So second chance. So that just happened. They were compelling me to write. See how much questions you are left. I said, okay, it's okay for me. I don't want to attempt. Whenever I do some experiment, I will be failing. So I don't want to fail that in such a way. So let's stop the class now. I hope somebody from my IOV is here. No, AR is here. So please tell him that we are completed our chapters. And I would like to meet you in some other classes. So we'll see the, okay. I don't know how to expand this. Where is that button? Full screen. Anyway, I cannot do that. The full screen is not coming now. Why should stop sharing? Okay, now it is full screen. So there are around participants are okay. So see you, brothers and sisters and fellow valuers. I'm so happy to have a class with you, and I am happy to meet so many good, those who are answering rightly, even though it's a new subject for you. So I understood that you are all well prepared, all of us. So don't miss the chance, miss the train. Within one, it's a very lucrative profession. It is called as professions of profession because you're learning engineering, so many subjects, plus so many subjects in valuation also. You are mastering it now. There is no other course in the world studying this much subjects. Okay, except medical science, everything is there. So I wish you all the best, and I'm leaving now. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank
See
you
you
very much.
again. Thank you.
Hello, any participants are available?
Available.
Yes, Pallav, is there any break just now?
No, actually, everyday lunch break was till 2:30. I think some people have thought it is still 2:30.
So I think the next lecture which I am going to carry shall be, or it should be start at 2:30, I think.
Today time was from 2 p.m.
Actual time was 2 to 4.
I think RVO can message the students.
Okay. When the break was commenced, next previous lecture was when completed previous lecture.
It, till 1:30, 1:20, I think. Till 1:20.
Okay, fine, no problem. Okay, so let us start our next coming topic. And before we move further, I would like to ask the participants their background and maybe they are available on land and building or either plant and machinery. If they are available in land and building, then what is their background? Either they may belonging from architectural field or structure, or maybe they are practicing, or they may be a freshers, right? So I would like to ask within few minutes, just I am saying few names from here. Arun, क्या आप available हो? अरुण कुमार.
Yeah, I'm a civil engineer. Plan to study Valdivarana. I'm a civil engineer.
Okay, so you are studying for valuation, but in which
Land and
field
building.
you are practicing just now?
Before I worked in. Now I am planning to take the business in construction. That's why I want to plan to study this valuation also.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Yes, then after Bharat, Yanken. Can you
Hi,
please
sir.
say the background in which you are just now working, or you may belong from fresh, you have just started?
I have chosen land and building. I'm basically a civil engineer, a graduate civil engineer and chartered engineer. I'm a project management consultant now. We are providing architectural service as well as a project management consultancy. The valuation profession is completely new to me, and this is the last day of a class.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, Munia Swami. Okay, next, Hema Arora. Then after Irfan. Hello. Okay, Irfan Salim. Yes, Pallav or Pallav want to say something?
Yeah, my background is BTech Civil Engineering and postgraduate in Building Engineering and Management from SPI Delhi. I worked as site engineer, and then I was working as assistant professor in RICS and then in MIT, so Sarda University.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Irfan Salim. कल्पेश कल्पेश जी क्या आप अवेलेबल हो? Yes, Munia Swami. Would you like to share? Okay, Panit Ram.
Sir,
Would you like to share your background? You are belonging from land and building or plant and machinery, and
Land and building, sir.
pardon,
Land and building.
and the degrees which you are
Sir, I have done my master's in transportation and management.
okay. Just
Actually,
now you are
sir.
in which field you are abided just now?
Sir, I am doing construction, sir.
Okay, fine. Sadaskiva.
Sir?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
संदीप जी, क्या आप अवेलेबल हो? नेक्स्ट सतीश जायसवाल जी. Okay, Shashik, and last Vijay. Okay, fine. Let us proceed further for our session. Before introducing myself, I would like to say that
Am I available?
yes, Vijay.
Sir, I am also a bachelor civil engineer. I belongs to lands and building, but it's a new profession for me, and I would like to start this one in addition to my existing business.
Okay, what is your existing business?
Construction only, sir.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. So before proceeding further in our today's session, I would like to say that it may happen that the participants who are available, among the participants, there may be some one who might be having more experience than me in compared to the field, right? So let us start with our today's session, various purposes of valuation. Um, the syllabus which is available for your examination in IBBI is the portion which is presented on the screen, and there may be subjected to some correction after June or July of this particular year. They are going to change certain criterias or certain extents of marks and different topics in your syllabus. So it will be better for you to clear your examination because before this June or July of 2022. So if we try to bifurcate this entire topic of different syllabus, it can be suggested in these 5 points. First one will be the valuation of property for various purposes. That is purpose of valuation. Then after a study of valuation standard, that is IVS standards, which are following by each and every valuers, and they are having certain clauses which can be followed at an international level. So if you are practicing in India and if you want to go abroad, the same clauses are going to be followed at that particular country, and there are no as such fixed format whenever you are working under IVS standards, but the content is always fixed. So whatever you may describe in the particular report, their sequence might get changed, but the entire content will remain same. Then after study of Indian accounting standards, so whenever you are representing any report of valuation to a particular company, there are certain persons who are included in the panel who is going to review your entire report, right? And among that persons who are available in the panel, there are certain persons who are belonging from CA field, or they are handling the accounting of that entire company. So it would be better if you involve certain clauses or certain criterias in your valuation report regarding that particular person. Then it will be it will give a pleasant look to the particular report, and it will correlate the technical thing and the person, that accounting person who wants the particular thing, right? If you are describing any valuation report in which the assets are having different values, market value, realizable value, or so and so, but they want to correlate it from accounting point of view. So there are certain clauses which has been described under the Indian accounting standards, and slowly and steadily in our valuation report we have to involve this particular thing, IVS as well as Indian accounting standards. Then after next is valuer as an expert witness in court. So whenever there are certain disputes which are available in court, there may be possibility of valuer to be arrived and give certain justification in the defendant or plaintiff portion. Plaintiff means a person who is going to uh, ask the or who is going to give the answer, and defendants means the person who is defending that I am not having this particular you can say that if I am abusing that a person is have done certain things, right? Then A will act as a defendant. He is going to defend the thing which has been acted on it, and B will be plaintiff. So we will show that see that particular thing in our upcoming slides. Then after valuer's function and responsibility. So what should be the valuer's function and responsibility? This entire few topics, if we try to merge up, then it will cover the various purposes of valuation, that entire topic which is available in your syllabus. So first we are going to observe various purposes of valuation. First one is a bank or a financial finance purpose. So most probably whenever a bank is going to give some money or impart some money, then there are certain nomenclature that mortgage loan is available, then business loan is available. So based on the different criterias, the bank or any financial company will provide certain money to a person as a part of entrepreneurship or to start a business or for any other reason, right? So whenever we are going for mortgage loan, we are going to have a valuation of a property. The property may be a residential flat, a residential building, or an industrial building, or an open land. And in open land, there may be agriculture, but just now we are not providing the valuation of agricultural land, and that particular thing is not, we are not eligible for the same, but we can go for the open land, that is for residential as well as industrial one or a non-agricultural one. Then after second one is liquidation. So whenever a company is under heavy loss and may not able to pay the money to their stakeholders, they may be described or they may go under liquidation process. Now there can be two types of thing. Either the company themselves may declare themselves as insolvency, or the process may get started by the company itself, or it may possible that the stakeholders who are associated with that particular company may go for certain case, and then later on it may be described by the NCLT, right? Now if any company is available, just let us for example ABC company is available and he has taken loan from different banks. Let us consider that SBI is available, PNB, Indian Overseas Bank, and IDBI Bank are there. These are few examples of bank from which they have taken loan based on the assets they are having. Now with the commencement of time, they are slowly and steadily going to pay premium to this particular bank as per their requirement. Later, it may happen that after 1 or 2 years, they are not liable, or they are not going to pay certain money or a premium to bank. So what will happen? The stakeholders means either the bank or from the person who from whom ABC company has taken money will approach NCLT, right? That is National Company Law Tribunal. So they will try to contact that particular person, or they may go for a case in either court that we are not getting the premium or the amount which we have paid to company ABC. They are not giving us back the premium as per our discussion. So this entire thing will go under liquidation process, and for that IRP, that is insolvency resolution process, will be carried out, right? And for that they are going to appoint the valuer from different asset, so that they can give certain value of the assets which are available with the company, and later on they can discrete that entire thing by selling out that properties of ABC company through auction, and then they will return money to the different persons or stakeholders. Now stakeholders may be the laborers whom they have not given the salary for few months. Stakeholders may also be shareholders, so they may provide, or they have to provide certain money back to the shareholders. So what the NCLT will do, they will try to enlist the entire properties and what is the valuation of the properties. Based on that, they will go for the interpolation method, and if some amount of money is available, XYZ, then they will try to discretize it as per the numbers of stakeholders whom the company needs to give money back. So they will try to provide it in proportion, right? And this NCLT has been appointed by the MCA, that is Ministry of Corporate Affairs. So that particular institute has developed this NCLT, and you may hear nowadays that in NCLT this company has the court case, or the case of the company has passed, or like resolution has been passed regarding this company. So nowadays NCLT is very actively participating in all this process. Next is building insurance. So whenever in mortgage loan also sometimes insurance is required. So whenever we are going for valuation process, we need to provide some insurance value also. So at that particular moment, from valuation point of view, we need to work on it. Rather than that, whenever some fire damage may happen, the company or the particular insurance person will appoint a valuer. So he will try to analyze the entire conditions, the damages which has been occurred over there on site, and accordingly they will provide certain report, the valuer, that up till which extent the damage has been occurred, and what is the proposed figure that should be given by the insurance company. Then after corporate purposes, so sometimes it may happen that the company may go under some merger or amalgamation. Let us consider that if a company is having 4 director, A, B, C and D, now one more director would like to add on that particular company. So let us consider that E director is going to be added in ABCD, right? So during that merger, or we can say if two companies are available, one is Atop, just example is written on our screen. They are manufacturing food products, wafers and all this thing. And one more company which is familiar, Haldiram. So when Atop would like to merge with the Haldiram, because at certain point they want to have some investment of fund from, not from any banking or a financial institute, but they would like to take help from the equivalent person. So they have approached to Haldiram, and at that particular moment Haldiram has given some fund as a part of you can say fund has been given for the development of that particular institute. And from for that particular person point of view, they have joined Atop as in a percentage wise, right? So that is one type of merger of two companies. And whenever merger has been done, it may be possible that they need to go for some valuations. And before few days, I think for before 8 or 10 months, Atop has appointed as us as a valuer, and we have given certain fixed value of their asset. Based on the fixed percentage, the Haldiram has given fund to that particular company based on our valuation report. It may possible that Haldiram may also appoint some valuer from their own side, and they may go for the market valuation. So this is how merger or amalgamation process may happen between the different companies, or some director may also get either attached with that particular available directors, or any one of them is going for the resignation purpose. Then also we have to go for this corporate valuations, right? And in that particular purpose, the percentage wise entire asset value has to be discretized based on the different directors and their post. Similarly, one more example is there in ceramic factory in Morbi city in this particular Gujarat state. They were having some need of gas bottles, right? The purpose may be the kiln which has been used in their machineries, right? So when they are in need of this gas bottles, and they are in need of gas bottle not in terms of 1 or 2 or 3 or 10, but from daily point of view they need at least 50 to 100 bottles from day to day point of view. So at last they have to go for some help from different companies who are manufacturing or who are filling the gas into the bottle. So they are going to have some merger or amalgamation with that particular company, and based on their asset value they will provide a certain percentage wise ownership to that particular company, and in return to that the company will provide certain funds. And next is a valuation for dispute in court. Now you are already familiar with the heirship certificates, right? Whenever parents are having two children, right? Both the children are having equal contribution whenever there is not no existence of parents. So they need to go for equal contribution of different properties. Let me say that if they are having only one property, but one of the entire property, the front portion is in dispute, that elder brother wants the front portion, and he will say that the smaller one or the younger one should keep uh, the portion which is in rear side. That means they do not have any road exposures. So there may be possibility of certain disputes, and this dispute can be resolved with the help of valuer. Either the court may appoint the valuer, or the party or the owner may also appoint it. Then after probate, so probate is again a same thing, but dispute is not observed over here. In probate, the applicant may be the son or daughter of that particular parent, and they are going to apply in court that the property was belonging to my parents and now it should be transferred to me. So without any type of sale deed, he or she will pay certain stamp duty, and the property will be transferred to she or in name of him, right? So their children will get the entire property. The sale deed will not be required, and they need to pay the stamp duty accordingly as per the Jantri rates or the rates which are available at that particular instance. Then after taxation or a capital gain. So capital gain so capital gain uh, is a valuation which is required whenever the property has been sold. So if you are having one property, or if you have purchased a property in 1990 and you are going to sell that property in today's date, then certain increase in value might be observed, right? So let me say one thing over here. If you are having property which you have purchased in 1990, and it is having value about near about 1 lakh. And whenever you are going to solve that particular property, let us consider in 10 lakh. Right. So you have gained the capital that is near about 9 lakh, right? And you need to pay tax on that particular 9 lakhs which you have gained, or it may be considered as one of the income. So you have to pay a flat 20% if it is a long term. Similarly, for short term, we are having different criteria. So for long term, if we consider, you have to pay a flat 20% of it. Now, whenever the customer or a client doesn't want to pay the amount for a taxation, he will try to go for valuation, and in valuation, they will give the value in regards to 2001 through cost indexation. Right now, the property which we have sold, it was on year 2022. Now, through cost indexation, we will go for the valuation of 2001. Let us say that if we have given the valuation on 2001 as 2 lakh rupees, then the cost indexation will be carried out, and this is the report which we have given to them, right? Valuation report. And we have given the valuation report as a benchmark of 2001. Mind well, we have not given the valuation report as on 2022. The date of valuation report may be over here as 2022, but it will be as on 2001. Now, through cost indexation, we will be having the value as 3.17, multiplication of it with the 3.71. 17, sorry. So it will be multiplied with the 2 lakh, and at last we will get certain value as 6 lakh as 6 lakh 34,000, right? So as on today, that is on 2022, based on our valuation report, the value of that particular asset will reach to 6 lakh 34,000. Now the difference of this particular with the 10 lakh will be carried out, right? And based on this, the remaining figure will be the taxable one. So if you simply go for that particular calculation, so they need to pay tax. They need to pay tax on the final remaining amount will be 3,66,000. The difference of this particular two values will reach to this particular instance. Now they have to pay the tax of 3,66,000 as 20%. So initially, when the valuation report of gain tax was not available, they have to pay tax on 9 lakh rupees as 20%, right? So now you will completely get idea what benefit the customer will get when he or she is holding the valuation report of gain tax. So simply they will place this particular valuation report, and they will give this to accountant, and accountant will do this particular entire exercise, and accordingly they need to pay the tax. Then next is a land acquisition or a compensation. Sometimes you might have heard that some farms are available and the road is going to pass from the center of that particular farm. कई बार आपने सुना होगा कि कई सारे खेत है उस बीच में से रास्ता निकालना है, तो गवर्नमेंट व्हाट विल गवर्नमेंट डू, they will go for the TDR, transfer development rights, that they will provide certain certificates that we have utilized so much land of any farmer, and some compensation will be given to them. So that is one type of land acquisition. The government is going to acquire the land of that particular farm, and same thing will be provided to the farmer either in nearby region or in far region. Now, if the value of the land, let us consider that 1 acre of land is available and the price is 1 lakh, right? So total 1 lakh amount, the land is of 1 lakh. Now, if the government is provided very far, they are providing land to that particular very far, and the cost of that particular land is for 1 acre 50,000 only. So they will provide 2 acre of land accordingly, right? So as per the valuation, the government has to provide the land with equivalent valuation. So this is one type of land acquisition. It may happen that sometimes the government will ask the owner that if you are bringing some sort of valuation reports, we will provide that amount of value to the customers on behalf of acquisitions. So this is simple one case. There may be different categories of land acquisitions. Then next is a auction. So whenever NPA properties are available, right, or any person who would like to sell the property, it may happen that previously the valuation of the property is higher one, right? So I would like to take one simple example that if one person has taken loan from a bank and he is not ready or he is not fulfilling the criteria of premium, then after 5 or 6 months, the particular company or a bank will go for a procedure of NPA, that is non-performing asset. They are not providing the premium of the particular loans. So during that particular process, the bank will ask the valuer to provide the valuation report, and at that particular moment, the market value of this particular asset will be reduced up to 10%. Why? Because they are going to place it in a auction. And even though if this particular process has not been occurred, then let us consider that the market value of a particular asset is 30 lakh. Then the realizable value will arrive over here, and that is equivalent to 0.90 or a 90% of this particular value. Then after you will have a distress value, and that is equivalent to 80% of this particular market value. So whenever they are going to have auction, or you can say whenever NPA property is going to be sold by bank, they will use this particular distress value, right? So distress value will be used at that particular moment, and the increment or EMD will be provided in percentage wise in compared to that of distress value. Sometimes it may happen that in auction one, the property may not get sold. So again, they will appoint some valuer. They will be having some valuation report, and this particular next market value, let me consider as market value 2, they will try to keep 10% less than the particular one, the previous one, right? So this is how there's different valuations of options are available. This each and everything is a part of a thumb rule. There are no any such nomenclature or clauses regarding this valuation. Then after easement right, and it may be coming under the category of TDR, that is transfer development right. Now, easement right means what? If two houses are available near to each other or two lands are available. Let me draw one figure over here. If two lands are available, land portion A and land portion B. Now the road is available or the road is available at this particular moment. Now the A can have use of this particular road. If they want to enter inside the plot, they can easily enter. But for B, there are no as such entrance. Over here, we are having again one property. Let us consider that it is of C and over here as D. So each and every property for entrance and exit, we are having one clear cut way to go or to move. But for B, we are not having any entrance. So over here, the A is providing certain easement right, or they have to compulsorily provide some way to move towards B, right? And this is known as easement right, the place which has been provided by another owner. Now whenever the A person is going to sold the land, he has to sold the remaining land only, because he cannot sold the way easement right, because it is not liable to sold it, right? So this particular path will not be sold at any instance. He has to sell the remaining portion only. And it may happen that the thing which is provided by A may not be of in today's date. It will be maybe of 20 or 50 years old, right? So the different ownership may get changed, but the easement right will not get changed. And after rent fixations, so in open court, there are certain times fixations of rates has been given. So whenever we are having any property under rent, either of the person are going to decide what should be the rent of the property. In certain case, the dispute has been reached to a particular court, and the rent fixation method will be adopted by a valuer based on the certain instance which are available on site in the radius of 1 kilometer from a given survey number. So as for example, on survey number 20, we are having dispute that what should be the rent of the property. Then the equivalent property will be captured, or the list of the equivalent property will be carried out, and within the radius of 1 kilometer for one time period of 1 year. So based on that, the government will have some enlistment that so and so property is having or rented in this particular manner, and per square meter they will be having the value of that particular rent for time duration, and similarly will be applied for the survey number 20. Similarly, if on another case, instead of rent fixation, if you go for government valuations, in that also, if we need to purchase one land, if I am having ownership of one trust, and I would like to open one educational schools or one colleges or any type of institution, and I want to acquire the land of which is already available with the government on today's date. Then what will I do? I will go for the survey. First of all, I need to appoint a valuer, and valuer will survey through registrar's office or a sub-registrar's office, and he will try to get the instance of a particular land equivalent to that which I would like to purchase. So if I want to purchase a non-agricultural land with purpose as education or residential one, then instance of that particular uh, properties which are available within the radius of 1 kilometer and for a time period of 1 year from when I'm going to purchase. So that entire thing will be carried out by a valuer, and at last average of all the values which are available along with the instance has to be carried out. So there are certain clauses as per the state in India. They are having different clauses. So the valuer will follow that clauses, and accordingly either the rent will get fixed or the value of the property which has been acquired by the government will be done, and accordingly government will provide the uh, ownership to the particular person. Next is important point to be considered in valuation. Now, whenever we are going for different valuations, you might have observed, or the person who is practicing in valuation field might have observed that if I am having one house and I am giving the valuation report with different purpose, then the value may get changed, right? As for example, for gain tax, I am giving certain value, then the person will always say that try to keep the value, market value, as much as less as much as possible. Why? Because if the value is more, the tax will get more. So accordingly they will try to manipulate the replacement cost, sometimes for visa purposes. Now in visa purposes, what we have to do, we have to provide some collateral security, or the value of the collateral securities, which has been never utilized by government, but government want to know that up till which extent the person is having money, right? So that he may not get stay in the abroad or any other countries. So that another country will ask the asset value of a person, and based on that visa will be carried out, or a valuation report of visa will be carried out. So we are always keeping more value in visa purposes, right? And for liquidation purpose, the value of the structure or any asset will always be less. Why? Because it is under heavy depreciation. When liquidation will be carried out, when the company is closed for a few months or a few years, that means maintenance has not been carried out, and ultimately it would like to say that the value of that particular asset will be decreased drastically, right? So based on that, the valuation will remain very less compared to that of a normal residential property or any of the asset. So over here in all the three cases, the replacement cost will get changed, and the valuer has to do this based on their experience, or you may say based on the local practices. Then three approaches are available. First one is market, cost, and income approaches. Now, if we talk about certain exceptional cases, just for example, GIDC in our Gujarat state, we are having different GIDCs, and in GIDC, what government will do? They will provide the industrial plot to a person based on a lease deed, and the period of lease is 99 years. So the person is not having ownership of that particular plot. But whenever we, so for that particular case, if we would like to go for valuation, it will be income approach, right? Because income approach is clearly defining that whenever a property is providing you certain income, right, and it is not having some marketability point of view, means we are not going to compare certain market at that particular site, because each and every plot will be given on lease. So you cannot go for the buying or selling, but the transformation rights are always available. So income approach, if you go for this income approach valuation, then it will be having very lesser value, So over here, based on the local practices by the valuer, you have to go for market approach. And in market approach, we are having clearly land and building method. So based on the value of the land or the rate of the land, we will get the value of land. Then based on the construction cost, we will be having construction value. And if we add both this value, value of construction and value of land, we will get final value of the asset. So over here, which method we should adopt, that should be based on our practices, valuers practices, and that is the important point we need to consider whenever we are going for valuation. Then after in probate, most probably in probate, Jantri rates are available, and we are going depreciation as per the guidelines of government, and the FSI also we are considering as per the guidelines. Now over here we are having two different things in market value, market approach whenever we are going to have valuation, and valuation for probate. So for that, I would like to have one simple example. If you try to mark one table, schedule of area has been given. Whenever we are observing any plan, approved plan of a property, on right hand side corner, we will be having one schedule of area. Written that built up area of a particular residential property. Let us start with the first point, that is plot area. Now the plot area is 100 square meter. As per the norms and whatever the local authorities are available, we will be having certain FSI. And let me consider one simple thumb rule, that the built up area at ground floor, which is permissible, is 0.6 or a 60% of the total plot area. So I am going to construct only 60 square meter over here, right? And this each and everything has been given on the schedule of area table, right? Now over here we will be having one more area, that is area of staircase. And let us consider maybe it will be near about 10 square meter. This is simple, you can say assumptions and all these things. But what I would like to say is, whenever we are going to have valuation through market approach, right? And we will conclude all this area, and the 70 square meter will be utilized over here, right? 70 square meter, and we will simply multiply it with the replacement cost, right? We will directly multiply by the replacement cost, and at last we will get cost of construction, or a value, entire value of construction. Now in case of probate, what we will do, we will simply utilize the built up area into the replacement cost, right? And at last we will get the value of a particular asset. So over here we are having lesser value, right? And if we are having less value, that means we are going to pay the less stamp duty, right? And over here, as we are having more value, ultimately it will get reflect for the loan purpose or any mortgage purpose. So over here we will get more value, right? So this is how the value, it is in the hand of valuer how to manipulate the value of land or a value of any asset, not at a much more extent, but at a few extent. Over here also, if we provide in first case, this is our case number 1, in which we have used the replacement cost as Let me consider it as 10,000 per square meter. So it will be equivalent to that of 7 lakhs, right? And over here also the same thing we have considered, but what will happen? The area will get reduced and we have to multiply by 60. So the replacement cost will get 6 lakh. So this is how even if we have used the same amount, we will get different values, and accordingly both things will be right, because whenever we are working with Probat, we have to follow all the nomenclature or all the clauses, and FSI does not involve staircase, right? So whenever you read the rules regarding the FSI, it does not involve staircase area, right? So this is one such example through how we can have different values of the same asset, and both the value will remain right or a true in their own purposes. So we have to simply write the purpose whenever we are starting with the reports. Then after, next is a partition of property, that is a court dispute. So for that, I am having one simple diagram over here, that I am having one plot which is of 400 square yard, and there are four son of a particular parents, and we need to have the discretization of this particular plot or a partition of the plot in four different way. So over here, the entrance of two person will be very easy, but for remaining the brothers who are living on the rear side of this particular plot may not get good entrance. So what will happen? One way will be provided through a valuer over here, and the amount of land which is going to be deducted over here, same amount of land may be provided more to this particular one. Pardon. So the land will be provided over here like this way, the discretization. More portion of this particular one, or the A will get more portion. This is how, and the portion which will be cut over here, or the compensation of this particular portion will be given over here, and the person who is going to live on the rear side of this plot will get entrance very easily through easement right. So this is how the discretization of plot will be carried out whenever the dispute has been observed on court, and partition of the property will be carried out easily. This is one such idea. There may be different disputes which are observed in open court, and accordingly the experience, based on the experience, the valuer will provide different solutions. Now the next point is the realizable value. So sometimes it may happen that whenever a person who is under just have started the practicing of valuation, he or she might be observing that the from where he is practicing, that the person is sometimes taking realizable value as 95%, sometimes as 90, and sometimes as 85. So based on different experience, they will take the realizable value in different percentage to that of market value. Now, whenever we are having NPA properties, we are going for less realizable value. At that particular moment, we will take 85% of the market value. And sometimes the condition of a structure is very good, and the bank manager will also call you to keep higher value, as they are going to provide valuation based on realizable value. So what you will do, whatever the market value you are getting, you are keeping it as it is, but you will increase the percentage as 95 to that of the market value for realizable value. So over here, the bank manager can easily provide loan as per their requirement. So if the condition is good of structure, if the location is good of that particular land, you can provide 95% of the market value, which is realizable one. But if the condition is good, not good, or you can say among the different plots, if we are having one large plotting and it is having different numbers of plots, right, like this way, and this is how plotting has been done of a large land, right? Then over here you can use more realizable value, and in the last portion over here you can have less realizable value. Sometimes you are under some pressure that I need to provide whatever rate of land which is given over here, same rate on this particular site, because the area is same, the society is entirely a same one. So what you will do, you can go and manipulate this particular thing at front side of this each and every plots. You can provide 95% and remaining as 91, and you can easily define this particular thing in front of manager, because there are no as such explanation the valuer needs to give for the realizable value which he or she is considering, because it is based on the valuer's experience. So in this entire society, if the main road is available over here and these plots are having more value, you can go for the realizable value as 95%. Otherwise, from back side, you can go for 90, right? But more or less, we are not using 80 or 85% for a normal property. For NPA property only, we are using this 85%. Similarly, for distress value, the explanation will remain same, but the value will get changed in reference to 80%, 75 and 70%, right? So these are all important points that you need to consider whenever you are going for valuations. And sometimes it may happen that you may fix this percentage based on the marketability, that if you are having good marketability, the area under good marketability, you will give 95%. Then after, for medium area or a marketability, you will give 90, and for very, very less, you will get 85. Now, the study of valuation standards. So, whenever we are preparing any valuation report, either for any bank, let me consider as SBI, then the format is fixed. For PNB, Punjab National Bank, the format will also remain fixed. But when we are going for valuation under the Companies Act 2013, that means whenever you are going to have the registered valuer's degree, and you will go for valuation for IBC or under IBBI, then there are no as such fixed standards or as such fixed format, but the content will be fixed. So from where you will go and refer the entire thing. So for that, IVS standards are available. Now let us consider one file. Let us view the IVS standard file. Okay, so IVCS, that are the council which has defined the IVS. So it is International Valuation Standards Council, and they have defined the entire thing in booklet, and that booklet is known as International Valuation Standards. So we will quickly move to the scope 101 from that particular book. I hope you can see the front page of this particular book, International Valuation Standards. And we will move to the scope 101, right? So in scope number 101, they would like to introduce as a scope of work, that is sometimes referred to as terms of engagement, describes the fundamental terms of a valuation engagement, such as the asset being valued, the purpose of valuation, and responsibility of parties involved in the valuations. Now, before I think 1 year, one company has approached me for valuation under IBBI, right? So that was my experience, first experience before 1 year, right? So in that first experience, what I have done is I have accepted their terminologies and all these things orally. Now, main thing is they have not provided any written letter for the same, that is terms and conditions. So I have carried valuations and each and everything has been over. They have also done the payment, and within 2 to 3 months, entire procedure was over. But later on the fourth or fifth month of this particular, after completion or submission of report, they have said that we need one more scope in this particular valuation report. That means you have to add few more values in your valuation report. Now the thing is, during the oral discussion, this thing was not been discussed, that you have to write this particular value in your report, and later on they have changed their mind. So whenever actually they need to pay either extra remunerations, or they have to appoint certain another valuer if their scope may get changed. But as the discussion was oral, I was also abided to complete that particular thing. Or if I am denying that particular thing also, I may not come under any such circumstances, or I may not found any guilty. Now this thing may not happen if I have taken in written the terms of engagement. So nowadays, whenever the person is coming under RV, that is registered valuer, and they are going for any valuations, the RVO will ask RV, that is registered valuer, that show your letter or the terms of engagement in which you have done valuations, right? So nowadays the entire criteria has been changed. You have to immediately inform if you are going for any big such valuations, that I have done this valuation, I have reached to this particular instance in this particular valuation, and this is my letter or terms of engagement. So it may happen that sometimes they may also protect us from the big parties, and what will happen, the big parties or companies will make complaint against you in IBBI. And if you visit the website of IBBI, you will get complete idea that there are certain hearings or the court case are associated with different registered valuer or IPR or XYZ. So whomsoever who are working under the IBBI may face may face certain problem if terms of engagement has not been taken. So it should be transference from both the parties only if this thing has been done. Similarly, in 101, that is scope of work, we are having many such things which are important. I have highlighted over here. A valuer must communicate the scope of work to its client prior to completion of the assignments, including the following. That means whenever the assignment is on verge of completion, you should clearly say that you have given me this task, I have completed it, now I am free. It may happen that after a few months or few years, they may say that you have not completed your task. So it should be having some communications which can be kept as a legal reference. As for example, the mail, you should mail the particular company that the task which is given by you was this much and it has been completed up till this extent, or it has been fully completed. Then after identity of valuer, the subtopics of it, the valuer may be an individual, group of individuals, or a firm if the valuer has any material connections. That means if you are having any blood relations, or you are the stakeholders of that company, even if you cannot give valuation report. As for example, Backbone is one company and I am one of the director of Backbone, or if I am sleeping partner, I am having percentage involvement as 5 to 10% from that entire company. I have given certain fund. Then at that you can say I cannot give valuation report to that particular company. Why? Because I am already associated with it. I am already a stakeholder of it. So there may be chance of manipulations or the value may get increase or decrease. Then after identity of the client or the confirmation of those for whom the valuation assignment is being produced. So it may happen that sometimes father is having ownership of a company and the son is going to utilize it, and he will say that I want to go for valuation of this company. But whenever you are going to have the actual person who needs the valuation report, if you try to contact, he or she will say that please do not provide valuation reports to any of this particular person. So you need to have the confirmation of the valuation assignment, who should give and up till which extent you should raise a query regarding it. Then identity of intended user. Now what is intended user? This is a much important topic nowadays. Being a valuer, if I am giving some valuation to a company, right? As for example, valuer is Tejpal and he is giving valuation for assets of different companies or a cluster of companies under a one title, that is Backbone, right? Now the Backbone company is having panels of different important persons who are going to discuss the valuation reports, right, provided by me, and they will carry on all the figures into books of account. That means the CA who is writing all the things, right, जो उसका account लिखता है पूरा company का, वो पूरा जो भी वैल्यू है वो पैनल में डिस्कस हो जाने के बाद जो भी वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट में दिया है वो सारा का सारा फिगर्स है वो इनकम टैक्स फाइलिंग जो करता है उसमें वो डाल देता है, राइट। वो क्रेडिट और डेबिट दो कॉलम आता है तो वो पूरी क्रेडिट और डेबिट में वो पूरा एडजस्टमेंट कर देता है, उसको हम बोलते हैं बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट। So he has used all the data which has given by valuer. After discussion in the panel, they have placed entire data in books of account. Now the thing will happen that in later hierarchy, the valuation report should not pass, but somehow one of the person has captured the entire valuation report, who is not working in that company but is somehow associated with the company or a valuer. Now what he will do, he will misuse that particular thing. Either he will go for any complaint or he may use in a negative manner the entire valuation report. जैसे मैंने value दे दिया market का value कि भाई इसका 80 लाख आता है, 80 lakhs is coming. Then after he will use that particular valuation report to different authorities and he will say that the valuation report is not correct. Now actually the point is what? He has theft that particular valuation report. So actually valuer is liable to make a court case on that particular person. But instead of this what will happen? The person will misuse or he will not use in a good manner, but he will try to misuse that particular valuation report and may create certain issue. Now in the valuation report, in terms and condition, if I am writing one sentence that this valuation report will be used or utilized by intended users only. So if I am writing this one statement, no one can either theft that particular valuation report or no one can misuse that particular report. Now in this particular case, if I am writing that intended user can only use this valuation report, तो भाई उसने बोल दिया कि भाई ये गलत कर रहा है वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट, तो वो जिसको भी दिखाएगा वो तुरंत बोल देगा भाई ये आपने चुरा के ले आया है यहाँ पे। क्यों? क्योंकि उसमें लिखा है इंटेंडेड यूजर कैन ओनली यूटिलाइज दिस वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट, नो अदर पर्सन कैन यूज दिस। तो आप उस कंपनी में काम करते हो, जो पैनल का डिस्कशन हुआ था 14 लोगों का, तो उसमें आप थे नहीं थे, तो फिर आपके पास ये रिपोर्ट आया कहाँ से? आपने कहीं से ये चुराया हुआ है। दिस प्रॉपर्टी डजंट बिलोंग टू you, and this is how the valuers practice will be one of the successful way. Then after asset being valued, the subject asset in the valuation assigned must be clearly identified. कई बार कैसा होता है कि भाई कस्टमर हमें लेके जाता है, वो जगह अलग दिखाता है लैंड की, एक्चुअल जो हमें वो सेल डीड प्रोवाइड कर रहा है वो अलग जगह की होती है। तो अगर हम आगे की जमीन देख के पीछे का डीड वो दे देता है सेल डीड, तो हम वो आगे की जमीन का अच्छा रेट भर देते हैं, और एक्चुअल में जो डीड है वो जमीन है वो पीछे की तरफ आती है और उसका वैल्यू है वो कम आ रहा है। तो क्या होगा कि हमें जो वैल्यूएशन देना है एक्चुअल में वो हम नहीं दे पाएंगे। तो इसी तरह हमें क्या करना है, उसका जो आइडेंटिफिकेशन है वो पूरी अच्छी तरीके से करना है। इसीलिए अब nowadays we are using layout, approved layout plan of the property. That means the entire area of the society will be available over there, and the surrounding survey numbers will also get mentioned in the approved layout. Then after the value of currency, तो जब भी आप वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट बनाते हो आईबीपीए के अंडर, तो उसमें आपको करेंसी मेंशन करना पड़ेगा। जैसे इंडिया में अब हम नई करेंसी का सिंबल यूज करते हैं। सिंपली आई विल ड्रॉ वन सिंबल ओवर हियर, राइट। तो ऐसा करेंसी का सिंबल हम यूज करते हैं। तो पहले हम रुपीज लिखते थे वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट में। सिमिलरली इफ यू आर प्रोवाइडिंग सम valuation to a company which is working at an international level, you have to provide dollar as a part of valuation currency. Then purpose of valuation, for which purpose you are going to value that property, that should be clear in your mind, as well as in the engagement letter which is given by the company. Definition of any basis of valuation must be cited or the basis explained. So whatever amount which you are giving for valuations, there must be certain supportive instance and valuation date. Now there are actually 3 to 4 types of date. First one is date of appointment. So whenever you are writing your valuation report, you need to write a date of appointment on which you are going to be appointed. Second date is a date of inspection or a site visit. Third date is date of valuations, right? So these are the 3 dates which is must in your report. Okay, let us move again in our slide. So after scope, we are having 102, that is investigation and compliances. I hope you can see this thing, investigation and compliances 102. So you can read each and everything of this particular PDF once at a while. So in 102, the main thing is sufficient evidence must be assembled by means such as inspection, inquiry, computation and analysis to ensure that the valuation is properly supported. आप जब भी कोई भी प्रॉपर्टी को विजिट के लिए जाते हो, तो उसका जो वैल्यूएशन आता है लैंड या कंस्ट्रक्शन का, उसको आपको अच्छी तरह से उसका इंक्वायरी करना पड़ेगा और उसका कंप्यूटेशन करना पड़ेगा। Let me take one example, that if you are visiting one property which is having land area as 100 square meter, right? For a said property means the property which you are going to have a valuation report. So the land area is how much? Let me consider it as 100 square meter. उसके बाद आपने कुछ ऐसा सर्वे किया, ठीक है, आगे जाके आपने ऐसा सर्वे किया, कि भाई लैंड की वैल्यू है वो कितनी आती है। तो वहां का जो लैंड एरिया था वो था 10,000 स्क्वायर मीटर, और उसने बोल दिया कि रेट ऑफ लैंड कितना है, तो 1,000 रुपीज पर स्क्वायर मीटर। ठीक है, उसने बोल दिया कि मेरा जो लैंड है वो 10,000 स्क्वायर मीटर है और उसका रेट है 1,000 पर स्क्वायर मीटर। नाउ ऐसा तो नहीं होगा ना कि आप अपना वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट बनाओगे और उसमें भी आप 1,000 रुपीज ही डाल दोगे, नहीं कर सकते। क्यों? क्योंकि उसमें आपको बढ़ा के वैल्यू रखनी पड़ेगी, बिकॉज जो पर्सन के पास 10,000 स्क्वायर मीटर लैंड है, अगर वो ओपन मार्केट में बेचने जाएगा तो उसके पास ऐसा कितने कस्टमर आएंगे जो वो उस रेट पे लैंड परचेस करने को राजी होगा। ठीक है, यानी जब भी एरिया बढ़ता है लैंड का जो रेट है वो डिक्रीज हो जाएगा, और जब भी लैंड का एरिया है वो कम हो जाएगा तब वो लैंड का रेट है वो इंक्रीज होने की संभावना रहती है। तो ये एक प्रैक्टिस है, लोकल प्रैक्टिस बाय द लोकल वैल्यूअर्स, कि ये चीज हमेशा होती है। तो इसको हम बोलते हैं कंप्यूटेशन एंड एनालिसिस। तो आपको ऐसा कंप्यूटेशन और एनालिसिस करना पड़ेगा। एक और एग्जांपल हम ले सकते हैं यहाँ पे, वो है फ्लैट का, रेसिडेंशियल फ्लैट। सो इफ यू विजिटेड रेसिडेंशियल फ्लैट एट फर्स्ट फ्लोर, राइट, और आपने जो इंक्वायरी किया है रेसिडेंशियल फ्लैट का, वो हम सोचते हैं कि रेसिडेंशियल फ्लैट का इंक्वायरी किया है 10th फ्लोर। नाउ आप आसानी से अब समझ गए होंगे कि आपने जो सर्वे किया 10th फ्लोर में रेट, वो सेम रेट आप फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे नहीं फील कर सकते। तो वो सारी चीजें उसको हम बोलते हैं कंप्यूटेशन एंड एनालिसिस। सो ये सारी चीज आ जाती है 102 क्लोजेज में। देन आफ्टर its limit, if limitations on investigations are so substantial that the valuer cannot be sufficiently evaluate the input and assumptions, the valuation engagement must not state that it has been performed in compliance with IVS। तो अगर कुछ ऐसी चीज है जो रह जाती है तो उसको आपको assumptions करके उसको फील नहीं करना है, उसका कोई भी एक लॉजिकल या साइंटिफिक पाथ फाइंड करके ही आपको उसको लिंक्ड अप करना है। ऐसा नहीं कि मैंने सोचा था कि ऐसा नहीं ऐसा होगा तो हमने वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट दे दी। So you cannot have any such hypothetical assumptions, but you should be having some logical and scientific thing which is already existing whenever you are going for valuation or site inspections. Okay. Party other than the valuer, consideration should be given as to whether the information is credible or that the information may otherwise be relied upon without adversely affecting the credibility of the valuation opinion। यानी आप कई बार विजिट में जाओगे तो ऐसा सुनने को मिलेगा कि कस्टमर है, उसका जो प्रॉपर्टी का वैल्यू आता है, लेट अस कंसीडर इट एज समथिंग 2 लाख और 5 लाख और 10 लाख। अच्छा चलो 10 लाख का उसका वैल्यू आता है, लेकिन आप जब भी उसको पूछोगे कि भाई आपका वैल्यू कितना आता है फ्लैट या प्रॉपर्टी का, तो वो तुरंत बोलेगा भाई 15 लाख तो आराम से आ जाएगा, राइट। 15 lakhs will be easily given to this particular type of residency, but when you go for actual inspections or inquiry, you will hardly get that it is having value of near about 9 to 10 lakh। तो आपको क्या करना है, उस पे आसानी से भरोसा नहीं करना है। कोई भी आदमी जो आप विजिट में जा रहे हो तो वो जो भी बोले वो सही नहीं है, और जो भी बोले वो गलत भी नहीं हो सकता है। तो आपको दोनों तरीके से उस पे सोचना पड़ेगा। तो ये सारी चीजें वो वैल्यूएशन स्टैंडर्ड IVS में लिखा गया है। Okay, let us now quickly switch over to the next one, that is basis or base of valuation, that is from page number 22. So these are certain bases, hypothetical transactions, actual transaction. मैंने अभी बोला था, आपने सोचा होगा कि भाई ये लिंक अप करना है, भाई ये इतना है तो वो आगे की प्रॉपर्टी है तो बहुत सारा पैसा आएगा, ऐसा डाल के आपने एजम्पशन करके दे दिया, लेकिन आपको एक्चुअल में वहां पे जाके इंस्पेक्शन करना है या फिर उसमें सर्वे करना है कि अगर ये प्रॉपर्टी रोड फ्रंटेज है तो इसमें ज्यादा पैसा आएगा या नहीं आएगा। हमको कोई भी चीज का हाइपोथेटिकल अजम्पशंस नहीं करना है। तो वो सारी बेसिस है जो यहाँ पे लिखी गई है और उसको एलोबरेट किया गया। एक्चुअल ट्रांजैक्शन जो अभी उसमें हुआ था वो परचेज ऑफ ट्रांजैक्शंस, the sale transactions, transaction in a particular or hypothetical market with specified characteristics। तो ये सारी चीजें वहां पे दिखाई देगी और उसके साथ सारी जो वैल्यूज है वो एसोसिएट होती है। तो इनमें से 4 to 5 वैल्यूज वी आर गोइंग टू डिस्कस इन आवर प्रेजेंटेशन जस्ट नाउ। First one is a market value. So market value is the estimated amount for which an asset or liability should exchange on the valuation date between a willing buyer and a willing seller। यानी आप कोई भी प्रॉपर्टी अगर मार्केट में बेचने के लिए रखते हो तो आपने जितना दाम बोला उतना ही दाम सामने वाला जो बंदा है उसको देना पड़ेगा। ठीक है, अगर दोनों में से एक बोल जाता है कि भाई ये प्रॉपर्टी का वैल्यू है वो हमें एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं है, तो उन दोनों के बीच में कुछ भी ट्रांजैक्शन नहीं हो सकता है। So if you are going to sell your property and you have given the valuation of your property as 10 lakh, I want to sell this property in 10 lakhs only, right? Or I want to sold this one. But the person who is going to purchase it, if he or she is not agreed with that amount, you both cannot have any transactions। And the word specific written over here is arm's length transaction। arm's length transaction means किसी के दबाव में नहीं आके उसने आपके पास से परचेज किया है या आपने उसको बेचा है किसी के दबाव में आने के नहीं आने के कारण में। ठीक है, तो वो पूरी चीज है वो लीगल मैटर में भी लिखी जाती है। whenever they are making any sale deal, they are going to write that without influencing any person, I am selling my property in this amount and the area is this and the these are the particular legal address of the property। After proper marketing and where the parties had each acted knowledgeably और prudently and knowledgeably means कि मैं जब भी कोई प्रॉपर्टी परचेज करने के लिए जाता हूँ तो मैं चेक करूंगा उसके इर्द गिर्द का कि भाई ये कितने में आता है, वो जगह पे जाएंगे तो कितना आएगा। फिर मैं उसको बोलूंगा भाई मुझे प्रॉपर्टी तो यही लेनी है, लेकिन अगर वो बगल वाला जो है वो इतने में बेच रहा है तो आप क्यों ज्यादा में बेच रहे हो, राइट? सो दिस इज वन टाइप ऑफ बार्गेन प्रोसेस यू मे से, एंड दैट इज बेस्ड ऑन अवर नॉलेज। आप अगर अमेजोन में से परचेज करने के लिए जाते हो ऑनलाइन प्रोडक्ट तो उसमें प्राइस रेट अलग है और फ्लिपकार्ट में अलग है, तो बट ऑब्वियस है जिसमें कम दाम होंगे वही ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म में से आप परचेज करने के लिए प्रेफरेबल रहोगे। तो सेम चीज है वो यहाँ पे देखनी है। आप अखबार देखते हो पूरा कि भाई ये प्रॉपर्टी बेचने के लिए रखी है, ये एरिया में इतनी सारी प्रॉपर्टी है, सबका दाम अलग है, किसी का बड़ा है किसी का छोटा दाम है, तो उसी मुताबिक आप उसको परचेज के लिए अप्रोच करने वाले हो। तो वो सारी चीज जब एक्सेप्टेबल हो जाती है उसको हम बोलते हैं मार्केट वैल्यू। उसके बाद आता है मार्केट रेंट। सो सेम थिंग विल बी अवेलेबल इन द प्रीवियस वन, इट इज अ वैल्यू through which we are going to purchase। over here these are the values through which we are going for rent, right? So that same thing is having description over here, that is market rent is the estimate amount for which an interest in real property should be leased on the valuation date between a willing seller, a lessor and a willing lessee। तो यहाँ पे चेंज हो जाएगा वर्ड का, बिकॉज नो वन इज ओनर ओवर हियर, द गवर्नमेंट और एनी अदर थर्ड पर्सन विल बी ओनर, so it will be lesser and lessee. सेम वर्ड अगेन आ गया है, इन एन आर्म्स लेंथ ट्रांजैक्शन, यानी किसी के दबाव में नहीं आके इन दोनों ने ट्रांजैक्शंस किए हैं, आफ्टर प्रॉपर मार्केटिंग एंड वेयर द पार्टीज हैड ईच एक्टेड नॉलेजेबली, प्रूडेंटली एंड विदाउट कंपल्शंस। देन आफ्टर सिनर्जिस्टिक वैल्यू, तो ये कई सारी वैल्यूज है वो डिस्क्राइब की गई है ये क्लोजेस में। तो synergistic value means when any property has been sold singly and if we try to add some more thing, जैसे लैंड एंड बिल्डिंग में है तो आप अगर खाली जमीन को बेचने के लिए जाओगे तो उसका दाम है जो आ रहा है एक्चुअल में, उसके कंपेयर में अगर उस पे आप स्ट्रक्चर कुछ खड़ा करके उसके बेचने वाले हो तो दोनों की जो वैल्यू है उसमें चेंज आ जाएगा। तो जो चेंज आने वाला है उसको हम बोलते हैं सिनर्जिस्टिक वैल्यू और मैरिज वैल्यू। सो व्हाट डू दे मीन टू से इज synergistic value is the result of a combination of two or more assets or interest where the combined value is more than the sum of separate value। यानी आप अलग से जमीन परचेज करने जाओगे तो उसका दाम कम आएगा, लेकिन अगर आप उसमें कम से कम 2 या 3 लाख का कंस्ट्रक्शन करते हो और फिर वो पूरा रेसिडेंशियल प्रॉपर्टी उसको बेच रहे हो तो आप समझ सकते हो उसका रेट ज्यादा मिलने की संभावना रहती है, तो उसको हम बोलते हैं सिनर्जिस्टिक वैल्यू, राइट। इफ द सिनर्जिस्टिक or synergies are only available to one specific buyer, then synergistic value will differ from market value, as the synergistic value will reflect particular attributes of an asset that are only of value to a specific purchaser. The added value above the aggregate of the respective interest is often referred as marriage value। ठीक है, तो आप जब भी कोई लैंड परचेज करने के लिए जाते हो, ये तो बहुत सिंपल चीज है। इफ द लैंड इज कॉस्टिंग ऑफ 10 lakh, right, I am simply writing now short form, and you have done the construction later on, आपने उसमें सिर्फ 2 लाख का ही कंस्ट्रक्शन किया है, लेकिन आप 2 या 3 साल के बाद उसको बेचने के लिए जाते हो तो उसकी एग्रीगेट वैल्यू है वो एक्चुअल में 12 लाख है, लेकिन अगर आप इसको सोल्ड करने के लिए और सेल करने के लिए कुछ वैल्यू रखते हो, जैसे वैल्यू ऑफ प्रॉपर्टी आप रख रहे हो 15 या 17 लैक्स, तो वो इजीली इस रेंज में you can easily solve this particular property because this is now value of this is considered as a synergistic value, ये दोनों का कॉम्बिनेशन है, ठीक है, इसमें पॉसिबिलिटी है वैल्यू बढ़ने की। तो ऐसी बहुत सारी डेफिनेशंस है वो क्लोजेस में दी गई है, तो वो आपको एक बार रिफर करना पड़ेगा। And after liquidation values, we have already discussed liquidation value. Let me quickly read the entire sentence. Is the amount that would be realized when an asset or group of assets are sold on a piecemeal basis. Piecemeal means if I am having cluster of lands, right? कोई भी बड़ी कंपनी होगी तो वो एक छोटा क्लस्टर ऑफ लैंड नहीं होगा, उसके पास बहुत सारे सर्वे नंबर्स होंगे। जैसे ये पूरा एक एरिया है और यहाँ पे डिफरेंट डिफरेंट सर्वे नंबर्स है, as for example survey number 1 and survey number 2, 3 and 4. So if I want to sold this particular land under liquidation on a piecemeal basis, then इसको मैं इसको डिस्क्रिटाइज कर देता हूँ कि भाई ये एक पोर्शन हो गया, ये दूसरा पोर्शन हो गया और ये तीसरा और ये चौथा पोर्शन, तो अगर इसको मैं सेपरेटली बेचने वाला हूँ तो ऐसा भी हो सकता है इसकी वैल्यू जो एक्चुअल है उससे भी ज्यादा इसका वैल्यू मुझे मिल सकता है। लेकिन अगर मैं इसको कंसोलिडेट बेच रहा हूँ तो इसका जो एक्चुअल दाम है उससे भी कम दाम में मैं इसको बेच सकता हूँ या बेचनी पड़ेगी मुझे। ठीक है, तो ये दो ऑप्शन हो गए। उसके बाद दो और ऑप्शन आते हैं, फोर्स्ड ट्रांजैक्शन, यानी कोई भी मुझे फोर्स कर रहा है वो प्रॉपर्टी सेल करने के लिए, तो मेरे पास टाइम नहीं होगा कि मैं इसका मार्केटिंग कर सकूं और जो प्रॉपर्टी का दाम आ रहा है उसी दाम में मुझे उसको सोल्ड करना पड़ेगा। उसके बाद आता है ऑर्डरली ट्रांजैक्शन। ऑर्डरली ट्रांजैक्शन मींस आई एम गिविंग सफिशिएंट टाइम। मैं एडवर्टीजमेंट कर सकता हूँ, मैं कोटेशन रख सकता हूँ, टेंडर भी रख सकता हूँ, मैं ऑप्शन भी रख सकता हूँ। तो ये सारी चीज मैं रखूंगा तो मुझे जो एक्चुअल वैल्यू है उससे कहीं ज्यादा वैल्यू आने की संभावना रहती है। तो लिक्विडेशन वैल्यू है उसमें दोनों एक्सटेंट का हो सकता है। एक्चुअल मार्केट वैल्यू इज दिस, और अगर मैं इसको ऑर्डरली ट्रांजैक्शन करूं तो मेरा बढ़ने की संभावना रहती है, और अगर मैं फोर्स्ड ट्रांजैक्शन करता हूं तो वो कम होने की संभावना रहती है। यानी लिक्विडेशन वैल्यू इज वन ऑफ द एक्सटेंट, आइदर एक्सटेंट ऑफ द एक्चुअल मार्केट वैल्यू। ठीक है, ओके। इंडियन अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड्स, सो मैंने पहले भी बोला था, आप जब भी कोई वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट कंपनी को रिप्रेजेंट करते हो तो उसकी पूरी पैनल रहती है, उसमें कई सारे सीएज और कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज रहते हैं, उसको उसके मुताबिक इंटरप्रिटेशन चाहिए पूरे वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट का, तब जाके वो सारा फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर्स जो आपने दिए है उसको वो बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट में ट्रांसफर कर पाएंगे। तो उनके लिए सारे क्लोजेस है वो आपको एक बार रेफर करने पड़ेगा कि इंडियन अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड्स में किस तरीके से उसको मेंशन किया गया है। चेंजेस बहुत नहीं है, लेकिन थोड़ा बहुत टर्मिनोलॉजीज में डिफरेंस होगा। तो अगर आप बात करते हैं इंडियन अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड 16 की, तो उसमें लिखा गया है कि अकाउंटिंग ट्रीटमेंट फॉर प्रॉपर्टीज, यानी प्रॉपर्टी का जो मार्केट वैल्यू है वो कितना है, उसमें कौन सी डेप्रिसिएशन मेथड हमको फॉलो करनी है, और किस मेथड से हम उसको कंपेयर कर सकते हैं वैल्यू को। तो ये पूरी चीजें वो सीए कंपनी चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से कंपनी में रखी गई है, और वैल्यूअर को भी धीरे धीरे करके ये सारी चीजें वो नेक्स्ट अपकमिंग ईयर्स में फॉलो करनी पड़ेगी उसके वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट्स ड्राफ्टिंग में, वो सारी चीजें इसको इन्वॉल्व करनी पड़ेगी। Then the objective of these standards is to prescribe the procedures that an entity applies to ensure that its assets are carried at no more than their recoverable amount। यानी जो भी आप मशीन को यूज करते हो और उसका जो आउटकम आता है वो एक्चुअल में थोड़ा ज्यादा होना चाहिए मशीन के अमाउंट से कंपेयर में, राइट। सो इट शुड बी ऑलवेज मोर। अगर वो कम दाम और जो आउटकम दे रहा है वो कम है मशीन्स के अमाउंट में, तो यू शुड बी हैविंग सम रिकवरेबल अमाउंट। तो ये पूरी जो क्राइटेरियाज है स्मॉल स्मॉल फ्रॉम कंपनी सेक्रेटरी और चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू, ये सारी चीजें उसमें लिखी गई है। और अगर आप इंडियन अकाउंटिंग स्टैंडर्ड को पढ़ने के लिए जाओगे तो this is the book। I hope you can see this book। This is the front page and it is having only checklist, not the entire thing। checklist means वो पूरा लिस्ट देते हैं कि इतनी सारी चीजें उसमें इन्वॉल्व होनी चाहिए। आप यहाँ भी पढ़ सकते हो, the authority who has drafted this entire thing is the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India। तो ये पूरी चीजें वो एक तरीके से हमें रिपोर्ट में मेंशन करनी होगी, ताकि जो सीए या और सीएस है वो हमारा रिपोर्ट को मैनिपुलेट और वो पूरी तरीके से उसको एनालिसिस कर सके। तो इनमें से आपको सिर्फ 4 क्लोजेस का ही ध्यान रखना है। जैसे presentations of financial statements, then after we are having 36 impairment of assets, then investment properties, right? So ये सारे clauses है, उसको हमें ध्यान में एक बार रीड करना है और उसके रिगार्डिंग ये जो फोर्स है 16, 36, 40 एंड 113 उसके रिगार्डिंग कई बार MCQs आते हैं। The difference between 16 and 40 is that the 16 is relevant to the property in terms of ownership basis, and in 40 it is from investment point of view, यानी हम उसमें रहने के लिए या उसको यूटिलाइज नहीं कर रहे हैं, बट उसको लेके हम सिर्फ बेचने वाले हैं। Then next is valuers as expert in witness in court, right? उसके पास अगर वो witness of court कोई भी कोर्ट में उसका कोई जस्टिफिकेशन देने के लिए जा रहा है तो उसमें कौन कौन सी क्वालिटी होनी चाहिए। सो फर्स्ट वन इज एसेंशियल क्वालिटीज ऑफ रिगार्डिंग द नॉलेज पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू, राइट। देन आफ्टर प्रॉपरली क्वालिफाइड, जो डिग्रीज है उसके पास वो होनी चाहिए वो आर्ग्यूमेंट या जस्टिफिकेशन देने के लिए। देन आफ्टर एडिक्वेट एक्सपीरियंस, एक्सपीरियंस इज आल्सो अ मस्ट थिंग। देन नॉलेज इन डेप्थ, कई बार ऐसा हो सकता है कि कुछ चीजें है वो जज या कोई भी अपोनेंट पर्सन है वो आपका डेप्थ चेक करने के लिए बुलाया गया हो, तो आपको उस नॉलेज का चीज पूरा होना चाहिए। देन रिपोर्ट राइटिंग स्किल्स, देन प्रॉपर कम्युनिकेशन, एक्टिव लिसनिंग, कई बार सामने से कुछ पूछ रहे हो तो बीच में उसको काट के आंसर नहीं देना है, लेकिन उसको पूरा सुनने के बाद यू कैन गो फॉर योर आंसर विदाउट एनी इंटरप्शंस। Then after adequate knowledge of legal procedures, जो भी legal procedures होती है उसको आपको पूरी तरीके से समझना है और उसको अप्लाई करना है। Then after patience and not being disturbed by unnecessary and out of way questions, कई बार ऐसे होते हैं कि out of way questions पूछ के टेम्परामेंट चेक किया जाता है, तो आपको वहाँ भी एकदम अच्छी तरीके से जवाब देना पड़ता है। एंड यू शुड नॉट यूज एनी स्लैंग लैंग्वेज, यानी बैड वर्ड्स को आपको यूज नहीं करना है। तो ये सारी चीजें है वैल्यूअर्स एज एक्सपर्ट विटनेस इन कोर्ट। तो आपको जब भी एक्सपर्ट के लिए बुलाया जाता है जस्टिफिकेशन के लिए, ये सारी खूबियां है या सारा चीज है वो स्किल्स आप में होना चाहिए। और जब भी आप जस्टिफिकेशन के लिए जाते हो कौन कौन से लोग आपको अपॉइंट कर सकते हैं। So arbitration means a person who is intermediate. If A is going to complain for B, if A is going to complain about B, यानी क्या होगा, B is going to defend himself, right? That इन लोगों ने जितने भी आरोप लगाए वो सही नहीं है, तो वो किसके पास जाएगा, ए है वो आर्बिट्रेशन और इंटरमीडिएट पर्सन के पास जाएगा बी की कंप्लेन लेके। तो आर्बिट्रेशन कैन आल्सो अपॉइंट अ वैल्यूअर। देन एडवोकेट ऑफ प्लेंटिफ, प्लेंटिफ यानी ए इज अ प्लेंटिफ, सो उसका भी एडवोकेट वैल्यूअर को अपॉइंट कर सकता है। एंड एडवोकेट ऑफ डिफेंडेड मींस बी पर्सन हु इज गोइंग टू डिफेंड हिमसेल्फ, तो उसका भी एडवोकेट। A person itself can appoint the valuer, then B person itself can appoint the valuer, and expert witness will be given by a valuer to all this person, right? In presence of all this person, यानी ये पूरा सर्कल है वो कंप्लीट हो जाएगा। तो कोई भी एक पर्सन इस सर्कल में से वैल्यूअर को अपॉइंट कर सकता है और वैल्यूअर इसके बारे में जस्टिफिकेशन देगा फ्रॉम वैल्यूएशन पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू। Then valuers, functions, and responsibility. That is our last topic. So what should be the functions of valuer? That is first thing. Now if he is not following that functions, he will come under the error of judgment and professional negligence. अगर उसका जो ड्यूटीज है वो नहीं फॉलो करेगा तो हम क्या बोलेंगे कि वो निग्लिजियंस करता है, वो ड्यूटी को निग्लेक्ट करता है। यानी पूरे का पूरा जो फर्स्ट टॉपिक है वो पॉजिटिव मैनर में है, अगर वो पूरा टॉपिक फॉलो नहीं कर रहा है तो वो सेकंड कैटेगरी में आ जाता है, दैट इज एरर ऑफ जजमेंट एंड professional negligence. Now this second topic is not a part of our syllabus, but it is a contradictory thing, so it has been involved in our presentation. So first one under the functions is determine the value of property. जो भी प्रॉपर्टी वो वैल्यूएशन के लिए कर रहा है उसका पूरा रेंज उसको पता होना चाहिए। रेंज मतलब कि अगर कोई भी एक प्रॉपर्टी उसने विजिट किया है, राइट, और एबीसी जो प्रॉपर्टी है उसका एक्चुअल वैल्यूएशन है वो आता है 10 लाख का, राइट। सो व्हाट द वैल्यूअर शुड डू, he should value the property in some range, that is it may be between 8 to 12। तो उसको डिसाइड करना है कि ये एक रेंज है उसमें ही इसका वैल्यूएशन आएगा, ठीक है। तो वो हो गया फर्स्ट चीज। अगर ये वैल्यू डिटरमाइन नहीं कर पा रहा है, इफ द वैल्यूअर इज नॉट डिटरमाइनिंग दिस रेंज, then it will come under the category of second thing, that is error of judgment and professional negligence। क्योंकि वो जजमेंट नहीं ले पा रहा है उसका, तो वो उसकी एरर हो गई है, ठीक है। फिर दूसरा फंक्शन आता है एस्टिमेट द कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन, एक्वायरिंग और कंप्लीशन। यानी अगर वो चीज जो कोई बंदा एक्वायर करने जाता है या फिर उसका कंस्ट्रक्शन करने जाता है तो उसकी एक्चुअल वैल्यू क्या होनी चाहिए, तो वो भी उसको पता रहना चाहिए। फिर भले ही वो थोड़ा बहुत वैल्यूएशन प्लस और माइनस में दे रहा है, लेकिन उसको एक्चुअल में पता होना चाहिए कि इफ आई एम गोइंग टू कंस्ट्रक्ट द स्लैब, ठीक है। आपने कई बार ऐसा सोचा होगा और देखा होगा, शेड्यूल ऑफ रेट्स आते हैं, एसओआर जिसको हम बोलते हैं। You can go and search this thing in internet. Schedule of rates means each and every state or at a central level, CPWD has fixed the rate of construction। यानी अगर आप स्लैब को कंस्ट्रक्ट करने जा रहे हो तो पर स्क्वायर मीटर what is the rate of it, right? That has been described in the booklet of CPWD and that is known as SOR। तो वो सारी चीजें उसको आपको पता होनी चाहिए कि अगर मैं स्लैब कंस्ट्रक्ट करने वाला हूँ तो कितनी वैल्यू होगी एक्चुअल में। और अगर ये बंदे ने स्लैब किया है जिसने अच्छी तरीके से उसमें सीमेंट डाला है और स्लैब में आयरन बार्स डाले, तो उसका जो स्ट्रक्चर डिजाइनर है वो बहुत सही तरीके से बनाया गया तो उसकी वैल्यू बढ़ जाएगी, तो उसी मुताबिक उसको वैल्यूएशन करना पड़ेगा। लेकिन अगर सीपीडब्ल्यूडी में ही रेट लिखा है कि उसका रेट है वो इतना आ रहा है तो उसके भी वो डाउन जाएगा, तो उसके पास कुछ एक्सप्लेनेशन हमेशा होना चाहिए। उसके बाद आता है मॉनेटरी डैमेजेस, यानी कि स्ट्रक्चर में आप कोई भी वैल्यूएशन देते हो तो उसमें डैमेजेस है उसके मुताबिक आपको उसका वैल्यू है वो कम करना है, तो वो कितने एक्सटेंट तक कम होने वाला है वो आपको पूरा उसमें डिस्क्रिप्शन जस्टिफिकेशन भी दे सकते हो, या अगर कोई पूछ रहा है तो उसके बाद भी आप जस्टिफाई कर सकते हो। तो उसको आपको पूरी तरीके से उसको एनालिसिस करना है तब जाके आप उसका आंसर दे पाओगे। देन आफ्टर फोरकास्ट द मॉनेटरी अर्निंग पावर ऑफ अ प्रॉपर्टी, यानी कोई भी प्रॉपर्टी है तो वो किस एक्सटेंट तक आपको इनकम दे सकती है, तो वो आपको आइडेंटिफाई करना है, उसको बोलते हैं फोरकास्ट द मॉनेटरी। यानी अगर कोई बंदा है वो अपनी प्रॉपर्टी लेन मॉर्गेज के लिए आ रहा है तो आपको पता होना चाहिए कि भाई ये प्रॉपर्टी हम बेचेंगे तो इतना रुपया है वो हमें मिल जाएगा। लेकिन अगर वो प्रॉपर्टी सही तरीके से नहीं लेके आए तो आपको तुरंत वो चीज आपको पता चल जानी चाहिए कि इसका वैल्यूएशन इतना नहीं आ रहा है और इसको लोन भी नहीं देनी चाहिए, ठीक है। तो दैट इज फोरकास्ट द मॉनेटरी अर्निंग पावर। देन आफ्टर फॉर्मुलेशंस ऑफ कंक्लूजन्स एंड रिकमेंडेशंस, यानी कि जो भी उसका कंक्लूजन्स आ रहा है सारा का सारा जो पॉइंट्स वाइज आपने कैलकुलेट किया उसको आपको फॉर्मुलेशंस करना है। यानी कि जमीन मैंने एक एग्जांपल लिया था बहुत बड़ी है उसका सर्वे किया था, अब आपकी एक्चुअल जमीन है वो छोटी है जिसका आप वैल्यूएशन देने वाले हो, तो वो पूरी तरीके से आपको जो भी छोटे छोटे पॉइंट्स है उसका फॉर्मुलेशंस करके आपको फाइनल वैल्यू देनी पड़ेगी। नाउ अब आप इनमें से कोई भी एक पॉइंट को फॉलो नहीं करने वाले हो, जो भी फंक्शंस लिखे हुए हैं अगर एक भी पॉइंट फॉलो करने नहीं कर नहीं पाओगे तो उसको हम बोलेंगे एरर ऑफ जजमेंट एंड प्रोफेशनल निग्लिजियंस, ठीक है। Okay, and now our last slide, valuer's responsibility। तो वो बहुत ही बड़ी चीज रहती है रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। जब भी आप स्टेज वाइज आगे बढ़ोगे आपकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है वो डे बाय डे इंक्रीज होने वाली है। सो फर्स्ट थिंग इज कॉन्फिडेंशियल कैरेक्टर ऑफ वैल्यूएशन एंगेजमेंट। जब भी आप कोई भी प्रॉपर्टी का वैल्यूएशन लेते हो तो कहीं भी जगह पे उसका डिस्कशन नहीं होना चाहिए। यू शुड बी वेरी कॉन्फिडेंशियल टू गिव कॉम्पिटिटेंट सर्विसेज, यानी कि जो भी टाइम टू टाइम आपको सर्विस देना है वो आपको टाइम के हिसाब से ही चलना पड़ेगा, ठीक है। बैंक ने अगर आपको वैल्यूएशन दिया है तो उसका जो टैगलाइन है या फिर आप उसको डेडलाइन बोलते हो या जो भी बोलते हो उसको उसी ड्यूरेशन में आपको उसको पूरा वैल्यूएशन कंप्लीट करके वापस देना पड़ेगा। सो दैट इज नोन एज कॉम्पिटिटेंट सर्विस। जितना भी आप एक्सपांड करोगे अपने फील्ड को उतना ही आपको संभालना पड़ता है। देन आफ्टर एग्रीमेंट एंड कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, जो भी एग्रीमेंट आता है वैल्यूएशन के पहले उसको हमें अच्छी तरीके से पढ़ना है और उसके मुताबिक हमें एप्लीकेशंस भी करनी पड़ेगी, ठीक है। जैसे बीएसएनएल का आता है तो वो टेंडरिंग सिस्टम होता है, पहले उसमें हमें पे करने पड़ते हैं कुछ रुपए वैल्यूएशन के लिए, फिर हमारा सिलेक्ट हो जाता है, अगर नहीं होता है तो वो रिफंड हो जाता है। सो उसी मुताबिक हमें एग्रीमेंट्स और कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है वो एज पर टर्म्स एंड पॉलिसीज फॉलो करने पड़ते हैं। देन सर्विंग मोर देन वन क्लाइंट, वी शुड बी हैविंग एबिलिटी टू सर्व वन और मोर क्लाइंट एट अ टाइम। ऐसा नहीं है कि भाई दो कस्टमर्स आ गए तो उसको अब हैंडल कैसे कर पाएंगे, ठीक है। यू शुड बी हैविंग स्किल टू डू दिस थिंग। एंड सिलेक्शंस ऑफ वैल्यूएशन मेथड, मैंने फर्स्ट या सेकंड स्लाइड में ही बताया था कि जीआईडीसी की प्रॉपर्टी है जो लो लीज पे रखी गई है तो उसको आप कैसे वैल्यूएशन कर पाओगे। एंड आफ्टर कोलैबोरेशंस बिटवीन वैल्यूअर्स एंड प्रोफेशंस, सो आपको सेमिनार्स और जो भी लेक्चर्स आते हैं उसको अटेंड करना है और जो डिफरेंट डिफरेंट वैल्यूअर्स के एसोसिएशंस आते हैं उनमें इन्वॉल्वमेंट रखना पड़ेगा। And at last, the report writing should be must with some important points, just like descriptions of the property, example boundaries, 4 boundaries of the property that must be clearly defined, either as per deed and as per site visit. And after objectives, what are your objectives behind the valuation of the report, and explanation of valuation methods and the assumptions, right? आप मोस्टली ईच एंड एवरी वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट में लास्ट या लास्ट सेकंड पेज में ऐसा assumptions लिखोगे कि भाई ये सारे assumptions है वो वैल्यूअर ने किए हैं। उसमें लिखा होगा कि my representative has visited the particular site, so these are all the assumptions which are written over there, and you must be clear regarding all the points. So these are all the values responsibility and they must be very clear regarding this particular thing, and reflection of it should be available in our report, right? So I would like to thanks all of you for hearing the session.
Sir,
And
I had
thank you.
one concern. Hello.
Yes.
Sir, Bharat here. During explaining the valuation standards, You said we have to check all the thing like the property, whether the property belongs to the same owner or adjacent property. If he may show us a front side property and build a house in a rear side, such things we have to verify. That's what you have said, no?
Yes, yes.
So, but when a financial company like banks and all, when they appoint us, they send they'll also appoint a legal verification team also. They will take care of such
Yes.
things, no? Will it
Yes,
be
yes.
the responsibility of us also?
Yes, right. But what is happening is sometimes the legal person is not visiting the site. So what is the actual condition on site? They might not be available or they might not be clear regarding that.
Because our responsibility is the giving an only evaluation of construction only as per a
Yes, you
bank.
are right. You are exactly perfect. You are right. We are having only we are having that rights only. Based on the title verification report, we will move further. You are right. But in our case, just now, within 1 month, we will find at least 5 properties in which the title verification is not done up till the death. And at last, we have to reject that particular property. In one of the property, the title verification was said that the boundaries are right in sale deed. But when we move on site, the north was in inclined and all the 4 boundaries are getting changed. So this is the difference between the, even if they are giving us some legal opinion regarding the property, whenever the experienced or the based on the experience of the valuer, they may clearly identify that the title clear report is having some mistake compared to the physical verification on site.
And one more follow-up question. Do we have, for example, as I mentioned in the first question, so I have a situation here, there is a village which is very close to our town, but the property, the village, the whole village property is in the name of someone else, X person, but the people who are staying there, they don't have any right, but they are staying since a very long time, more than 30 years.
Okay.
So if someone apply for a housing loan and when we go for a verification, can I know that the facts I know, can I write to bank saying that we cannot do any valuation? Can we reject the valuation offer?
Okay, now in this particular
Is there any option of such kind?
Okay, fine. In this particular case, we are having two options. First thing is we can directly reject the case, and second thing is we have to refer the rules of the local authorities of that particular village. That the village is describing that Thakur is one name, and the entire land is of Thakurji, right? But the person is living over there for more than 30 years. So as per the rules of easement right, if any person is living on that particular land for more than 20 years, the land will be of that particular person. And for government, the criteria is of 15 years, I think, or 15 years is for personal person and 20 years is for government, right? So if the person
Private
is
12 years.
acquiring, right?
12 years, 12 years.
12 years for private, 30 for government.
Okay, fine. So as per the rule, if the person is
Adults
living,
Possession Claim Act.
right? So as per the local authority or the rules of the local authority is saying that the person is having ownership, then we can surely go for their valuation. And in valuation report, we have to attach that letter and we have to write that wide letter number so and so of the local authority dated on so and so. The person is having actual ownership, or you can also write the name of the occupant is this, right? And based on that, you can give valuation. But on another hand, you can directly reject also because the legal document is not in name of that particular owner, right? So both the thing can happen. And second most thing can be done better if we are taking some title verification certificate from any advocate.
But the second option, rejecting, will it be any formality
Not
for that?
rejecting, not
Should we
rejecting,
write a letter to
accepting.
our bank?
not rejecting, acceptance of valuation report, and we are giving it based on the one more criteria, that is title verification of advocate.
Okay.
Yes.
Hello, sir. Actually, I have a question.
Okay.
Actually, there is a land near my place. You want
Okay.
to take a loan on that land,
Okay.
the owner. But from 30 years, another people have been acquired that land from 30 years.
Okay. Okay.
He has decided that they won't never they are going to give the land for the owner.
Okay.
So he is thinking to make the loan on the particular property, and he is deciding not to pay the loan. Let the bank take the property, like that he is thinking.
Okay.
In that situation, what about the valuation, sir?
Actually, as if local valuer is going to visit this particular thing, he should totally deny for giving valuation report of this property, right? Sometimes in our region also, in Gujarat region, what the person is doing, he is going to acquire the land for more than 30 years, and he will collect all the proof in his name. As for example, light bill or electricity or PGVCL bills are coming under his name. So what he will do, he will go for the process of loan, and then he will run away by taking all the money. So the bank will be under a dilemma how to capture or how to acquire that particular land, because that is neither in the name of the person who has taken the loan, and the person whom it belonging is not available just now, right? So this is how the bank is facing difficulties in acquire their money back from the customers or from the NPA properties. So it should be rejected from valuer's point of view.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, fine. Is there any person or a candidate who would like to ask any questions? Okay, so I am discontinuing my presentations over here. You may stay over here for the upcoming sessions. I hope you are having another sessions after me, right?
And sir, you have mentioned a couple of books during presentation. Will you share those PDF forms also?
Yes, yes, I will share presentation as well as both the books with reference to RVO. I will send to RVO, and RVO will share all the materials, lecture regarding materials to all the candidates.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, friends. मेरी आवाज आ पा रही है आपको? Are you getting my voice, friends? Now,
Yes, sir.
we have a session for the report writing right now. क्या आप लोगों को ब्रेक की आवश्यकता है?
Yes, sir.
अगर होंगी तो 5-10 मिनट का ब्रेक लेकर मैं सेशन शुरू कर सकता हूँ. 5:30 आई हैव टू स्टॉप. टुडेस आज का टॉपिक बहुत इजी है, तभी भी मैं अब तक जो हुआ उसको रिवाइज भी करने वाला हूँ. तो क्या आप लोगों को एक 10 मिनट का ब्रेक की आवश्यकता होगी तो वैसा बताइए. इफ यू हैव स्टार्टेड फ्रॉम 2 PM. Please respond. Do you require a break? Yeah, I can understand because in between two sessions there should be break. Take 5 to 8 minutes break, and then we will start. Don't worry. कृपया सब लोग प्रेजेंट ही लगा दीजिए ग्रुप में, नाम, सिटी का नाम, असेट क्लास. We'll start within next 2 to 3 minutes. It's a kind request to all to mention their name as a presentee. We will start report writing. I have shared you one document there. Please open that for the report writing. Now, shall we start? Everyone is there. Please open the PDF which I have shared with you. Kindly open that PDF. We will start from there. Today's topic is all about how we should write a report. Few lectures back, I have shared you one Ministry of Corporate Affairs guideline where point A to K is being discussed for the report writing. किसी को याद आ रहा है? मैंने जब एक बार शेयर किया था. उसी की next series is all about report writing. So it's a kind request to please open the document just now I have shared with you. सभी लोग अपने वीडियो ऑन करें, प्रेजेंट ही लगा दीजिए simultaneously. This is the 33 page, the 33 slides of the report writing. These are the guidelines on the premises of which you have to write your report or you have to prepare your report. There are two kinds of report. One which is a prefixed or a format based by the banking system. वो जमाना गया, लेकिन वो है which is a format based report. Here onwards, there will be a structured, long, professional, in detailed, methodology based, technically sound, foolproof report. Here onwards, the era is for detailed report. One assignment I have received under the IBC where we have to do a technical or evaluation report for the shares and debentures of one company, where we give a report of 150 pages long report, valuation report for the shares, bonds, debentures, and financial aspects of the company. On the same line, in one of the unit in the Bangalore, the report which we have received, it consists of more than 100 pages for the land and building assessment in a detailed manner. So, institutions IDBI want, you should be well versed what we are expecting from the report. We are paying more than 50,000, 70,000 rupees as a fees to you, so it should be structuredly prepared. With regards to this, out of 9090 questions, 3 questions will be there. How many questions? 3 questions will be there on this topic in your exam. All the 3 questions will come from the PDF which I have just shared with you. So it's a kind request to please everyone open the PDF. Go to the syllabus. In syllabus, the point number is 10. Read both the things and then after we will start, I will read every line for you from the PDF which I have shared, from which 3 questions will come into the exam. Everyone has received that. Please kindly open that. Shall I start? I will read every line for you from the same PDF. Let me know. Shall I start? Shall I start? Everyone has opened. These are the guiding principles for the report writing. So one by one, I'm reading for you. Don't worry. What is slide number 3? The report is a text which communicates facts, information, and data. It gives opinion, oblique advice if called for. The report speaks about the value of an asset. इसके ऊपर क्वेश्चन आता है विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट इज करेक्ट. 4 स्टेटमेंट रहते हैं, उसमें एक स्टेटमेंट रहता है वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट इज द ओपिनियन. इज इट राइट और रॉन्ग?
Right.
Right.
Why? Because it's an opinion on a particular date with a particular set of information given by and provided by the client. It can be changed. A second individuals or another individuals can make a different assessment also. In our profession, there is a space of the 15% of deviation between the two report is acceptable because every individual have his own style to look into the matter, to assess the matter and make the calculation of the report on a particular date with a particular mindset. And it is just an opinion. If you wanted to take, you can take. If you don't want to take, you can leave it. Understand? Is it clear?
Clear.
Am I right or wrong? Bharat sir, please read slide number 3 for everyone.
What is report? Report is a text which communicate facts, information or advice if called for. Valuation report speaks about the value of an asset and how.
Please read next slide also.
First step, to complete all related works before writing the valuation report. Personal inspection of site, inquiry in the neighborhood, document verification.
It means what? These are the steps that you have to follow when you are trying to make your report. This is the first step. Please read once again, sir.
First step, to complete all related works before writing the valuation report. Personal inspection of site, inquiry in the neighborhood, document verification has to be done.
Next slide.
How are reports now? Most of the reports are in the prescribed formats, as institutions insist on such format. They lack logical reasoning and expert opinion as it has least scope.
Read once again.
How are reports now? Most of the reports are in the prescribed formats, as institutions insist on such format. They lack logical reasoning and expert opinion as it has least scope.
Next. Next.
Who are the targets? Reports are not meant for experts but common men. Hence, they need not be highly technical. They should be free from jargons to the extent possible, even for a bank manager.
It means it should be not be very difficult language you should use. You should use any jargon, you know. It should be free from the jargons. Next is quality of the report. Report should have a clear, definite goal. It should not be vague. It should not favor any particular person or a client. Instructions of the assets, owner, purpose you should write there. Speak in systematic and logical manner. Final part should draw inference and should be complete documents in itself. This is the structure of the report. Question बहुत बार आता है. Which of the following are the ingredients for the structure of the report? ये स्लाइड्स के पॉइंट्स उसमें आते हैं. देखिए सर एक बार फिर से ये दोनों स्लाइड्स पढ़िए.
How are reports now? Most of the reports are in the prescribed formats as institutions insist on such format. They lack logical reasoning and expert opinion as it has least scope. Who are the targets? Reports are not meant for experts but common man. Hence, they need not be highly technical. They should be free from jargons to the extent possible, even for a bank manager.
Correct. Next is slide number structure report. All reports should have the following. First, ये बहुत बार आएगा, आता ही है. Title of the report. Which of the following are the ingredients of the report? ऐसा क्वेश्चन आता है. उसमें मेंशन करना है आपको. Title of the report. Next, introduction of property. Next, description of property. Property title and ownership, location and situation. The title of the report, introduction of property, description of the property, title, ownership, location and situation. ये basics है, ये आपको लिखना ही है. Next is all reports should have the following things. You have to mention procedure, which procedure you have adopted, presentation of the data, analysis of the data, conclusion and supporting annexures. Then after style of report. So valuation report is technical paper. It should be written using non-technical words and simple sentences. Sentences of the report should be small and complete. Avoid disconnected words in report. They given in an expression of being a notes of experts. Avoid tricky and complex sentences. Write in the tone of the third person and the passive voice. Repeated use word like I, we, my, we, me, give, an impression of egoistic. So avoid I, we, me, myself. Have a third person and passive voice, a very important note. Then after style of the report, use the present perfect tense in the grammar is preferable. Instead of writing as I inspected the property has been inspected will be the more proper word. Official tone and authoritative voice in report annoys the reader. It gives impression of arrogance. But a more informal tone in reports makes you feel of lacking in expertise. They may not generate confidence in the minds of both client and banker. Style of the report. The order and sequence of the content in the report should kindle interest to read like a story. Hedge words like appears, seems, possibly could be avoided. Valuer is the paid to report what it is and how it appears. Don't believe that ambiguity created by hedge words would help escape legal and judicial scrutiny. Each sentence should convey an information. ये 3 स्लाइड अच्छे से पढ़िए, कुछ नहीं समझा तो पूछिए। 13 नंबर के स्लाइड तक ऊपर के 11, 12, 13 एक बार पढ़िए सब लोग। इफ एनी डाउट प्लीज आस्क क्वेश्चन। स्लाइड नंबर 12 और 13 फिर से पढ़िए भरत सर सबके लिए।
Use of present perfect tense in grammar is preferable. Instead of writing as I inspected the property has been inspected gives more warmth and comfort. Official tone and authoritative voice in reports annoys the reader. It gives impression of being arrogant. But more informal tone in report makes you feel of lack in expertise. They may not generate confidence in the minds of both client and banker. The order and
Go ahead.
sequence of content in the report should kindle interest to read, like a story. Hedge words like appears, seems, and possibly could be avoided. Valuer is paid to report what it is and not how it appears. Don't believe that ambiguity created by hedge words would help escape legal judicial scrutiny. Each sentence should convey an information.
Next slide. Please read.
Each
What is it?
paragraph can cover one aspect of data. It should also be independent and logical. Avoid jerks. Jumping from one point to other may lead to missing continuity. Headings and subheadings may be used. It helps to differentiate and move over swiftly. It is a good idea to give numbers to every individual paragraph. This helps as a reference tag.
Next. Style of report.
Valuation report should be
Concise.
just it's closed.
Concise means specific.
Ex-
It should be concise
Valuation report
and
should be
definite.
concise and definite. Too lengthy report are not required. Short reports may not serve the purpose. A valuer may work on different properties. Each have their own questions. Hence, every report needs to be unique, serving the purpose. Words like market value, if not defined specifically, will be understood as the one agreed by Supreme Court of India or as universally accepted. To the extent of possible, avoid assumptions. Under unavoidable situations, they should be backed by logical reasoning.
Next.
first point, the short report may serve the purpose. It's okay or not? Not also not required.
Short reports may not serve
May
the purpose.
may serve the purpose or not.
Repeat, any doubt?
No, too lengthy report are not required. Short report may serve the purpose. Correct. Not will not come correct this location. This not will come or not.
Two. Avoid assumptions. Under unavoidable situations, they should be backed by the logical reasoning.
No. First point. Short report may not serve the purpose.
In page number 15, he has a concern, sir. Very
Number?
first point. 15, first point.
Yes. First
He
point.
have a
I'll tell you. Read the first point. Which point you required explanation?
Definite. Too lengthy report are not required. Short report may not serve the purpose.
बहुत लंबी भी रिपोर्ट ना बनाए, इतना लंबा चौड़ा भी ना बताए कि उसका जिस्ट ही खत्म हो जावे, और इतना छोटा भी ना रहे कि कुछ पर्पज ही ना सॉल्व होता है. It should be balanced one. Generally, few projects require 60 pages, they require 80 pages, 125 pages. ये भी हमने देखे हैं. So it depends on the concern project and dimensions which we have to look into the matter. Next. Next, पूछिए.
Sir, in the same page,
Read
third
for
point.
the side of the report. Point number third in 15.
Third. In the page number 15 itself, can you please elaborate
To
that
the
on third
extent
point?
possible, allowed
Regarding the
assumptions.
Supreme Court.
Assumptions पे काम मत करो. Facts mention करो. Avoid assumptions. Under unavoidable situation, they should be backed by logical reasoning.
No,
ऐसा
not the
होगा तो वैसा होगा. ऐसा नहीं चलता. Assumption based write up नहीं चाहिए. Fact based चाहिए. Logically reasoning से backing answer चाहिए.
Not that one, the upper one, the Supreme Court of India, agreed by Supreme Court of India. वो वाला.
Where it is?
In a page number 15, 1, 2, third point, third bullet.
Okay, the words like market value, if not defined specifically, will be understood as the one agreed by Supreme Court of India or as the universally accepted. मार्केट वैल्यू ऐसे शब्दों का इस्तेमाल अगर आप करते हैं तो वो सबको यूनिवर्सली है, उसमें कुछ ऐसा कुछ ये नहीं. जो भी आप शब्द यूज कर रहे हैं वो यूनिवर्सली एक्सेप्टेड होने चाहिए, उसका एक प्रेसिडेंट होना चाहिए, ये दर्शाता है. देखिए पॉइंट नंबर स्लाइड नंबर 1 से 15 तक किसी को कुछ प्रॉब्लम है तो पूछिए. आई एम नॉट इन अ हरी, आई हैव टू सॉल्व एवरीवन्स क्यूरी. 3 question directly comes from these 33 slides. Please note. और तीनों के तीनों सही रहते. Next, style of report. Limitations, if any, should be clearly mentioned. अगर उसमें कुछ limitations आपके project में है, assessment में कुछ project है, but it should not be in the nature of escape from the responsibility for the whole or part of the report. इसमें अगर limitations आते हैं तो वो आप mention करो as a disclaimer और या caveats कि this is the situation. अगर कुछ limitations है, we should mention that. Valuer has the liberty to choose the approach and methods of valuation in each case, but it should not be violating accepted standard. जो standards है उसको अपन violate नहीं कर सकते. The valuer have to collect information from the market about the instances of comparable sales and rentals. Now, report writing. Valuation report can be classified in report writing requires all details: purchase, lease, insurance, land acquisition. Purchase, sale, lease में क्या क्या लगेगा ये है. अभी नीचे वाले 18 स्लाइड पढ़िए सर. अगर सेल है तो हमको क्या क्या लिखना है रिपोर्ट में. Go ahead, Bharat sir.
Report writing. Content: if valuation is for sale. Brief detail of a property for the purpose of record only. Advice on the best price possible. Suggestion for sale either by auction or private talks. Suggestion on either to sell or rent out in current market. Having decided to sell either in parts or as whole. To sell after repairs and alteration or in the existing status. Conclusion should have opinion on the final minimum price or the net minimum rent. The seller should ask for or insist on including views on the best method of selling or letting out.
Next, if for the purchase अगर करना है तो क्या क्या मेंशन करना है पढ़िए सर. 19 नंबर.
If valuation is for purchase, as fixed assets or long-term investments, purchaser would like to know all the details about the property. Both advantages and disadvantages of the property may have to be mentioned. In addition, the following forms part of report: identification of property, tenure, clarity on title document, description of the location and asset, features of construction including materials and the related to stability, amenities, additional provisions and services available, legal aspects including planning permission, violation, deviation and certifications required including taxation, possible market rent, current market value of a property, other influencing factors if any.
The point. Please repeat the points.
Same 19th page.
19th one is very important. Please repeat it.
Report writing. Content: if valuation is for purchase. As fixed assets are long-term investments, purchaser would like to know all the details about the property. Both advantages and disadvantages of the property may have to be mentioned. In addition, the following forms part of report. One is identification of property, tenure, clarity on title document, description of the location and asset, features of construction including materials and that related to stability, amenities, additional provisions and services available, legal aspects including planning permission, violation, deviation and certifications required including taxation, possible market rent, current market value of the property, other influencing factors if any.
Correct. ये हुआ कब कौन से इसमें मेंशन करना है परचेस अगर है तो ऐसा क्वेश्चन स्पेसिफिक आता है। नेक्स्ट मॉर्गेज, अगर मॉर्गेज का है तो क्या क्या मेंशन करना है?
If valuation is for mortgage, in the unfortunate event of default of loan, the asset has to support recovery of the capital and interest too. So all relevant points have to be identified and mentioned in the report. Some of them are the net realizable annual income or rent should be sufficient to cover the EMI payable and other expenses like fire insurance premiums. In addition, FMV of the property should be sufficient to cover the entire loan amount and accumulated interest in the worst event of distress sale. It should suggest the value of fire insurance required, including add-on, the defects in the property which could lead steep depreciation and sudden failure should identified and mentioned in the report. Financial institution should also be advised on the periodic revaluation required. In case of property is under lease, unexpired period of lease should be mentioned, as it has a bearing on the legal rights of collection from the income. Details about the property for clear identification of property.
यहाँ पे रुकिए, पॉइंट नंबर 20 सब लोग अच्छे से पढ़िए, ये बार बार आता है, इसी के लिए आप लोग 70% विद द बैंक्स यू गिव योर रिपोर्ट, so please get into it. What's mentioned here, all the 6 points important. Kindly read 2 times. पर इसको फिर से रीड करके पॉइंट 20 को।
Report rating, content if valuation is for mortgage. In the unfortunate event of default of loan, the asset has to support recovery of the capital and interest too. So all relevant points have to be identified and mentioned in the report. Some of them are the net realizable annual income or rent should be sufficient to cover the EMI payable and other expenses like fire insurance premiums. In addition, FME of the property should be sufficient to cover the entire loan amount and accumulated interest in the worst event of distress sale. It should suggest the value of fire insurance required, including add-on, the defects in the property which could lead steep depreciation and sudden failure should identified and mentioned in the report. Financial institution should also be advised on the periodic revaluation required. In case of property is under lease, unexpired period of lease should be mentioned, as it has a bearing on the legal rights of collection from the income. Details about the property for clear identification of property.
Right. किसी को डाउट है तो पूछिए, otherwise we'll go to play. Next slide is about taxation. If you wanted to do taxation, brief details of the property for the correct identification. State of plot, clear boundary without ambiguity, must contain all information related to the market value, capital gain, prescribed format. For other statutory provisions like rules of retail annual rating value and maintainable value as per the latest law must be given. Next slide, वो मैं read करता हूँ, continue आप करेंगे. The required for the insurance purpose. Report should be relevant to the types of insurance policy. Statement value very important. Practically all details related to assets like nature, size, quality, building, stock, machinery needed for training, damage to the in addition, calculation clause to provide for inflation may also be included wherever necessary. The range of possible risks to be included in the insurance
Voice is
policy
not clear,
based on
sir.
the location of property. In the opportunity event, if the liquidation happens, your report is also required at that point also. It must be seen whether the situation is early liquidation or post liquidation.
Sir, voice is not clear.
Report would be a concerned entity. All relevant factors we have mentioned in detail. As the option for liquidation has a clause, it should be condition as is there, the same as clause there. It's enough to give details required for identification and determination of its worth. Slide number 23.
Sir, excuse me, sir. Your voice is not clear.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Okay.
Your voice is not clear, sir.
Is it okay now?
Yes.
Now it is okay.
Yes, sir.
I have mentioned, please go through the each and every word till slide number 23. मॉर्गेज में क्या होगा, लिक्विडेशन में क्या देना है, इंश्योरेंस के वक्त क्या मेंशन करना है रिपोर्ट में, टैक्सेशन में क्या मेंशन करना है, मॉर्गेज के वक्त क्या मेंशन करना है, परचेज के वक्त क्या मेंशन करना है, सेल के वक्त क्या मेंशन करना है, ये सारी चीजें आपको इसमें मेंशन करनी है.
Regarding page number 21, content if valuation is for taxation. So in earlier session, we understood that to do a valuation for a taxation, we should have a 34AB valuation certification.
Now, step by step, IBBI will be compulsory everywhere. It's a bigger brother, big brother. Okay.
So with the same, with the only IBBI L&B certification also, we can give a certification for a taxation also?
Yes, it will come because 34 AB जाने वाला है, so wait for that time.
So as of now, the 34 IB is required. Then
it's up to the income tax department. If they allow IBBI also, then no need of 34. It's a state income tax department has to take the call. It will be there after 2-3 years. It will IBBI is the only final story.
okay.
Wait for that matter. Numbers are less, na? They cannot make compulsory. स्लाइड नंबर 23 तक सब लोग देखिए, कुछ डाउट है तो पूछिए. स्लाइड नंबर 23 तक किसी को कुछ प्रॉब्लम होंगे तो प्लीज आप।
Sir, in page number 22, third bullet, regarding
In addition,
escalation.
the escalation
In
clause to
in
provide for
insurance,
inflation may also be included. ये वाला
इंश्योरेंस में एस्केलेशन नहीं होता है ना?
escalations अगर पॉइंट आप मेंशन कर रहे हैं इन्फ्लेशन और बाकी चीजों का तो उसका डिटेल एक्सप्लेनेशन दीजिए। ऐसा नहीं कि नहीं हो सकता है, इट्स नॉट लाइक दैट। ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। स्लाइड 1 से 23 तक ऐसा सब लोग देखो। स्लाइड 1 से शुरू करो और 23 तक आइए।
Sir,
स्लाइड नंबर
I would
23 देखिए।
yes, sir. Sir, I have one question.
पूछिए।
Sir, what kind of question may arise from style of report, sir? Example.
Which of the following are the points we should follow for the report writing? A, B, C, D रहेगा all the above. Understand? इसमें आपका वाइडर कॉमन सेंस चेक करना चाहते हैं ये 3 क्वेश्चंस में विद रिगार्ड्स टू द रिपोर्ट राइटिंग। ये पीडीएफ पढ़ने के बाद आपका उतना माइंडसेट क्लियर हो जाता है कि व्हाट वी रिक्वायर्ड इनटू द रिपोर्ट। एक बार वो आपका कंटेंट में आ गया तो यू कैन राइट। अंडरस्टैंड? सर नो?
Okay, sir. Okay.
जी। Next is slide number 24. Contents of the report. First, instruction of the clients क्या है वो लिखिए। Data violation, site inspection, location, ownership history, data collection and analysis, types of construction, methods of construction and conclusion. Bharat sir, start from slide number 24. Read each point.
Instructions of clients. The quantity and quality of the works a valuer would take up depends upon the information shared by the clients. It could be related to the location, extent, and other data, which would help in correct identification of the asset. In addition, either the owner or his representative should personally come to identify the property.
Date of valuation.
Date of valuation. It sets the time limits since the information and data need to be collected. Instances of sale and rentals on and before the date of valuation are more critical and may be needed. Any post-dated information and data are irrelevant and not considered as admissible evidence in the court. A valuer should ensure that all the original field notes are preserved for further reference if and when required.
फिर से repeat करो slide 26 को.
Date of valuation. It sets the time limit since the information and data need to be collected. Instances of sale and rentals on the before the date of valuation are more critical and may be needed. Any post-dated information and data are irrelevant and not considered as admissible evidence in the court. A valuer should ensure that all the original field notes are preserved for further references if and when required.
Next. This is more
Site
important.
inspections and location.
Slide number 27 is note down, very important. These are the things which should be there in your report compulsory. Start, sir.
Site inspection and location. The information and data given by valuer in the report should be first-hand evidence. A valuer needs to get, observe, and collect info from enquiries in the vicinity. The following details are minimum required. Survey number of the asset and its boundaries, current occupant, owner or a tenant, term and condition of occupancy, easement rights and encumbrances, if any, details about land, area, shape, level, foundations, etc. Access to property. Location and situation with reference to transport facility, etc. Social and economical status of local residents. Utility services available.
Please repeat once again.
Site inspection and location. The information and data given by valuer in the report should be first-hand evidence. A valuer needs not get, observe and collect info from enquiries in the vicinity. The following details are minimum required. Survey number of the asset and its boundaries. Current occupant, whether is the owner or a tenant. Term and conditions of occupancy. Easement rights and encumbrances, if any. Details about land like area, shape, level, foundations, etc. Access to property, location and situation with reference to transport facility, etc. Social and economical status of local residents. Utility services available.
Next, correct.
Ownership history.
Important.
Apart from the current title of the property, the parent document should also be referred to and verified. Latest encumbrance certificate should be insisted on. Encumbrances should be verified for 13 years normally, and in specific cases, it should be asked for 30 years. All documents like title deeds, encumbrance certificate submitted should personally be cross-verified using your own resources online mode. Own resources or online mode. It is always right and proper to meet the actual title owner personally than his representatives. External influences in the way of recommendation or other means should not be entertained in any case.
Repeat कीजिए सर इस slide को.
Ownership history. Apart from the current title of the property, the parent document should also be referred to and verified. Latest encumbrance certificate should be insisted on. Encumbrance should be verified for 13 years normally, and in specific cases, it should be asked for 30 years. All documents like title deeds, encumbrance certificate submitted should be personally be cross-verified using your own resources or online mode. It is always right and proper to meet the actual title owner personally than his representatives. External influences
इसमें
in the
क्वेश्चन
way
आया
of
था अभी, इट ऑलवेज
computation.
राइट एंड प्रॉपर टू मीट द एक्चुअल टाइटल ओनर, ये क्वेश्चन आया था। कौन सी प्रैक्टिस करनी चाहिए? तो टाइटल ओनर को मिल लेना चाहिए, बेटर रहता है। नेक्स्ट,
External influences in the way of recommendations or other means should not be entertained in any case.
नेक्स्ट,
Data collection and analysis. As many as 60 factors of comparison could be grouped into 7 broad categories, viz. Land, location, building, utility services, social, economical, and legal factors. Based on the analysis of these factors, the following are estimated as may be required: fair market rent or value, land value, net annual rental income, depreciated replacement cost, rate of capitalization.
नेक्स्ट,
Type of construction. Type of construction like framed construction, load bearing construction, steel structure or other special structures should be clearly mentioned, including the significance of the same with respect to life, stability and cost.
नेक्स्ट,
Method of valuation. Suitable methods suggested by IVSC needs to be followed as it is the standard to follow today. India's own standards for valuation is getting ready. Expert committee is on the job. It should be followed upon its official introduction. Currently, market approach is the most preferred. Income fetching properties should be valued by income approach only. Non-marketable properties can be valued by cost approach. Conclusion.
नेक्स्ट, कंक्लूजन।
It should be a summary of all that is discussed and have the final recommended value of the property with special conditions, if any, on its use or application.
करेक्ट। अभी थोड़ा इसको समराइज करते। क्वेश्चन आता है, व्हाट आर द क्वालिटीज ऑफ द रिपोर्ट, what are the do's, what are the don'ts, what are the inclusions into the report, on what parameters we have to make a mortgage report, whether report is an opinion or it is a final word, what are the steps you should take while framing your report, who are the targets, on what parameters quality are determined, which of the following factors decide the structure of the report, which of the following are the content for the collateral report or a mortgage report, which of the following are the points for the report writing that we have to follow, what are the points with regards to site inspection that we have to take into the consideration, which of the following points are incorrect, which of the following are important for the methods of valuation। ऐसे क्वेश्चन बैंक है टोटल, उसमें से 3 क्वेश्चन आपको परीक्षा में आते हैं और ये सब इस स्लाइड से आता है। सभी से हाथ जोड़कर विनती है, एक 5 मिनट सब लोग स्लाइड 1 से लेकर एंड तक नजर घुमाओ, कुछ क्वेश्चन होंगे तो पूछो। Any doubts, please ask.
Sir, in a date of valuation, it sets the time limit. It sets the time limit in the sense, इस तारीख पे ये valuation हुआ है. So ऐसा नहीं कि हम usually in a quotation we give these rates are valid for 30 days, 3 months, 1 month, or 1.5 month. So that kind of situation will not come. No, the market value by default it is understood that on that day, the report date, whatever we have considered, those rates are as of that date only. By default it is understood. No, no need to make any
on that
special remark.
particular date only.
We no need to write a special note or something in a bottom.
No need to write. It is de facto.
Okay.
स्लाइड नंबर 29 में स्लाइड नंबर 29 में 60 फैक्टर्स ऑफ कंपैरिजन इसका लिस्ट है क्या?
I'll send you.
ओके सर.
Next question. एक बार नजर घुमाओ. आई थिंक आज आपका एंड है, शायद आखिरी सेशन है, करेक्ट?
Yes, sir.
जी.
यस.
आपके मन में ये छोड़कर भी कोई क्वेश्चन होंगे तो प्लीज यू कैन आस्क देम. डोंट हेजिटेट.
सर प्रिंसिपल ऑफ इंश्योरेंस और लॉस असेसमेंट का इसका कुछ और मटेरियल मिल सकता है इस टाइप का स्लाइड्स?
जी बिल्कुल मिल सकता है. आई विल शेयर.
ओके सर. और फायर का तो आपने वो क्वेश्चन बैंक दिया था वो.
जी सर, दैट इज इनफ.
ओके सर.
सब लोग क्वेश्चन पूछ सकते हैं. डोंट हेजिटेट. ये इसमें से 3 आएंगे. ओके, इसमें से 3 आएंगे. कॉमन सेंस बेस्ड क्वेश्चन है. अच्छे से ये स्लाइड पढ़ना. 3 मिल जाएंगे. अभी पूरा मिलाकर कुछ क्वेश्चन होंगे तो पूछो. Go ahead. Please ask the question. Don't hesitate.
Sir, in a syllabus copy what you have shared, in that in a part 2 format of a frequency of examination, there is a line point G. A candidate is required to answer all questions. It has
वो
a semicolon.
delete कर दो line.
Oh, that have a semicolon. Because all said जो नहीं पता है उसको छोड़ दो. तो
जो नहीं पता उसको छोड़ दो.
तो छोड़ने की वजह से कोई भी नेगेटिव मार्किंग का अट्रैक्ट नहीं होगा.
नहीं, जो छोड़ दिया तो बच गए आप. अगर नेगेटिव मार्किंग बढ़ जाएंगी अगर आप अटेम्प्ट करते जाएंगे तो 75 से लेकर 80 तक अटेम्प्ट करना है. मैंने बताया ना.
This line we need to ignore.
वो जनरलिस्ट लाइन है. यू कैन अटेम्प्ट ऑल द क्वेश्चन. दैट ऐसा ही उसका मीनिंग है. इट मींस यू कैन स्किप ऑल द क्वेश्चन आल्सो. leave it. Okay.
So every working day exam available, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. Every like in my place also available, or how to find that exam center?
Just now take your certificate, make a login on NISM website. Okay. I'll send you. I have already sent you the guidelines, correct?
Okay.
So on that line, make a in your city slots are available all the way. 3 times in a day you can appear that. Accordingly, choose the slot, book it. If any doubt, please WhatsApp me.
Okay, thank you.
Next question. Next question.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Sir, his wealth tax is it is present now, sir?
Ji?
Sir, Wealth Tax Act 32.
Yes, it is now. Yes, it is now available, but after a few years it will be scrapped
Oh, okay.
because wealth tax तो चला गया.
Mm-hmm.
डायरेक्ट टैक्स कोड आएगा तो बिल टैक्स एक्ट भी जाने वाला, तो वो एक्ट जाएगा तो 34 एबी भी जाएगा. तब
Okay.
तक ये आईबीबीआई वाले सारे अपना नंबर बढ़ा देंगे. एक बार नंबर बढ़ गया तो वो बोल देंगे कि कल से ये कंपलसरी है
Okay.
इनकम टैक्स वालों को भी.
Okay, sir.
खत्म. ठीक है.
ठीक है सर.
सरकार वैसी चलती सर, गवर्नमेंट नॉर्म्स ऐसे ही चलते. चलिए नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. नेक्स्ट पूछिए, बेझिझक पूछिए, नो जीएसटी ऑन क्वेश्चन.
Sir, for valuation of banks, what is the minimum requirement, sir? Means we have to clear the IBBI, or if we are doing for private bank, it is okay. What are the requirements, sir?
For this movement it is okay, but after a period of time it is compulsory, so it's better to get into it now. Okay. For NCLT and tribunal it is compulsory now also.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
So future is, this is the only future.
Hmm.
Slide by slide in metro cities, nationalized bank only are. As and when this number increases, it will be compulsory. But without passing student, pass out student, how they can make it compulsory if they don't have a number? Are you getting my point?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's their problem.
Okay.
Next question. Next question. Please to ask.
Sir, can we sign as a valuer for now if I am a member in RBO?
No, you have to pass this exam.
Okay.
You have to pass the exam, you have to take COP, then you can. Then you have to do every year 16 hours credit period, then you can continue. Please ask more questions, 5 minutes more, then I have another more meeting. You can ask any question.
You just mentioned CEP every year 16 hours.
Yeah.
That is only in RVO, or that 16 hour is inclusive of others. So because in concrete technology, in other subjects also we do engage in other.
You can do CEP from any RVO.
I mean to ask only pertaining to IBBI, or that 16 hour includes others also. If we do it from
No,
other
others
agency.
not. It is only RVO. Any RVO who conducts the CEP, that you have to attend for. CEP program conducted by any RVO. 16 hours each year. You have to take a certificate and you have to submit with your RVO so that your credit hours will be updated there. Right now it is with the RVO. In future they might allow the other institutions CEP point will be as a continuous education program. Right now there is no as such declaration by the institute IBBI. Next.
One sample report possible, sir.
Hmm?
One sample evaluation report.
Pardon?
Sample report he's asking.
Sample report.
Sample I'll send you. Ping me after tomorrow. I'll send you.
Oh, okay.
Academic questions? Any more? Please ask.
Sample MCQs.
I'm working on that. We'll get back shortly. Look into the syllabus. Any question? Any doubt? पूछिए.
Sir, in order to pass the exams, can we skip any of the topics and study, sir? I need your opinion on
No,
this
sir.
one.
No, not at all. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay.
Okay.
If you go with all well-versed preparation, then only you will get a 60 marks by attempting 75 to 90 questions. Yeah, next question. Please ask. Next. Everyone is happy with the lecture of mine. Any doubt, any more inputs, please let me know. Please text, give proper feedback accordingly. कुछ questions होंगे तो पूछिए, otherwise we can stop.
Previous exam का question paper मिल सकता है sir.
No, it's not available. They would never allow to you any question bank. I'm working partially on that. Definitely it will end by the week. I will share, but there is no as such availability what you are asking for.
Okay.
Okay. Clear? All doubts? Thank you very much, everyone. Save my number. If you have any doubt, any point of time, till you get pass, I am your teacher. In any of the topics, you just WhatsApp me. Don't call. I'll reply within 10 seconds if it is WhatsApp. So don't hesitate. I am your teacher till you get pass. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you so much.
Everyone.
Thank you very much.
Best luck. Prepare on the guidelines, appear for the exam as soon as possible. You will get passed. Don't worry. Take care. Bye.
Bye, sir.
Bye. Bye.
Okay, thanks.
ಭರತ್ ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗದನಾ?
ಹೌದು, ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಸೊರಬ.
ಓಕೆ, ನಮ್ದು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಸರ್, ಕಡೂರು.
ಕಡೂರು. ಹಾ, ನಾನು ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿದೆ. ಇವರು ವಿಜಯ್ ಇದಾರೆ, ಅವರು ದಾವಣಗೆರೆ
ಅವ್ರು
ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ.
ದಾವಣಗೆರೆ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದವ್ರು
ಹಾ.
ಇದೀವಿ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ.
ಅದೇ ದಾವಣಗೆರೆಲ್ಲೇ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಅದು ವಿಜಯ್ ಅವ್ರ ನಂತರ ಮಾತಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತಿದ್ದೆ.
ಅದೇ ನಾನು ಅದೇ ಸರ್, ನಮ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋರ್ನ ಒಂಚೂರು ಪರಿಚಯ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಏನಕ್ಕಾರ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡೆ. ನಾನು
ಸರ್ ಇದೆ, ಹೌದು. ಹಾಯ್.
ಹಾಯ್ ಹಾಯ್.
ಇವಾಗ ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಯಿ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಡೀಟೇಲ್ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡೆ. ಅವರು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಅದ್ ನಿಸ್ಮ್ ವೆಬ್ಸೈಟ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲೇನೆ ಇದ್ ನಡೀತೆ, MCQs ನಡೆಯುತ್ತೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ. ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಟೈಪ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಥಿಂಗ್.
ಸರ್ ನಾನು ತುಮಕೂರು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಿಂದಾನೆ.
ಇರ್ಫಾನ್ ಸಲೀಂ ಅಲ್ಲ?
ಎಸ್ ಎಸ್ ಸರ್, ಹೌದು.
ಸರಿ, ಬೆಟರ್ ನಾವೊಂದು ವಾಟ್ಸ್ಆಪ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಸುಮಾರು ಡಾಟಾ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು.
ಬೆಟರ್ ಸರ್, ಬೆಟರ್. ನೀವೇ ಲೀಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್, ಭರತ್ ಸರ್.
ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ. ಅದು ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹತ್ರ, ತುಮಕೂರು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಹತ್ರ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲ?
ತುಂಬಾ ಹತ್ರ, ತುಂಬಾ ಹತ್ರ. 65-70 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್. ಹೌದು.
ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ತುಮಕೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಇದೆ ಸರ್.
ಸರ್ ಕಿಯೋನಿಕ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಕಿಯೋನಿಕ್ಸ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಕಿಯೋನಿಕ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅಂದಿದ್ರು. ಬಟ್ ತುಮಕೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಕಿಯೋನಿಕ್ಸ್ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಈಗ. ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ನಾನು. ಬಟ್ ಅದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರೇ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಅದೇ ಈ
ಪೀಣ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿದೆ.
ಪೀಣ್ಯ ಇದೆ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು ಕಡೆ ಇದೆ. ಹೌದು
ಇದೆ, ಕೋರಮಂಗಲ ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಕನ್ವೀನಿಯಂಟ್ ಆಗೋದು ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದಿದೆ.
ಹೌದು ಸರ್, ಪೀಣ್ಯ ಹೌದು. ಎಂಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲೇ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಒಳಗೋ ನೆಸೆಸಿಟಿ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ.
ಸರಿ ಸರ್, ಒಂದು ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ, ಅದು ನಂತರ ಮಾತಾಡೋಣ ಸರ್.
ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆ ಸರ್.
ಶೋರ್ ಸರ್, ಶೋರ್.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.